scorching hot day here in the UK on the real world side of things, and of course in the simulated side of things as well. The F1 qualifying is just finishing. The World Championship Grand Prix Series here on iRacing is just starting. Apparently, as someone tells me, something might be coming home. But you got to add another thing to your schedule now, and it's this: the 1,000 hours of Silverstone for the DGFX Racing Series. Join us in a couple of moments. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this broadcast of the 1,000 miles of Silverstone for the DGFX Racing Series. I am Connery Maddock, and joining me in the commentary booth today will be Neil Heatley. With qualifying is just getting itself completely done right now. Just a minute or so left out there on the racing circuit for drivers to get their qualifying times in. And, well, Neil, we're not going to be racing for 41 days and 16 hours. It's going to be 1,000 miles, 314 laps.
Did you say it could be 1,000 miles, 314 laps? But there is a chance it may not be. This race could well be determined by time as well. It's 1,000 miles, 314 laps, as you already said, or 10 hours, whatever comes first. And that could add a little bit into the strategy of all these teams today as well, seeing if they go the distance or they go the time.
Exactly. It's yet another variable that you have to add into the mix, and you also got more variables in this series as well, like the fact that the safety car is enabled in this endurance racing series, which is actually not what we're used to seeing in many other series on the iRacing service, but that sort of feature is in full effect here for all 1,000 miles of this race. But hopefully we won't be seeing it for every mile of the 1,000 miles, as qualifying is just about to take over, and we can get the qualifying results for you in just a couple of moments. But this race, I think, is going to be more one of attrition than of outright pace here, Neil.
Yes, Silverstone is extremely fast. The best part of 70% plus on full throttle. And with the sides of the track being covered in that very, very slippy green grass, one wheel wrong and that could be your race over.
Exactly. And that is just one of the dangers of the racing circuit. It is a very classic track with those grass verges so close to the racing surface. It's not like going on those Tilkedromes where you have 1,000 miles of runoff. On the exit of the corner, you put one foot wrong and you're pretty much heading very, very quickly towards a tyre barrier, as Brendan Hartley found out in qualifying a little bit earlier on. In fact, FP3 a little bit earlier on in the Formula 1 series. But let's not get too caught up in those spoilers there for the Formula 1, as the checkered flag is out in qualifying right now, so the drivers will have one more lap to try and set their times for the grid now. And we just have had a warning come through for the 95 car, which is going to be the Bad Cactus Racing Chola car, and that is going to be for blocking on lap 4, turn number 4 of qualifying. So that is not a great start to them. They have to be on best behavior for the race now, since they've got a warning even before it even starts.
Yep, turn 4 is right in the middle of the Maggots Beckett's S's, so perhaps on a bit of a slow lap there when a fast car came racing up behind them. But yes, something else today which we're all going to have to look out for is traffic. In terms of the HPD, the prototype class here, we have 15 cars in that HPT single make class. But in terms of the GTE, all these teams have the choice of 3 cars: the Porsche RSR, the Ford GT, or the Ferrari 488. And there's a heck of a lot of them. I count 33 GT cars.
33 GTEs, about 15 LMP2s, as the track will clear up relatively quickly as the drivers have finished their qualifying laps. Busy on the pit lane as well, as drivers have aborted their laps. I don't think anyone is out there on the fast lap, so I think this qualifying grid is set. We may as well run through it right about now. Taking pole position in your LMP2 class, it is the 1050 Barbanera Racing Green 105 car, selling a 134.3. Gets themselves pole position for your fastest class this afternoon. Team Huizenveld will line up on the front row right next to them, and it's going to be VRT E-Racing Cobalt and Motif Racing Podcast HBD making up the second row. Row behind them consists of Simitalk Esports and Talk Freak Racing Sunset, 2 teams that are very, very accomplished in this on the iRacing service. We've got F4H Motorsports and the 1050 Barbanera Racing Blue there. So the second Barbanera Racing car getting themselves P number 8 in classing qualifying. Cycling things further down though, you've got Berlin Sinsport, you've got AOR, which is going to be rounding out your top 10 in your LMP2 class. Then you've got the likes of Rincon Azzurro Racing Lead, P number 11, Overdrive Performance, P number 12, Beast Racing there in P number 13, 4X Racing HBD, let's hope they don't get too many 4Xs in this event, and P number 15 will be Speedworks Racing Team South. Cycling things down now to your GTE field. These cars start to get themselves onto the grid. Pole position goes to Geodesic Racing Gold there for the number 56 team. A 142.1 there to get themselves P number 16 overall, but pole position in your GTE class. Lashrans und Godvan Toxic there. P number 2 in class for the number 13. Radicals on line 6 sideways there. P number 3, and we've got TBR powered by Greg Dock there in your lining up the other driver in your second row. You've got Radicals Online, JRT, Talk Freak Racing will yet again have a row all to themselves in both classes. Ortica Kinetic Racing 83 line up behind them. Team Huizenveld on the same row as that 83 team. Berlin Simsport and Geodesic Racing Black line up the row behind. You've got F4H Motorsport, Reverend Racing, German Sim Racing Purple GGFX, Unique Sim Racing GTE, and V-Apex Racing Group GT Red round out the top 30 overall. V-Apex Racing Group Gold will line up very, very close to their teammate there, P number 31 overall. We've got Motif Racing Podcast Blue, Wolfgang Kinetic Racing 84, V-Apex Racing Group Purple, Nomad Sim Racing Team, Reverend Spec Racing Ford, Speedworks Racing Team West, Berlin Sinsport 147, Graphite Racing GTE, War Dogs, Motif Racing Podcast yet again, and then we've got Puffin Racing there, P number 42, and I'll quickly cycle through the rest of these cars. Wilder Sim Racing Team, Berlin Sinsport 194, Team Curling Racer, PDDC Motorsports Red, Back Cactus Racing Chola, and we've got German Sim Racing Orange DDFX rounding out your 48 car field there, Neil.
Indeed, just a couple of cars there. But yes, it is going to be traffic mainly what all of these cars have to deal with. You've got to remember that we do have two classes here. The LMP2 class has to deal with perhaps catching GT in less than optimal places, let's put it that way, through the S's, turns 2 through 6, and of course towards the end of the lap through Priory and Luffield and Brooklands and Bridge, that area. In terms of the GTs, they've always got to be looking in that rear view mirror to see if any of these LMP2 cars are going to be racing up behind them.
That is going to be an absolutely massive factor in this race, just the absolute congestion that you can get coming through sections like Maggots and Beckett's. You're going to lose a lot of time through there if you're a HPD and trying to get past the slower GTE traffic. It could really spice things up in any particular battles in that field. We will get a full pace lap here, though, at Silverstone. We're just heading down towards the Vale and then Club Corners right now. So just about, well, coming up to a third of a lap to go before we get this one going green. What do you think the start's going to be like, Neil?
Fairly interesting. The first corner I should say, is Copse, which, especially from a rolling start such as this, is going to be a flat-out right-hander. And to be honest, I cannot see too many cars trying to go side by side through there. So everyone should roughly be settled by the time they get to the first corner. I say should though, but that is a big should.
Very, very big should indeed. Such a tough first corner, such a high-speed first corner as well is Copse Corner. Of course, that has changed with the new layout of Silverstone in the real world. Hopefully, we'll be getting that one on the iRacing service in the not-too-distant future once they get themselves around to it. But under Bridge they go through Bridge Corner and coming up to Priory now. Just a couple of corners to go before we get this one green flag racing, and there are a couple of start and restart rules to be abided by here. There is a restart zone, start of the pit where the grass verge begins on pit lane and where the little access road is coming towards the start finish line. That is going to be the restart zone. They're only allowed to start accelerating at that point. Your leader's only allowed to start accelerating at that point. As the drivers are being briefed right now over the driver radio by race control, just reminding them of a couple of the rules for the start and such. But that pace car, that roof pace car, will head his way down on towards the lane. Right back now, a field under the control of Mikael Rischi, and he goes pretty much right away. We'll be going green flag racing for 1,000 miles here at Silverstone. Single file pretty quickly at the front of your prototype field. They don't want to be going side by side through Copse Corner, but Simitalk Esports and Talk Freak Racing Sunset, they'll completely ignore that advice. But Talk Freak Sunset and Simitalk Esports will come out on top of that particular battle coming down through there. Looking back towards your GTE field, though, they have gotten themselves underway side by side between Talk Freak and Radicals Online this time. So Talk Freak getting themselves involved in battles early on. They'll take it side by side down in towards Maggots and Beckett's. Talk Freak Racing there gaining a position over Radicals Online JRT, and Radicals Online, they may not be done here because they got Volcan and Kinetic Racing very, very close behind, looking to make up those early positions.
Looking to make up those early positions. Of course, the best time to make up positions is at the very beginning of the race when everyone is bunched together. But the thing is, you've got to keep in mind, you cannot win the race in the first lap, but you most certainly can lose it. But yes, as you say, leading the way still in this GT class is well, who were the pole sitters, the Geodesic Racing Gold car. Miguel Vigo currently at the wheel of that car. Got a nice little gap there, I'd say somewhere in the region of 5 or 6 car lengths over that Lawrence and Goldvan Toxic car in second place.
Yep, exactly. It's been a relatively quiet first lap. These drivers know the risk of a wreck and then a safety car this early on. And of course, you don't want to be getting yourself involved in incidents this early on as well, because any damage you sustain at this point, well, you basically have to carry that for the rest of the race. The pit crew can only repair so much on these cars. Any suspension damage on these cars is going to be pretty much with you for the entirety of the race. They can only get it vaguely right when you come in for the pits to the pits for repairs.
Suspension damage. It's pretty tough to deal with, I can tell you that from previous sim racing experience. It may not be much, you know, your wheel might be at, say, 5 or 10 degrees in one direction, but it wreaks havoc on the shoulders, it wreaks havoc on the arms, because you are just sitting in such an unnatural position if you've even just got the tiniest little bit of suspension damage.
You are as well, and just asked Sebastian Vettel that in Hungary. I believe that was a year ago, where he had those steering issues, which meant he was quite off the pace compared to the rest of the drivers. But let's hope nothing like that happens to the teams out here racing today on the virtual Silverstone circuit. But I'm surprised at how quiet this has been for the start of the race. Usually we see a very good flurry for positions on the first couple of laps, but your drivers are just taking it patient right now. Although saying that, battle for P number 2 on between Go Vankini and Carl Janssen here, side by side coming up through Vale, through Club Corner. Now that's Radicals on line 6, sideways around the outside, rubbing doors there, coming through Club Corner. Janssen will have to push wide, careful with the track limits there. The stewards might actually have a look at that one. I think he passed off the racing circuit.
Indeed, it's so easy to go wide there at the exit of the chicane because it is the sweeper to the right-hand side. However, you can't necessarily go flat out through there. You just need to feather the throttle a little bit, and it certainly doesn't help when you're stuck on the outside like that on the marbles, then proceeding to get forced a little bit wide. We're just going to have to see what the stewards say about that. But yes, very brave to go around the outside, and a great move if he gets to keep it.
Yeah, exactly. So changing of positions there. Attempted change of positions there. We will see what stewards say about that one with going off the track to gain an advantage. But we're already on towards lap number 3 of this event. We've got about just over 100 times more of that. So we're in this one for the long haul, but we've had no retirement so far, no cars with damage at all. So that is absolutely fantastic to see. The drivers know exactly how long this race is. They're in it for the long haul as well. But looking at your prototype field, it is still Michele Ricci here for the Babanara Racing green car, the 105 car, which has done very, very well at the front of the field to pull out a bit of a gap over the Team Huisenfeld 78 car. The gap stands at around about a second, just fluctuating in and out of a second. But the pace does seem to be with Ricci and team at the moment.
Indeed, it does appear to be with Ricci at the moment in that 1050 Babanara Racing green car, of course, one of the 2 LMP2 cars that the 1050 team have put in. Again, we see this often in multi-class here in terms of esports, is the teams putting multiple cars in the same class, or indeed putting multiple cars in different classes. You can see Team Huiskenveld has decided to do that, currently running 2nd in the LMP2 class, and I make that about 8th in the GT class. And Berlin Simsport have done the same thing as well, with their 127 in the LMP2 class, and then the number 94 in the GTE class. Just trying to get the glory, just be able to put that little badge in their team saying, we swept this race in both classes.
Yeah, exactly. I was just looking at that 78 car, in fact, just having a little bit of a slide there coming through Beckett and up into Chapel there. So the track conditions right now are looking a little bit on the hot side. It's not the hottest that we've ever seen, and certainly is not as hot as today in the real world. It's clear skybox with the 20 degree air temp, 38 degrees on the track, so that is a little bit hotter than default, so those tyres are going to suffer a little bit here, but I don't think they're going to suffer as much as if we saw over 40 degree track temps.
No, it's certainly not. The cooler temperatures certainly help the tyres, certainly help their tyre life. Perhaps open up a couple of different options in terms of strategy with the tyre. But yes, you can see, especially in these opening laps, these cars getting a little bit squirrely on the power. That's what you expect, I should rather say, from these old tyres. But it probably takes 5-6 laps or so in order to let these tyres come up to temperature and be able to get that optimal performance from them in this race situation.
Exactly, up on towards lap number 5 now. Still very close for your LMP2 lead. Babanara Racing Green still leading the way from Team Huisenfeld, VRT Racing Colbelt, and Motiv Racing Podcast there in that leading quadruple there, as leading quartet, shall we say, which is a better term to describe a group of 4. And in your GT fields, Geodesic Racing Gold here, they haven't exactly pulled away from Radicals on line 6 sideways here. In fact, they did lose quite a chunk of time on that last lap. I'm reading that as around about 0.4 of a second lost on that last lap alone for Geodesic Racing Gold. So your pole position sitter here in the GTE class, not really feeling all that comfortable early on.
Yes, not entirely feeling comfortable, but you really don't have to try and make a name for yourself at the moment. You know, the starts of the race are all about just settling into your rhythm, you know, remembering your rhythm from qualifying, just getting into the groove of things. And it appears that a Geodesic Racing Gold car is doing that, but you've always just got to keep an eye on those rear view mirrors to see where your rivals are. But of course, the car in second place at the moment here, that hang on, the Radicals online car, perhaps just biding its time a little bit. Carl Janssen at the wheel of that at the moment, biding his time a little bit, seeing where he's stronger or perhaps a little bit weaker than the Geodesic Gold car, to see where he can eventually make that move.
Yeah, and well, the 2 leading cars in class right now, the 3 leading cars in class right now for your GTE field, all the new the Porsche GTE cars that were recently introduced to the iRacing service. The car that's currently 4th place right now is one of the Ferraris. I'm just trying to look to see if we actually have a Ford in this field cycling things back. We do. We have Reverend Racing Ford in that number 142 car, currently in the thick of things in terms of GTE racing right now. They're currently being chased down by Neil Middleton in that Motif Racing Podcast blue car, but they're managing the gap quite admirably right now. As there's a car having a moment ahead there. That was the Vodka Kinetic Racing 84, just struggling to get their way through, coming out of Abbey, I believe that was.
Yes, Abbey, of course, very different to what today's Abbey is. The Abbey that we're racing here being a left or right chicane, and today's Abbey, of course, being a flat-out right-hander. So, you know, 2 very different corners, but Abbey, very difficult because it's actually quite a fast chicane. The LMP2 car's taking it somewhere in the region of 80-85 miles an hour. So, a very fast chicane. And, you know, just getting on that throttle a little bit early could cause that rear end just to step out a little bit, and then you have to proceed to catch it, then lose time, which of course is never what you want to do in racing.
Gap at the front of the field, though, for the overall race lead. That has come down. Barbanera Racing Green, after the first good couple of opening laps, that gap has come down to Team Huizenveld. Team Huizenveld at 136.5 that last time by, compared to a 36.5 also for Barbanera Racing Green as they head their way across the line. We'll get some more representative lap times up for you now. A 36.7 for Barbanera and a 36.6 for Team Huizenveld. So Team Huizenveld just edging away at that gap right now. No need to rush things this early on in a potentially 10-hour event. But they might want to be a little bit concerned about how fast they're going right now, and in terms of trying to catch up to the back of the GTE field, because right now the fields are on 2 opposite ends of the racing circuit. We might actually see our first set of lappings, shall we say, in about 7 laps' time.
Yes, the tail end of the GT field at the moment, just coming out of the club chicane on the run down towards Abbey, and the leader is that 1050 Barbanera Racing Green car, is just getting out the chicane now and is now on the run down to Abbey. So it's going to be a little less than 7 laps, I think. I think we may start to see people lapping in the next 2 or 3 laps or so. We get to see how the Barbanera Racing Green car, the Huskenveld, the VRTE Racing Cobalt and the Motaf Racing podcast car, that top 4, how do they deal with this GT traffic once they eventually catch it?
And that's the big thing. A very big thing in endurance racing, as you know, Neil, is the traffic, how you negotiate it. Sometimes some drivers can be so quick in traffic but lack overall clear air pace. But because they're so quick in traffic, they can put themselves in positions where they otherwise might not be if traffic wasn't an issue.
Yes, and it's often where races are won in terms of endurance racing. It's not necessarily who is the fastest car in clean air, but it's whoever is the fastest in traffic generally win the race. So Clean Air, we've seen these top 3 cars now pulling away, really, in terms of the LMP2 class. They're pulling away now. They're roughly equal, it looks like, in terms of pace at the moment, but the question is, who's going to be the fastest in the traffic? That may well determine who is going to come out top here at the 1,000 miles.
Yeah, and we'll be seeing that relatively soon, because we see the view of the LMP2 leaders, and there is quite a considerable train of GTE cars just ahead of them now. So this is where sort of the first set of lapping spectacle starts in endurance racing. You'll see the LMP2 cars try to scythe their way through the GTE cars, and if we're going to have a first safety car, this is probably where it's going to happen.
Indeed, this lapping is one of the more dangerous parts of endurance racing, because you need to have a little bit of tacit communication a lot of the time. The GT cars need to, position their car so they are predictable, but also the HPDs, these LMP2 cars, also need to be predictable as well. And you don't need to go for every single gap you see when you're lapping these GT cars. Just a little bit of patience can go a long way.
Patience is definitely a virtue. Barbonaro Racing Green now just hit the traffic, not literally, at least I hope so, but they're trying to deal with now diving down the inside at Copse. That is the type of unnecessary risks, I would argue, that you don't want to take.
A little bit brave there, let's put it that way, but the thing is, for this 1050 car, it's, making all of the gaps in the GT traffic. I say that as the Huskenveld car has a very close run with that blue and white Porsche, I think it was, coming through the S's. But yes, the Huskenveld car is getting all its gaps being made for it by the 1050 car. So, it can just bide its time, use the gaps that the 1050 car is making. Then the question is, when will he make his move, that Huskenveld car? Will he do it when they get back to Clean Air, once they finish dealing with his GT traffic, or will he use one of the GT cars as a pick into one of the heavy braking zones?
That's always the opportunity, but there's so many GTE cars around that it might be relatively difficult to do that. So coming up towards the Abbey chicane right now. Oh, Justin Hoop was so close to the back of Ricky there, coming into the braking zone, dealing with the traffic that Team Huisveld almost ran into the back of Barbonaro Racing Green. Barbonaro will get held up a little bit coming through Bridge Corner, as both of those leading prototypes will follow each other very, very closely through this traffic. They're just going to get held up once again coming through the final sector of the lap, coming up towards Luffield right now, and then Woodcote is going to be the final corner of the lap, as Huisveld there, they have the opportunity now over Barbonaro Racing. But the thing is, there's just such a flurry of GTE traffic all around the place that they can't really make this opportunity work. 3 wide coming down into Copse, though, around the outside for Justin Hoop. This will be an impressive move, but he's going to have to back out because of the GTE traffic. But the opportunity is still there for Huisveld with all the traffic.
Yeah, Hoop trying to force a gap there up the middle. Oh, just having a look at that as the 1050 car has to brake hard for some GT traffic in the middle of the S's there, and then Hoop almost going straight to the back of them. They say that Hoop now on the right hand side of the track. That'll be the inside for Stowe at the top of the hill here, side by side coming up, almost touching. Hoop has the inside, but no, Ricci stays around the outside and uses that GT traffic as a pick. That Ferrari just getting in the way of the Huskenveld car, which means the 1050 Barbonaro car stays in the lead of this LMP2 class for now.
Barbonaro will just about hold on, as that Team Huisveld car is looking awfully slippery coming through the middle of the corners. You saw that when they tried to hold the inside of Stowe Corner, which of course isn't the ideal line coming through that section, but the car just didn't want to grip up at all. Was sliding about the place again out of the Abbey chicane as well, coming through Bridge. That car doesn't seem settled. They have a couple of balance issues, I think.
Yeah, just a couple of balance issues. I say that as the Huskenveld car gets very squirrely there, just putting its right side tyres onto the grass coming on the exit of Priory, I should say, rather. But yes, it seems a little bit wiggly there, perhaps a little bit too eager on the throttle, trying to get away from the car behind.
Yep, exactly. We have had a car that is currently not on the racing circuit. We'll just have to look and see what's happened here. I believe it's technical issues for the Barbonaro Racing Blue team. So the sister car of your race leader right now has run into a couple of issues. Hopefully they'll manage to get the tow back to the pits and get back in this race, albeit a couple of laps down. But that is such a shame for something like that to happen this early on in this long of a race.
Yes, indeed, but the good news is that there's a lot of time to make up that lost time back. But the racing in the GTE class at the moment, the top three are almost nose to tail. It's currently that Geodesic Racing Gold car in the lead, that number 56, followed by the Radicals Online car, then the Lawrence and Godvan car. But yes, still in the lead is that Racing Gold car, but he's had to hold off multiple challenges from the Radicals Online.
Yeah, Vigo definitely has. He's lost half a tenth of a second the last time by Carly Jansen, but he's looking relatively stable right now out there in the race lead, despite all the pressure that is being applied to him by Radicals Online and the Godvan Toxic car behind as well in P number 3. So we'll just see what happens here in this first stint. This first stint is perhaps one of the most important ones, to just get yourself settled. Okay, you've had the first couple of laps of the race start now, and this is the point in the race where you just have to get that heart rate down and settle into a rhythm.
Yeah, the first stint, just a little bit of rhythm, then start pushing in the second and third. So I'm just having a look at the race control. We've got 3 cars currently under investigation, at least I believe. So we could be able to see some warnings or penalties in the near future. But yes, this GTE battle still going on. Miguel Vigo in that Geodesic Racing Gold car took a fairly central line coming up the hanger straight into Stowe, actually, that time round. Not necessarily on the racing line, just slightly off it to block off any attempts at passing.
Yeah, exactly. Just taking you through those incidents that are under investigation right now. The number 160, the 4X Racing HPD in the prototype class. They are being investigated for an unsafe rejoin. Actually, the Rincon Otsuda Racing there is being investigated for an unsafe rejoin. We just had the decision come through. No further action for the number 17 for an unsafe rejoin. We're still waiting for a couple of reports to come in right now because the spreadsheet is a little bit confusing. It gives the team that has lodged the complaint and the team that is being complained about, and those exactly haven't been filled in yet, so we'll wait for that one to come through. But the stewards are relatively busy this early on.
Yeah, relatively busy this early on, of course, with when you have 48 cars on a track as short as Silverstone here. You've got to remember, just 5.13 kilometres, so about a car just about every 110 metres or so. It can get very, very crowded, especially with the speed differences between the LMP2 and the GT class. About 8 or 9 seconds a lap is the difference between the two of them, so it's inevitable that we will get some incidents here.
They're tussling once again. Sorry to cut you off there, but they're tussling once again there for the overall race lead. Barbonara Racing Green still trying to defend amongst the traffic to stop Team Huysmanveld from getting past them. They'll finally clear this traffic out of Chapel, but Ricky was a bit confused about where to go there with that GTE car in front of him and covers off the inside line right across the track. Huysmanveld will have to go around the outside at Stowe now, but Barbonara Racing Green, they get a slide on coming through the exit of the corner, but they managed to hold position outside once again, coming into Vale now for Team Huysmanveld. Perhaps a cutback move coming up through Club Corner now. They're going to have to try to maybe go for that outside line, but the momentum isn't there right now, but they do manage to get it on the exit of the corner. It's offensive inside line once again for Barbonara Racing, and Huysmanveld having to go the long way around these corners out into where the marbles will develop. But there we go, Justin Hoop up in towards P number 1, but this one isn't done. Barbonara Racing Green have the momentum off of the corner down towards the inside for Briary Corner potentially, but no, that's not enough commitment down the inside there to make a pass.
Lovely move there by the Huysmanveld car, but you've got to have a look at these GT cars ahead. This is the lead battle for the GTA class. These 3 cars ahead of them are the trio that are currently in the lead. So we're going to have to see if the Barbonara Racing Green car can regain that position using the traffic. He's got past the first one, has the Huysmanveld. Coming up to Cops though, he's had to stay behind one of the GT cars. That's balked him very, very badly. Now the Barbonara car has a nice run.
Yeah, but they're going to get a little bit of traffic issues themselves. They're through Maggots, and there's contact coming through Maggots and Beckett. And both cars spin towards the grass. There's cars taking avoiding action as well. And they have to be so careful behind. Double wave yellows probably in effect right now as they try to rejoin the track, as I think we will see no safety car for that one. They've both managed to get themselves going. But wow, that is the issue with traffic through Maggots and Beckett's.
That is the issue, and we said, you know, do not do any unnecessary risks. The question is, was that an unnecessary risk? And the GT car that was caught up in that was the Radicals Online car. The car that was in second place in the GTE class has fallen all the way back down. He's now battling with the Berlin SimSport number 94 car. Just having a look at where he was at the beginning of this lap, and that's down in 8th or 9th place in class. So he's lost the best part of 7 places there.
Yeah, that is a huge impact for the racers. We are watching a couple of replays up on your screen right now of that incident involving your race leaders and a couple of bits of traffic. Here's on board with VRT Racing Cobalt, which is the third car in line behind all of this, to see what happens right in front of them. You see the cars going side by side. You see the contact. Has to take avoiding action. Good decision there for Daniel Benefield.
Made a great decision there from Daniel. You can see Goran Kaney also having to take to the grass and avoiding action.
Oh, that's Barbonara Racing Green again getting themselves involved in a bit of contact, and this time they managed to get away with it without spinning, but they need to cool down right now.
Indeed, and the problem now is overdriving. So he's lost these positions, and it's very easy to start overdriving. It's very easy to start pushing beyond the limits of the car and make more and more mistakes. They just have to calm down a little bit, you know, collect their resources, just calm down and make sure that they don't make any more mistakes, and no doubt they're going to be right up there with a lead battle soon again.
Yeah, and you saw that replay of the second incident there involving Barbonara Racing Green. Bit too aggressive, trying to cut off the nose of the Motif Racing podcast HPD. But they've fallen from grace right now. They were P number 4 last time they headed the way across the line. And, well, they'll have to work so much to try and get back towards the front now. They were 12.2 seconds off your race lead as a result of that incident. But drama in your LMP2 field at the start of this event. But in terms of the GTE field, Geodesic Racing Gold have gotten themselves away just a little bit. They've benefited a lot from the traffic coming through on them. So it's one thing for the prototypes to get held up and try to get through the traffic as fast as they can, but there's another race going on here. The GTs have to be concerned about their own race, and it's the cars that can manage the traffic and get themselves out the way more efficiently than the others for the prototypes. Those are the ones that come out on top as well.
Yeah, those are the ones that come out on top. And as you just say that, we've got another Stewarding review coming through. The number 99 V-Apex Racing Group GT car. They're down towards the rear end of the GT class. I've got a stop and go for avoidable contact with number 58 Motif Racing Podcast Blue car from lap 4. So there we go, a stop and go there for the 99 V-Apex Racing Group Gold car.
Yep, so they'll have to bring it on towards the lane over the next 3 laps or risk getting disqualified from this event. So that's just what they'll have to do in the middle of a stint as well, which is not the ideal time to get a penalty. As looking at the rest of the process, I haven't seen one come in just yet for that incident we saw into Maggots and Beckett. It was a hopeful move there from Barbonara Racing Green down the inside of a GT car. I'm not surprised, I would be surprised, sorry, if that GT car didn't even try to protest that.
Yes, they have 20 minutes, I believe, from reading the rules earlier on. They've got 20 minutes to submit their report, so there still is a little bit of time until we see if they have indeed protested that. But yes, that Barbonara Racing Green car in 4th place now, trying to chase down the Simitok Esport car who inherited that podium position.
Looking at the number 35, though, they've gotten themselves in the thick of things right now. The team Huisingveld, number 35, and they have lost a good couple positions on this last lap. We just have to wind things back to see what exactly has happened. It was very slow. They're actually reversing on the run down towards the Vale chicane there. That is quite an interesting one. They lost it completely coming out of... No, they got contact, in fact.
Contact from that white.
Number 17. And they basically let the car in reverse, like sort of about 50 meters down the racing circuit. And
then a beautiful J-turn to finish.
It was an absolutely beautiful J-turn, but the thing is, going backwards around down the circuit like that might actually be one of the better moves that Team Huisingveld could have done, and I'll explain why. It just makes him predictable. If he can just keep the car going on its trajectory, like stationary, well, not stationary, but in terms of the relative positioning, not moving across the track, it makes it much easier for the cars behind to avoid him, despite how silly it might have looked.
It does make it far easier for the cars behind to avoid the contact. It just makes it a little bit more predictable. And of course, predictability is all about what endurance racing is. So yes, a very good job there from the Huisingveld 35 car. The driver there at the moment being Maximilian Fritz. A great little bit of situational awareness from the GT car there.
Yeah, exactly. They do lose a whole bunch of time as a result of that one, but losing a whole bunch of time is much better than flat out being completely out of the event as a result of contact. But we're getting to the stage now where it's starting to get traffic. Traffic is getting more and more common for your prototypes to having to deal with. It's later on in the event, it's going to be less huge trains of GT cars, but it's going to be these single cars and duos that are going to have to lap almost constantly, almost every single corner, considering how big this GT field is.
Considering how big this GT field is, 33 cars by my count. So yes, a lot of traffic to get through if you make a little bit of a mistake.
Yeah, and we actually have our first visitor down on towards the lane for your prototype field. This is the Motive Racing Podcast HPD, a little bit early in terms of the pit stop cycle. Will get themselves stopped in their pit box. In fact, miss their pit box. They have to reverse back into their stall, so that's going to be a bit of time lost there for Neil Andrews and his team of the number 1 car, but they will get that pit service done. There was a little bit of damage to the front clip of that car. We might see that one get changed out. It's just on driver's left-hand side under the headlight there. It will go up on the jack, so tires will be taken for the number 1 team, and they'll be off and away relatively shortly. If you're seeing a full service, it'll be about 50 seconds.
It should be about 50 seconds, but the Barbonera 1050 Barbonera Racing Green car, there we go, I'll get it right eventually, has indeed protested that, or at least brought to the attention of the stewards that contact with the GT car through the S's. So we'll have to see what comes of that. But yes, that number 1 car, the Motive Racing Podcast car, now coming out of the pits into the S's.
Yep, they are. So Neil Andrews already on his second stint in the car right now, and is the only visitor down on towards the lane so far for your prototype field. Usually we'll see about 50 minutes on the stint for your prototype, your HPDs. Of course, some drivers can extend that out a little bit with a bit of fuel saving, so watch out for teams doing that potentially. And in terms of your GTE field, I feel relatively confident that these guys can actually hit the hour mark and pit every hour. Of course, that's considering if we're going to go for a 10-hour event. So the strategy is pretty open in these GTE cars because of the fuel mileage.
Yeah, it's pretty open. Perhaps one of the things that they're thinking of is working back from the end of the race. Should it go all green, working back from the end of the race and deciding, right, if we pit now, we can have X amount of full tank pit stops until the end. A very risky strategy that could all be up in the air should a safety car come out. But that's perhaps their thinking behind that early pit stop, as we've got another stop and go, this time for the number 117 F4H motorsport car in the prototype 2 category for causing a collision with the number 82 Torque Freak Racing Sunset prototype car. A stop and go for the 117.
Yeah, so a couple of penalties coming through this early on. We've got about coming up to half an hour, 35 minutes logged in this 1,000 miles of Silverstone. Stewards have been busy behind the scenes dealing with the incidents that we have had. But in terms of the overall race lead, Team Huisingveld will be in the on the pointy end of the stick, shall we say, for that 78 team. After that incident with the Barbanara Racing green car, they've had a little bit of clear air to work with, but VRT Racing Cobalt hasn't really exactly let them get away, especially not on that last lap. They did gain about 0.8 of a second that last time by. So Daniel Benefield on a run right now. He actually set the fastest lap of the entire prototype field just that time by. Not the fastest lap we've seen so far, but the fastest lap that we've seen that time by.
Not the fastest lap that we have seen so far, but again, clean air around here, especially with this number of GT cars, is really going to be at a minimum. So you could have the bragging rights for fastest lap, but it's not necessarily all that matters, especially in a multi-class race.
Yeah, exactly, and we do have a driver just waiting in our interview booth right now, just for one of the VRT cars there, if we can try to get him into the booth here. There we go, we have Joseph Ringrose from VRT. Can you just describe for our viewers which car you're racing for and how your race is going?
Hello, sorry. Yeah, I'm team manager of the 145 VRT Racing Cobalt car. Currently sitting in P2 in the prototype field, just sort of managing the race as it goes, really. It's been a pretty interesting one so far, especially with the incident with the 1050 car.
Yeah, exactly, and well, you guys had a very, very good view of that one as it happened in front of you coming into the Maggots and Beckett section, and Daniel Benefield, he did a wonderful job trying to avoid that incident, had to take to the grass, but I'm sure you guys would rather the car be in one piece than otherwise.
Yeah, we're just sort of not really taking any risks. We've seen from the top two cars that they seem to be taking a lot of risks, the way they're driving together when they were racing, and both in the GTE traffic, and we just want to bring the car home in one piece, and we know we can gain so much time if we don't get involved in incidents, don't get any penalties, and if we don't get any damage, and that could be our way to win the race.
And in terms of the pit strategy here in this 1,000-mile event, about 114 laps, we've already had a pitter from your prototype class come down towards the lane. That is the number 1 car, the Motive Podcast car. And are you surprised to see that? Of course, without giving away your own secrets in terms of strategy, are you surprised to see a car come down that early? Yeah,
it was a pretty early stop from those guys, unless they've got something up their sleeve that we don't know about. Yeah, it just seems way too early because there obviously hasn't been a safety car period just yet either. So that's something we've definitely got to factor in. You know, with such a big GT field and some of the prototypes taking risks, it could be something to look out for and plan ahead during the race, and we've got guys working on that.
It's something that you do always have to factor in, especially in this DGFX series where the safety car is enabled. It just adds a completely different element to the race that you won't get in some other series on the service. But you can get races, of course, where it's safety car after safety car after safety car. But this one right now is looking pretty clean. So you're expecting it to be pretty clean for the rest of this race, Joseph?
It'll be interesting to see. I was really expecting a safety car in the first couple of laps, to be honest with you. But yeah, anything can happen. You know, this is racing. There's a good 50-odd cars out there, and a long, long way to go. We're only 22 laps into this 314-lap race, so we'll take each lap as it comes, and hopefully we come out on top.
Well, hopefully for your sake that you will. Maybe the teams will disagree with that one, but thank you for joining us there, Joseph. That was Joseph Ringrose from the VRT e-racing team. And Neil, they're in a very, very comfortable position right now.
Yep, a fairly, as you said, a fairly comfortable position at the moment in that second place at the moment, that number 145 car. But we've had some decisions come in. The 1050 Barbanera Racing car, for that initial contact with the GT car, got a warning. But then further on, I think this is what caused the number 1 car to come in, that Motev car, is that they had contact with the 105 car, I believe. So that would, be in, that would coincide with why they came in early for that pits. And then the 105 Barbanera Racing green car's been given a stop and go for that contact. So you go 2 separate incidents within a couple of minutes there for the 1050 Barbonera Racing green car. They seem to have just gone, just lost the plot a little bit there.
Yeah, they have, and funnily enough, with that first instant, they were the ones to protest that, but then they get the warning as a result of that protest, so it kind of bit them back in the backside there for Barbonara Racing Green, so they'll have to serve that stop and go penalty in the next 3 laps, so that has really put a damper on their race now. They were pole position at the start of this event, and now they're racing pretty much from the back of the field now once they get this service done.
Once they get this service done, we're just going to have to see where they come back out. That 105 car currently in 4th place, but the question is, when they serve that stop and go, where are they going to be? I'd suggest, well, they're currently in 4th, I'd suggest probably somewhere down in the region of 8th or so once they finish this stop go.
And that's going to be a huge margin to try to race from behind from. Of course, it is a very, very long event, potentially 10 hours. But if we go green all the way, it's going to be quite a bit short from that one. But it's still not a position that you really want to be in as a team, as a driver, just always trying to chase the race instead of being at the front, in the front leading couple of cars. Ricky is currently dealing with a little bit of traffic that he's trying to sieve himself through right now, but he just has in his head now he has to come down on towards the lane to serve that penalty that puts him back behind all the traffic, funnily enough. But in terms of the rest of the race, especially in your GTE field, battle going on right now for P number 3 in class. This is the 73 TBR powered by Craig Dock there, followed by Torque Freak Racing, followed by Kinetic Racing, and you won't get the reference from Craig Dock there, unfortunately, Neil, but they are a very, very strong contender indeed. But can they hold on to this P number 3?
And they hold on to this P number 3 indeed, like you say, but it has got a gaggle of cars behind them, let's just put it that way, a gaggle of 3 cars behind the number 81 Torque Freak Racing car, the Workiva Kinetic Racing 83, then the Radicals Online JRT car, all snapping at the bit to pass this TBR car.
In terms of the lap times, both TBR and Torque Freak Racing relatively similar on the times, both set at 1:45.1 last time across the timing line, but for Kinetic Racing, they are very, very fast in this pack of cars right now. 1:44.9 is the time they set last time by, so they're looking to try and make those moves. They're a little bit late on in this first, and we're coming up to about 45 minutes done, so another 15 minutes or so before we see these GTE cars decide to head towards the lane, pending different strategies as, whoa, down towards the inside there goes Torque Freak as Craig Dock. Have they just got themselves a slow down penalty? That's the only way I could explain they were so slow coming through cops. I'm just going to have a quick look. The track extended out of Luffield, but I think that one's going to be okay. They did cut half a car below the white line, though, coming through Woodcut, so that might have just been enough to give them a slow down penalty with the iRacing system.
Perhaps, yeah, just enough to get the slow down penalty. Of course, you're cutting the margins so fine, trying to find every single 100th of a second out of these cars. Sometimes you just cross that line a little bit too much. But more from the stewarding office, this time the number 17 Rincon Argiuso racing car. They're currently 6th place in the prototype class. They've got a 30-second stop and hold penalty for aggressive stroke unsafe driving involving the Team Huskenveld 69 GT car.
Yeah, that was on lap number 16. I'm actually just going to cycle back to see when this, what instant this actually is, because I'm very interested to see what may have caused the 30-second stop and hold penalty. I don't think we caught it on the live pictures.
Huskenveld car going backwards towards the Vale chicane.
Oh, it was, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Yeah. We've already seen that one, but wow, they just, that was the instant where they flat out just ran into the back of that GT car, and the stewards have thought that is a particularly egregious move, so they've given them 30 seconds stationary on the lane, and that's going to take an eternity if you're sitting behind the wheel.
Oh, it certainly does. If you've got a penalty of any description, just seeing those cars, your rivals, other classes screaming by. Well, here, as they pass the start-finish line, the best part of what, about 140, 150 miles an hour, so screaming by the pit lane, then you're just sat there waiting an eternity for something that you know you've done, something you know you shouldn't have done. You're currently, facing the penalty of it, but yes, it is just so painful.
Yeah, your driver just has to sit there and, as you quite rightfully mentioned, just watch all the cars go by and just waiting and willing that counter to count back down to 0 so you can actually get back out there on the racing circuit. That's the situation that that team has to deal with once they come down towards the lane, and in fact they do right now. So number 17 pitting for their stop and hold penalty. They'll be waiting quite a while, and they will be pretty much at the back of the field once they come out.
Yep, they will be pretty much at the back of the the prototype field when they finish. But indeed, the lead of the race overall between Team Huskenveld, the 76, and the VRT Racing Cobalt 145, starting to heat up a little bit more as they come down towards the Abbey chicane.
A little bit of traffic ahead as well that they have to be dealing with. The likes of the TBR powered by Craig Car. You've got Radicals Online. You've got Wolfgang Kinetic Racing involved in that train as well. So Justin Hoop has to just negotiate the traffic here down towards the inside for a couple of left-handers at the end of the lap here towards the right-hander of Luffield. Has to go the long way around in the GT cars. They're not really going to want to be giving this one up easily because they are embroiled in their own fight. They want to concentrate on that rather than letting prototypes by.
That's something you've always got to respect if you are a faster driver, is that the slower cars will always be having their own fights. It appears the Huskenveld car gets caught up with that GT car coming through Stone, who's got a lovely run, has the VRT car, shoots the gap, coming side by side into Maggots. There's another GT car ahead, contact between the two, and there goes the VRT car spinning to the right-hand side of the circuit.
And he has to wait for so long on that right-hand side of the racing circuit before he can get spun back around. But we'll see the replay on screen as Daniel Berenfield heads his way across the grass. Replay now on RacespotTV. Coming through Cobb's Corner, now you see that Team Heusenfeld car gets slowed up. There we go, VRT Racing Colbert, bring it side by side down in towards Maggots and Beckett's GTE car ahead, and then contact through one of the first apexes there. Almost a mirror image to what we saw with Babanara Racing Green and the GT car, but this time it was two prototypes.
Indeed, almost a mirror image to what we saw that time. The thing is that this time round, one of the parties did not get spun round, of course, in that first incident that was just like that with the 1050 Bourbonera green car, and it was the Radicals Online GT car. Both of them span out, but this time round only one of them did, only the car coming from behind it. So we're just going to see what the stewards say about that one. To me, it's a very similar incident, so we'd expect a warning for one of the cars again, but we're just going to see what the stewards say.
Yeah, we will. So the steward's busy day gets even busier with that particular instance. And I know if you ask someone like Paul Smith, who also commentates for us on RacespotTV, also is the one of the stewards for the Neo Endurance Racing Series here on iRacing. Sometimes the steward's job is absolutely frantic, or you're sitting there pretty bored because you haven't had an incident in the past 6 hours, as we saw at one of the 24-hour events there that we had earlier on in the year. So just massive props to the stewards here. They have a very, very tough job, and a job that sometimes people may not exactly like you for.
Indeed, an unenviable job, let's put it that way. You're always the ire of all the racers because you've always done wrong no matter what happens. So, no, they can get a lot of flack, but what they do is invaluable to any series here in the iRacing service or anywhere else. Because without them, it would just be a lawless wasteland out there almost.
Yeah, or otherwise official iRacing races. Yes. We can say that we're on the RacespotTV channel, not on the iRacing channel, but there we go. It's 4X Racing HPT. They are currently involved in the battle. It's actually the 57 has had a bit of an issue. This is the Radicals Online 6 Sideways car. They're currently at the back of the GTE field. They had to switch drivers to Sven Kmertz. I'm not sure what exactly has happened to the driver that was previous in that car. That was Carly Jansen. So they've completely dropped through the field.
They have completely dropped through the field. Perhaps just perhaps the internet's starting to go there. We just don't know. Perhaps a medical emergency. We just don't know. But yes, having to switch drivers certainly not helpful this early into the race. And they've gone from what, second place? I make that. Well, they were second place before that incident with the 105 car. Now they're all the way down in 28th place or so in the GT class.
Yeah, it's actually getting news that it is in fact wheel issues for Carl Janssen. So what we'd like to see is mechanical issues, since those aren't pre-programmed into the sim, but you can have issues with your setup, with your wheels, with your pedals. And well, I know all about that after when I was in a race once. My pedals completely cut out going through a very, very high-speed corner, and I met an unfortunate end in a tire barrier. I'm pretty sure you've had a similar issue before, Neil, as well.
Yes, one of the races I was part in, someone who was battling with was at Spa, and through Blanchimont, the wheel decided to reset. That was a fun end to the race for him. Straight on, no steering, full throttle into the wall at Blanchimont. Fun times.
Oh, that's pretty much the high-speed corner of all high-speed corners to have an off at. But yeah, that's absolutely unfortunate. But wow, in terms of this event, though, the prototype field has spread itself out just a little bit. There is a battle going on near the back of the field, though, between the 17 and the 1. So this is the Rencon Adrusso Racing lead versus the Motif Racing podcast car. So the 1 at the back of this battle is the car that came down a little bit early, and the Adrusso Racing lead car, they're the ones that came down for that 30-second stop and hold penalty. So both teams have had struggles so far early on in this event, but the thing is, the 1 car definitely has the pace. Defensive inside line taken by the Adrusso car. They'll have to go side by side, almost rubbing doors if these prototypes actually had them coming down in towards Stowe, but around the outside goes Motif Racing Podcast HPD. They've got that setup pretty much nailed, and there's nothing that Adrusso Racing League could have done about that.
Yeah, nothing really that they could have done. It appears that the 1 car is quite a bit faster than the 17. At the moment, at least. We're just going to see how that plays out throughout the rest of the race. But yes, that number 1 car coming to the right-hand side of the track, coming down towards the Abbey chicane. That left-right, these prototypes hitting the apex at about 120 kilometers an hour or so, about 78 miles an hour in Imperial. But yes, it appears that the number 1 car is quite a bit faster than the 17 at this moment in time.
And as a result of that one, we'll just have a look to see if they actually pull away as they head through Priory and Luffield for the 29th time of 314 here. We are still green flag racing, coming on towards lap number 30. We've almost got about an hour done as well, so we'll see these prototypes head down on towards the lane in the actually not too distant future. They're coming up to about 30 laps, which is kind of what we're starting to expect now for a stint on the fuel. I suspect that most of them will also be taking tires in the stints as well, because I think it's just a little bit too hot to try double stinting those tires. I wouldn't be surprised if teams try it, but I don't think it's going to be the optimal strategy.
Yes, and the question is, at the end of the race, like you said, they can do about 30 laps on a tank or so. Of course, this race being 314 laps, at some point they're going to have to put a half stint somewhere. The question is where, for that final stop, will they decide to change tyres or perhaps just push them a little bit towards the end? The main question, but of course that will be answered in about 8.5 hours time or so.
Yep, so we'll see the drivers come down in over the next couple of minutes then for your HPD field. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer for the first GTE stops, but your race leader is currently heading his way through Cloud Corner right now, so just past halfway through the lap here at Old Silverstone. And we'll see if he dives down on towards the lane. I think we'll see a couple more laps on the 30 here, so could be pretty flexible on the strategy. Barbonara Racing Green, of course, have already come down towards the lane, but that is because they had to serve their penalty. And if my memory of the rules are correct, you cannot take a pit service while you're serving the penalty.
Nope, not able to take a pit service while you are serving the penalty. And something coming from the wording is that it looks like that the VRT car has been given a warning for that collision between itself and the Huskenveld 78 not too long ago. So indeed, in line with what we saw before, the car at the rear getting the warning.
Yeah, so that is also pretty consistent with what happened with the Barbanera Racing Green and the GT car just prior to that one. As well, pretty similar incident coming into Magnussen Beckett and got the same sort of punishment. So it's very consistent there from the stewards. But looking through your GTE field, though, for any particular battles that might be going on in that one, like the prototype field, they have spread themselves out just a little bit. It's Geodesic Racing Gold right now leading the way, and then it's going to be Godvan Toxic there in second place. Torque Freak Racing P in number 3, all a little bit spread out, but Voltica Kinetic Racing not too far behind the Torque Freak Racing 81 car. They'll look to make some inroads now on this latter part of the stint for your GTE cars, and behind them we do have a battle for what's going to be P number 19 overall between the 68 of Radicals Online JRT and the TBR powered by Greg Dock, and TBR Team Bushfink Racing there. Lewis Goodway behind the wheel of that one. A 1:45.5 that last time by. This is a 1:45.2 from Radicals Online, so they're losing time to their competitors ahead right now. Let's hope for their sake that they can turn it around.
Hoping for their sake they can turn it around, as you're saying. But yes, this battle between the Radicals Online JRT car, 5th place in class at the moment, that's 68, and the TBR powered by Craig Dock car right behind. But a little bit of lapping traffic, I should say, these HPDs could affect this battle a little bit, because of course you can remember, not only can these LMP2 cars lose time, the GT cars can lose time as well.
Yeah, exactly. Just the nature of endurance racing is, if you're wondering as a viewer what that Craig Dock means at the end of the TBR car's name, that is, well, their sponsor's Craig Setup Shop, a particular member of the community that's very good at providing community setups there. If you want an explanation of that one, we are not sponsored by them, of course, just the team that's racing out there on the circuit. But we have had our first couple of scheduled stops now for your prototype field. VRT Racing Cobalt has decided to head their way in. We've also got Berlin Simsport 127 deciding that now is a good time to pit. So they're pitting about lap 32 of their stint. We've seen cars just fly by the pit straight right now, going one more lap on their stints. So let's see how this works out for these drivers pitting in now.
Very interesting that they've managed to get to 32 laps, because of course this race, I should say, being 314 laps. If they can make it to 32, it is fairly simple. They won't have to make a extra half stint, or they shouldn't have to make an extra half stint or a splash and dash towards the end of the race. So that was a fairly crucial lap, being able to get it all the way to 32.
Yeah, exactly. As we're seeing yet more prototypes on the lane, Berlin Simsport 127 will take tyres as they go up the jacks. That's how you can tell that they're going to take tyres, because the animated pit crews are not available for spectators right now. So that is something that's going to be coming soon to iRacing. Berlin Simsport will get themselves off and away between the green cones, and the green cones signify you can go full speed from this point onwards, as the rest of the prototypes decide to head their way in. Now there goes your current race leader, Team Huizinfeld 78 car coming in for their service. So too will Simotok Esports as well, and I'd be very surprised if we see another prototype stay out for one more lap here, unless they've been fuel saving a huge amount.
It'd be fairly impressive to be able to go a couple of laps longer, I should say that. But that gives them a little bit more strategy towards the end, because of course the longer you can stretch out your beginning stints, the less fuel you need to take at the end. In those last couple of stints, you could be able to make up a couple of valuable seconds by having a look at what's been coming out of race control recently. The 117, the F4H Motorsport car, has been given a warning for dive bombing the number 82 Torque Freak Racing Sunset car, and then that number 82 car has in turn, for the same incident, been giving a warning for ignoring the blue flags from the 117 car.
So the steward seeing both sides of the argument and deciding to punish both sides of the argument as well. So hopefully they've gotten that particular squabble sorted out now, so there won't be any bad blood between those teams or drivers. We're still actually waiting for the 4X racing car to head their way down towards the lane. They have decided to go one extra lap here onto lap 34 laps on the stint at the end of this lap for 4X Racing HPD. So that is a very, very good stint indeed for them. They're the only driver that hasn't come down in for their scheduled service just yet.
Fairly impressive, I must say, to be able to go onto this 34th lap. Not something that you really see that often, and I think the Simitok eSport car is still yet to come into the pits as well. So these two pushing out that performance a little bit more.
They are, and it's important to note as well as we have had Simitok eSports down on towards the lane, and they're on a fresh shell of rubber, full tank of fuel, and they are very much set for their second stint. We're still waiting for the 4X Racing team to head their way in. I expect them to angle towards the pit lane this time as they come through Luffield. I am correct. They get a little bit of oversteer off of Luffield, but not too many issues for Lukel there as he gets it stopped for those yellow cones. 71, 72 km/h speed limits here on the pit lane at Silverstone. I've got everything in metric because I consider myself more of a European than a British person. Hey, there's a Brexit joke.
How can you say such a thing? But yes, the 78 car coming up towards Stone now. 10.5 seconds is lead over the 145 VRT E-Racing Cobalt.
Yeah, and we see a driver change here coming for the 4X Racing HPD. David Costello will head his way behind the wheel of that car to take it for its second stint in this event. I don't think we've seen that many driver changes for your HPDs so far, so they're going to be one of the first to decide to get a second driver behind the wheel of their particular car. They'll be waiting on the lane for the full service as well. Might as well take the full service because you take that extra time for the driver change anyway. But looking at the 14 car and the battle that they are involved in right now. This is with the number 35 car of Team Heusingfeld, and they've currently got the prototype splitting them up right now. That's Adam Shipstone and Talk Freak Racing's Sunset that is between that battle right now. And just looking back to see if Reverend Racing got themselves into any issues. Doesn't look like so. This is an effective battle on the track, as Talk Freak Racing will not actually decide to head their way by. They looked for it coming through Bridge Corner, but finally get themselves set up for priority to get the lap traffic out of the way. So we'll be seeing your GTE pit stops in the not too distant future. In the next couple of laps, I suspect we'll see them start to get their the first set of services done.
Yep, the next couple of laps, roughly where we see these GTE cars coming in. They have been running for an hour and 4 minutes now, these GTE cars, just starting their 34th lap of this race. Of course, something that these GTE cars have to take into account is that they're not going to do the full distance. They have to try and estimate how long it's going to take the LMP2 cars to complete the distance, then estimate how many laps they're going to do in that amount of time, then try and suit their strategy into that amount of time. It's a lot of strategy going in this GTE class, mainly because they don't know how far they have to go.
Yeah, exactly. That's the interesting, unique thing with that, with an actual amount of laps having to be raced instead of an amount of time that has to be raced in an endurance event. And they'll just be working furiously with the calculators behind the scenes of these GT teams to try and work what is the best strategy, especially when we are in the dying moments of the race coming into the final stops. But right now, they're concerned about just getting this first stint over and done with, coming down for their service, and then getting back out there on the racing circuit. Geodesic Racing Gold will stay out, and I think we're just going to see another couple of laps before these guys head themselves in. But right now, the racing has just settled right now. There's no frantic battles going on out there on the racetrack. They just they've settled into their rhythm now, and I think this is going to be this way for quite a while yet. Yep,
as there's a battle between the 140 the 147 and the 131. This is the Berlin Simsport is the 137 car, then the World of Sim Racing team being that 131 as they come down towards Abbey on their 34th lap. One of the LMP2 cars splitting the two of them at the moment, coming through Bridge next. But yes, a little bit of a gap between the two of them, but something to look forward to, at least for that Berlin Simsport car, are the two GT cars. The two GT cars ahead being the Workiva Kinetic Racing number 84 and the Graphics Racing number 92, directly in competition with those two GT cars ahead.
A little bit of congestion there coming through left field, but those prototypes, that prototype of Beast Racing will get themselves filed through. They won't get everyone done before Cops Corner, but they will get everyone on the exit of Cops Corner, as that Bad Cactus Racing car is actually a lap down, so not supposed to be fighting with these cars on the leading lap, but they will take it side by side there through Maggots and Beckett's. I don't think Graphite Racing are going to be too happy about that one, and Wolfsburg Kinetic Racing, they might actually be a little bit happy about that one because it brings Graphite Racing back a little bit. But the thing is, now they have Bad Cactus in between them and their rivals. FOH Motorsports get themselves by driver's right-hand side in that prototype machine.
World of Sim Racing in the background trying to put a move on the Berlin Simsport car. Very nicely done, straight up the inside of Stowe. An absolutely textbook move there from the World of Sim Racing team.
Simply done, and Wolfsburg Kinetic Racing making themselves known. Oh, that was so close though between the World of Sim Racing team and Bad Cactus Racing. I'm not sure why Bad Cactus are racing so hard, considering that they are laps down on this field. Of course, the blue flags are in effect in this series, so they can't take too many liberties with holding up the lead lap traffic here.
Just one lap down on these cars ahead, but they still have to abide to these blue flags. They still have to get out of the way. Not aggressively get out of the way, let's put it that way, but ease off the throttle and straights is the easy way to let lapping traffic past in your own class. The Cactus Racing team not necessarily making it easy for their compatriots in the GTE class.
Yeah, not at all. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see what the stewards might think of that one, as we're seeing a GTE car down on towards the lane now. That's the War Dogs car, the number 121. One of the first hitters in your GTE class. You've also got V-Apex and Berlin Simsport as well.
Yeah, the Berlin Simsport car, that number 94, after just being overtaken by that World of Sim Racing car, deciding to come in.
Yeah, they are. So we can expect, a pretty busy pit lane with 33 GTE cars in this event in the not too distant future. All eyes are going to be on that 56. Actually, they're going to go one more lap here. So they're going to go on towards lap number 37 at least. Godvan Toxic will stay out. So will Motor Racing Podcast as well. Talk Freak Racing will also stay out as well. So those were just a couple of early stops there for the GTE field. The most of your race leaders, though, are going to stay out there on the racing circuit for just one more lap. War Dogs will get themselves off of their pit stall and will have to traverse the rest of pit lane to get themselves onto the racing circuit once again. But in your prototype field, there's a battle going on for P number 7. It's the FOH Motorsports Bico de Pato versus AOR, and Bico de Pato, of course, one of the famous corners at I believe it's Interlagos there. So the 1-7 defending from the 48.
Yes, the 1-1-7 defending there as they come through Luffield to begin what will be their 39th laps. That was a GT car, just diving into the pits there on the right hand side, slowing it down to that 70 km/h pit lane speed. But you can see a lot of GT cars starting to take their pit stops down.
Yep, exactly, but the leaders haven't headed their way in just yet. It's mostly midfield runners and cars nearer the back of the field that have decided to come in for their early stops. But Geodesic Racing Gold heading their way through the final couple of corners now, and it'll be interesting to see if they go yet one more lap or if they decide to dive in down on towards the lane. So through left field they will have to come. We'll see if they take a tighter apex here. In fact, they're going to get the car slowed down. They are going to come down on towards the lane. There we go. Geodesic Racing Gold pitting from your race lead.
Indeed, it's a very interesting pit lane here at Silverstone, because you have to take the Luffield, that final corner, so much slower, so much tighter than you would normally on a racing lap. That can sometimes perhaps put off your rivals behind you, indeed these LMP2 cars behind you as well. So again, it's just a little bit of communication that's needed between these cars when they come into the pits, and that's the same for all endurance racing. Always need fantastic communication between these cars.
The cars will get themselves stopped then in their pit stalls for the first GTE service of this afternoon, heading in towards this evening. Geodesic Racing Gold will actually forgo the driver change, which is to be expected on a first stop. They'll get themselves their service done and complete, and hopefully heading their way off and away relatively shortly. You see the German Sim Racing car there coming down towards their pit stall. We'll see a car come off the lane. That is the Geodesic Racing Gold car there, and I'm very interested to see what is the pit stop time here. It is actually quite the short stop, only 37.2 seconds, so they might have just taken tires there with the fuel, because I got myself just a little bit confused there between the rule change that was recently introduced with GTE. It used to be that they couldn't take the fuel and tires at the same time, but now they can, so you might as well take tires every single time you come down.
Yep, might as well indeed. And just having a look, the AOR car, that battle a couple of laps ago, fell drastically off the back of the F4H Motorsport car. Lost about 3 seconds or so that previous lap, so perhaps just catching a little bit of traffic in the wrong place, or getting a big wiggle in somewhere that you really don't want.
Yep, exactly. So maybe a couple of issues for them. Godman Toxic will head their way in from what was the race lead, was P number 2 before the actual race leaders decided to head their way in. So the rest of the GT field now deciding now is a very good time to come down and get their service done. Govankini actually misses his pit box a little bit, has to shuffle back and misses it again, has to shuffle back once again, and that is going to be a good couple of seconds lost on the lane there for the 13.
Yep, a couple of seconds lost there. Just getting your pit box, getting your braking point coming in for the pit box, I should say, just a little bit wrong. We can lose you quite a bit of time, and we've seen that there from the 13 car there as the Geodesic Racing Gold car comes through Luffield now onto the start finish. We exactly say straight as it comes through Woodcut now, passes that number 13 car who is still stationary in the pits. The 13 car now goes up at 70 kilometers an hour. Then there goes the pit speed, the pit exit line, able to flick off that limiter, and away we go back racing for the 13.
Yeah, they're not going to lose any positions here, but they have lost quite a bit of time as a result of their shenanigans, shall we say, down on the lane. But I think that is pretty much the entirety of your GTE field that has now come down in for their pit stop service, their first pit stop service of the day. So I think this is as good a time as any to actually run through your standings a little bit after we visit the 83 and the 68, I believe. They're currently battling for what is going to be P number 20 overall, but that is going to be P number 5 and P number 6 in class. We've got Kinetic Racing 83 and Radicals Online GRT. Radicals Online might actually set themselves up for a move down the inside at Stowe Corner here, turn number 7 here at Silverstone, but we'll just stay in line. In fact, they'll go for the late move down the inside. Door was left open there from the 83. They'll take it side-by-side on the exit, but momentum will be lost by Tierney on the run down towards Vale and Club right now. The traffic will stack up behind them, still almost side-by-side through here. Has to get single file for Club, though, as there's going to be an incident behind them involving Radicals Online 6 sideways and Speedworks Racing Team South. There's also F4H Motorsports involved in that one, but they all managed to keep it on the racing surface.
They're all managing on the racing surface, being able to keep it on the island. But that all started because this number 83 car and the 68 went side by side through Stowe, then proceeded to go side by side through the Vale chicane. All the traffic behind got caught up behind that bottleneck, and it caused that incident again. This is what we've been talking about before. You just need a little bit of patience, especially when these GTE cars are battling side by side with each other.
Exactly. Finally, that prototype will head their way through. Speedfix Racing Team South. Radicals Online have another opportunity into Cops, potentially inside line taken here. They're going to commit to it, you know, through the high-speed right-hander, and there's nothing that Volvo Kinetic can do. That was just a power move there from Radicals Online, saying, I'm going to take the inside line. You're going to have to go around the outside of Cops, which is very, very tricky indeed.
Going round the outside of Cops is very, very difficult unless you both give each other room, as it looks like that the GT car that was involved in that oh no, sorry, this is a different incident completely. I was just having a look at the race control. It looks like the number 69 German sim racing car has put in a review for the steers involving contact. Not sure what the other car involved in that contact was, but having a look at the 83 car at the moment, trying to hold off the Radical Online car. Radical Online tried to go around the outside of the chicane, and there we go. That was a hit from behind from another GT car, I do believe, that caused the 83 car to spin round just a little bit there.
Yeah, it was. I'm just cycling things back to check who that might have been. So battling with Radicals Online. Radicals Online on the outside, Volvo Kinetic on the inside, and the car behind was F4H Motorsports. And I don't think really they had much decision in which they want to go there. It all happened so quickly. So I don't expect a penalty or even a warning for F4H Motorsports. It was just an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, just an unfortunate situation. But as you say that, we now have a four-way GT battle, and make out between Radicals Online JRT, Radicals Online 6 Sideways, the F4H Motorsport 911, and the Berlin Simsport 94. These four GTE cars almost nose to tail.
Yes, they are battling for what is going to be P number 6 in class, sending their way down towards the Maggots and Beckett section. This wonderful section, which you could say was maybe a little bit copied for the circuit of the Americas, but this is the original, the OG, as there's going to be a little bit of passing behind there. That was Motor Racing Podcast trying to head their way through, but on the exit of Chapel now, Radicals Online have the momentum over the Back Cactus Racing team, but that thing is, that is a lap traffic, so why am I getting so excited? Looking further back though, F4H Motorsport and Berlin Simsport, they're going to decide to have their own legitimate battle coming down in towards Stowe Corner. F4H Motorsports now having to deal with their own traffic of their own class.
Indeed, that F4H Motorsport car holding on to that position after that attack from Berlin Simsport. Having a round club now, certainly lost a little bit of time to the 6 Sideways car ahead of them. But now they've pulled out a little bit of a gap actually from the Berlin Simsport car. The 94 car took a bite of the cherry there, and it really hasn't paid off for them. They've fallen a little bit back, and that's allowing the F4H car to have a good focus on the Radicals Online car in front.
Yeah, exactly. Through the final couple of corners of the lap, they'll have a little bit of respite here because there aren't really that many prototypes close behind, so they can just focus on their own battles instead of trying to get out of the way of LMP2 cars trying to get through on them. They're not going to be as close as they once were coming down in towards, for example, Cops Corner this time, but maybe the fireworks will start once again once these guys get a little bit closer. But I think now is as good a time as any with all the pit stop cycles done and with the racing a little bit quiet to run through your top 8 in each class. In your LMP1 field, it is going to be Team Huisingveld leading the way by about 5 seconds over VRT E-Racing Cobalt. We've got Motif Racing Podcast there in P number 3. Simitok Esports P number 4. Barbanara Racing Green, after their quite a few early incidents, shall we say, drop from pole position to P number 5. Berlin Simsport 127, P number 6. F4H Motorsports Pico de Pato there in P number 7, and AOR in P number 8 in your prototype class. Looking down though to your GT field, Geodesic Racing Gold. Well, they have led pretty much from the front here. Currently P number 15 overall, currently top of your GTE class. Laucherens und Gottvan Toxic there in P number 2. P number 3 will currently be occupied by Talk Freak Racing. Then it's going to be TBR powered by Craig Dock, then Radicals Online JRT They're in 5th position in class, 6th position Radicals Online, 6 sideways, so both the Radicals Online cars pretty close in terms of position there. And we've also got FRH Motorsports 911 and Berlin Simsport 94, those 2 cars that were close and battling, rounding out the rest of those positions there.
Yep, just rounding out the rest of those positions there.
Yeah, exactly. Well then, there we go. FRH Motorsport still on the charge, trying to catch right back up to the back of that Radicals Online 6 sideways car, but right now it looks like the lap times aren't going the way of Radicals Online. A 1:45 flat that last time, a 1:45.2 from FOH Motorsports. So they're losing time here at FOH Motorsports, and they're losing the track of the back of that Radicals Online car, and they've got to be careful here because potentially Berlin Simsport behind might become an issue. They're not saying the lap time boards are light exactly so far, but they continue losing time, and if Berlin Simsport find another gear, they could potentially be under threat.
Could potentially be under threat, exactly as you say, but I tell you someone who I think is finding time. That number 145 car in 2nd place overall, Daniel Benefield, currently at the wheel of the VRT Racing Cobalt car. He's been pulling down that gap to the Team Huskenveld 78 car a little by little over the last few laps or so. That gap now down to 4.5 seconds, where after the pit stops it was about 10 seconds. So the 145 car slowly pulling in the 78 for the lead of the race.
Slowly but surely, gap is down to what is going to be 1.5 seconds that last time across the stripe, and that's going to come down even more, especially with the tenths of a second that Daniel Benefield is closing in right now. And of course, Daniel Benefield is, well, the ISRF driver representative, so he represents all the drivers that have signed up to the International Sim Racing Federation. That is also something that RacespotTV is also a proud part of as well. So let's see what they're able to do in this event. They're still trying to get through this field now. They're also encountering traffic of their own class, which is also its own beast to try and deal with as they're heading their way up towards the Abbey chicane, up towards a bridge, as well as they're going to get a little bit held up. Nope, they're just going to catch the GT traffic just in time there to try and get past before bridge, and now they have to deal with Overdrive Performance, the 111 car in front of them. But in terms of their time this lap, I think it's going to be relatively okay, even though they've been dealing with the lap traffic. They just got to hope that Team Heusinkveld have done even worse with it.
You just got to hope that Huskenveld has done worse with it. But as you say, it's fairly easy to lap the GT cars in terms of if you are an LMP2 car, because you've got a very good pace advantage. In fact, that gap's come down. It's now 4.2 seconds, the gap between the two of them. But yes, you know, it's fairly easy as an LMP2 car to pass these GT cars because you have that pace difference. But when you get to cars of your own class, you've really got to rely on them to help out a bit in order to lap them.
Yeah, exactly. Pending damage or slightly different wing angles, they pretty much got the same straight line speed through the entirety of the prototype field. So because there is only one car in this class currently on the iRacing service, so things relatively equal, but has to have a little bit of help from the cars in front to try and get yourself past in terms of the blue flags that are being shown. But in terms of the battles out there on track, I'm just looking at the GTE field once again. They're giving us some great action. It's currently what is a 3-car train struggling to become a 4-car train right now. For P number 23 overall, the 83, the 64, the 55, and the 69 all involved in this battle. So is the 127 in that prototype. They'll file their way through, or at least try to. Well, these cars are so close together. V-Apex might actually be looking for a move on Volkswagen Kinetic here, because the prototype has made the gap, but no, they get snap oversteer on the entry of the corner. It'll give the opportunity to Geodesic Racing Black now, as they will gain the position up into P number 24 overall. So that is the risk you take with coming through Cop's corner, waiting for the prototype to head their way through, and then I think he just tried turning while on the brakes there, as some cars you can do that with, and some cars they really don't like it.
Yeah, some cars if you shift down a little bit too soon, you can get a big delivery of torque to your rear wheels. That can cause a little bit of oversteer perhaps. That's what happened to the 64 car there. That indeed does mean that 64 car is under attack from the German sim racing purple car.
Indeed they are. Marcel Egber is behind the wheel of that German sim racing purple car as they head their way through Club. F4H have to try to find a gap, shall we say, in that prototype to try and get their way by, but they'll get through no issues potentially. Try and get 2 for 1 in the same corner, which they do so. So they'll split up this battle into 2 packs of 2 right now, in pretty much your mid-pack in your GTE field. Don't forget, this is going to be for P number 9 in class, so 9, 10, 11, and 12, all within close proximity. And F4H, they make contact with one of them. That is Geodesic Racing Black. Gives a little bit of a door shove to them through Priory.
Yep, side-to-side contact there through Brooklands. Not exactly sure what happened. It appeared that the F4H car, that prototype, had a fairly big overlap, and it was up there pretty early. It made its moves known. I'm not exactly sure what Geodesic was doing there, though, just turning in. Very interesting.
Yeah, that one might go to the steward's office as if they've had enough work to do already. I'll promise I'll stop forgetting that Brooklands is actually a corner. I keep calling it Priory for some reason, which is the corner before it. Believe me, I do know this racetrack. I am British. I am required to know it as a racing fan. But in terms of the rest of this race and and remembering the corner names, they're heading down towards Stowe now. Is this battle for P number 9 in class? Wolfpack Kinetic Racing still trying to stay ahead of Geodesic Racing Black now. VApex Racing Group GT Red are also on their tail as well. Geodesic might go for the move down in towards Vale, but they'll cancel the move at the last minute. Compromise line there taken by the 83 of Wolfpack Kinetic, but they'll get themselves sorted out through Club Corner. Not too many issues for them, as some cars do like to run a little bit wide there coming through Club. Just got to be a little bit careful with the track limits, but there we go. Geodesic, they give the back bumper a shove to Wolfpack Kinetic Racing, and there's also had to take avoiding action, did VApex Racing there, as wow, that was a complete mess there coming down into Abbey.
We're coming down into Abbey, one of the main braking points here on the circuit, and just gave him a little bit of a nudge in the rear end, let's put it that way, coming into the braking zone there at Abbey. Having a look at the replay, and it appears perhaps that Geodesic just missed his braking point a little bit, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. He did take a little bit of a different line into the corner. There was pretty much a car's width on his right-hand side that you would usually be trying to take that corner normally. I think he just got caught in 2 minds, whether to dive down the inside or just completely cancel the move. But once you make neither decision, you're going to head into the back of someone. Yep,
when you make neither decision, unfortunately, it's never really going to end well, and that's exactly what happened to that Workiva 83.
Yeah, so that's going to be a little bit of damage to a good couple of cars that were involved in that instance. Some cars did have to take avoiding action out into the gravel and into the grass behind. I think that's just going to be a theme with any instant that you see here, considering the track is pretty busy out there at this stage. We haven't had that many retirements. We've had only 2 retirements so far this race, 1 from each class, and in fact one of them hasn't even retired yet. It's just 11 laps down. So the only retiree is your German Sim Racing orange car from your GTE field. The entirety of the prototype field is still running.
Yep, the entirety prototype field is still running, just about coming up to 90 minutes gone. Just in a couple of minutes time here in the 1,000, the DFGX 1,000 miles of Silverstone. Yes, it's been a fairly clean after what we saw previous lap, but there hasn't been any safety cars yet, which really has thrown a little bit of a mix in the strategies here, because perhaps some cars were banking on a safety car at some point to make their strategies work.
Yeah, we were kind of expecting it in that first stint, and it just didn't happen. We're in the second stint right now, and one of the reasons may be because the walls are pretty far away here at Silverstone, so you can go off into the grass and into the gravel and try and get yourself spun back around. Not too many issues, but a track that's less forgiving for that. For example, Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Canada, which is pretty much a street circuit. Any off that you have, you're pretty much heading into the wall and spinning back into traffic, and that's the main cause of safety cars. But here, I don't think we're going to see many, actually, considering just the nature of the circuit.
Yeah, considering the nature of the circuit, and at the very, very fast points, we're likely to have an incident such as Abu we saw there through the S's, where we've seen a couple of times as well. There's quite a bit of grass before you actually reach anything solid, any of the walls. But yes, I think that is certainly going to help contribute to the green flag running of this race. But as you say, you have some circuits which are pretty much a street circuit in all but name.
Yeah, and since there's a little bit of a lull in the race we've had, we're actually about halfway, coming up to halfway through the second stint now. For most of your teams out there, we're going to go for a little bit of the RacespotTV fan immersion, just looking through what potential car that we can give this to. It's going to be a full engine volume on board for a lap with one of these drivers. Why not? Let's go the 911, the FOH Motorsports car, currently P number 21 overall, trying to chase down the 57 at Radicals Online. Let's ride on board with them for a lap. we got a little bit more than we bargained for with that RacespotTV fan immersion, going the extra lap there just to get ourselves sorted for the rest of this second stint. I'm Connery Medic. Joining me in the commentary booth is, as always, going to be Neil Heatley here. And Neil, this battle has been rather interesting. They've kind of stuck together like glue throughout this the second stint right here, and it just seems that the track conditions are kind of getting a little bit slippery for these guys. I'm seeing them slide through a good couple of the apexes here around this racing circuit. It could just be due to that racing line actually getting a little bit slick.
Yeah, racing line getting a little bit more slick by the looks of it. You can see the rear ends of both the GTE and LMP2 cars to step out a little bit more as this race has gone on. We have been racing for just over 90 minutes now, so perhaps the track just warming up a little bit. But yes, this Sven Kimmertz now in this Radicals Online 6 sideways car, the 57, tried to hold off the F4H Motorsport 911 car that we just rode on board with, coming down towards the Abbey chicane now, and it appears that the 911 car will be making a move at some point in the near future. The question is, where is he going to make it?
Is he going to make it into Priory? A little bit too far back. Brooklyn's probably a little bit too far back as well, considering if he takes a good line through here, he could dive it in, but a little bit too far back for this early on in the race. Even though we've got an hour and a half done, here we go, F-Race Motorsports. That'll be a brilliant move down the inside of Luffield if he can complete it 3 wide with another GTE car that gets itself well out of the way. Rui Ferreira, that could be, actually could still be a brilliant move if he holds it on the inside of Copse Corner, side by side across the start-finish line. Ferreira's going to lose momentum here, has to dive back in line, but that would have been one of the passes of 2018 if we saw that one pulled off there, Neil.
Yep, the Radicals Online car, Kammertz there, did go around the outside of Luffield, but by taking that sort of like slightly wider line, he was able to get on the accelerator earlier than Ferreira could in that 911 car, and that meant that Kammertz had the run all the way down towards Copse, and you saw that coming out with that 6 sideways car staying in front of the F4H.
Yeah, but for how much longer? That F4H Motorsports car has been pretty rapid over the last couple of laps. Took a good couple of tenths of a second out last time by over the Radicals Online 6 sideways car. So they're going at a bit of a rate of knots right now. But as the great Murray Walker always said, it's one thing to catch a car. It's a completely different thing to pass them.
Yep. And as always, in endurance racing, as I like to say, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. You can often gain a lot of time via traffic, but then catch it in one bad place, one wrong corner. That is all your hard-earned time gone away in an instant. We haven't seen that yet in this battle, at least. As I say that, there is a prototype coming up behind these two. It is the Overdrive Performance 111, the one coming past as a traffic cone, goes to meet an Armco barrier there at Luffield. Not exactly sure who hit that one, but yes, it's the 111 and the I think it's actually the 17 car, the 2 cars here coming up, and indeed I believe it is. But Rui Ferreira has been able to, Kammertz has managed to put these 2 prototypes in between himself and Ferreira.
Oh, and they were looking like they were going to go 3 wide into Maggots and Beckett's then with the 2 prototypes in the GTE car, but Overdrive Performance managed to get themselves away a little bit. That was actually a battle for position trying to file their way through on the 2 battling GTE cars there, but they'll get themselves off in the way, not too many issues. But you got to remember, though, that this number 17 car, the Rincon Adrusso Racing lead car, or lead car, I don't know if it's lead or lead. I'm not sure if they're going to go with like the metal theme or like some other theme that probably won't be able to get into, but in terms of their particular race, that has been kind of ruined so far by that early penalty. They're still trying to race for behind, so they're going to have the pace over the cars in front of them. It's just a case of whether they'll have enough time to get themselves back up to where they were.
It'll take a little bit of time to get back up to where they were. You can see that gap extended between the two of them. And again, as the traffic taketh away, as I said earlier, of course, not only could the LMP2 cars lose time in traffic, the GTEs can lose a lot of time as well. And you saw that there with that 911 car just being on the wrong end of the stick, just getting past in the wrong place. You can see how much time he's lost, but he may be able to get all that back as the 6 Irish car's gone round and it's a T-bone between the two of them.
It is, so a little bit of calamity there coming through Woodcut. Let's just try to get a replay of that one. Is yet again another incident between a prototype and the GT car. The prototype on the inside there. Just, well, there wasn't really a lot of room to work with there. So it would be interesting to see what the stewards think of that one. And FRH Motorsports, they pretty much had nowhere to go. They saw the incident happening in front of them. They just had to pick a lane, and they picked the wrong lane.
Yep, you can see the panic almost in the actions of the driver as the Sven Kamertz there in the Radical Online 6 Sideways car started to come back across the track. You can obviously see the panic as the brakes locked up. Almost stopped it in time, but just not enough, and just a hit in the door panel there. But yes, it was the 4X racing car, David Sestell at the wheel of that currently, that had that contact with Sven Kamertz.
Yeah, 4X Racing, ironically, going to get a 4X as a result of that incident. So that's the theme they kind of want to get away from, despite themselves naming themselves that. But they'll continue off and away. They didn't get much damage as a result of that. A little bit of contact. But I think it was the GT cars were definitely the ones more affected by that incident than the prototype that arguably caused it. But we'll wait for a decision potentially on that one. But looking at further, actually in your GTE field still, we've still got that Radicals Online car versus now the 94 of Berlin Sim Sports now. So the Radicals Online car, of course, involved in that incident, I believe, with the amount of time lost that last lap. Has to drift it a little bit there, coming through Brooklands, but manages to keep the car controlled as he'll go for the double apex here through left. Actually, you go for the pits. That's why he went for the double apex. He's going to bring it down towards the lane. I think there's too much damage on that car.
Yeah, perhaps a bit too much damage on that car, as you're saying, that number 57 coming into the lane. We have to wait to see how long he will be stationary there for, but certainly not helpful at all, that incident. Certainly not helpful to the aspirations of the 57 car to win the GTE class here today at Silverstone.
Although saying that, they did just go 32 laps on their stints there, whereas the rest of the field in your GTEs are on 17 laps, 16 laps, so they must have pitted very, very early in the last pit stop cycle, so this may actually be more of a scheduled stop than it is one for damage. They will get the driver change out of the way, though. That's going to be Josh Thompson getting behind the wheels, so that Radicals Online car has had 3 different drivers for 3 different stints.
Isn't having a look back at the stewards room, that incident involving the number 83 car and the 55 geodesic racing car at the Abbey chicane. Number 55 car has been given a stop go for running into the back of the 83 car.
Oh, and we have a car off right now. There's the Team Hoisingveld 78 car. That's your race leader that's gotten themselves into issues on the exit of Kops. We'll have to see what exactly has happened to Justin Hoop here. If they were battling with a bit of lap traffic around the outside of Kops, that's the worst place to do it. They get a little bit of contact, actually pushed wide onto the curb, and the curb just spun them around into the inside grass.
The curb just spun them around into the inside onto the inside grass. There we go. It was actually Neil Andrews in the Motef Racing podcast car. He's just putting him a lap down. Currently in 7th place, the number 1 car. But yes, just forced them a little bit wide onto the artificial grass on the left hand side of the Kops there, and sent the 78 car for a spin on the right hand side. But the question is, should the 78 car really have tried to make a move there?
I'm just winding things back. It might have been a case that actually Team Hoisingveld, they actually were ahead coming in through Brooklands. Motif Racing Podcast, despite being a lap down, actually brought it side by side through Lovefield and then side by side all the way down the pit straight to Kops. So I'm going to be very interested in this decision now.
Yeah, it's fairly interesting there. Of course, he is racing to hold on to that lead lap. That could indeed have been vital should a safety car have came out there due to the rules here at DFGX. because if you are between your class leader and the pace car, you get to have a wave around and rejoin to the back of the pack. So it could have been vital there. Perhaps that's why he's trying to fight to stay on that lead lap.
Yeah, could potentially, well, having the same safety car in mind and almost causing the safety car that perhaps they were looking to try to avoid if they actually did lose the lap there. So that is a very, very interesting one, and actually results in VRT E-Racing Cobalt now taking the race lead overall in your LMP2 class. So that is how things can go south very, very quickly in endurance racing, from being 6 seconds ahead to being 7 seconds behind.
Yep, and the 68 Radicals Online GRT car is currently being investigated for blue flags, that GT car.
Yeah, that's the number 82
Sorry,
car. That's the prototype. Yeah. Talk Freak Racing Sunset being investigated for ignoring blue flags, lap number 28. So that is actually well, that got the no, actually that is going to be if I get my words correctly. That is going to be. Can you see this one here, Neil?
No, the 68 is the 68 is put in the report. The question is who is it going to be against?
Yeah, so Radicals Online GLT. So that's the 68 car here that is currently running in P at number 5 so far. P number 19 overall. Let's just see who are they complaining about in terms of the blue flags right now, as we have had one other report of a blue flag issue. That is going to be for Talk Freak Racing. They actually got a warning for that one. So this is the second blue flag protest that we've had so far in this event, and I get the feeling there'll be quite a few more by the time we're done.
Especially when you have such a busy track like this one here at Silverstone. But that pendulum for the lead of the race has swung a little bit. It was Team Huskenveld in the lead of this race by about 5 seconds or so, and it swung the other way. VRT E-Racing is now in the lead by 6 seconds after that incident for the 78 car.
Things can change very, very quickly, and they usually do in sim racing and motorsports in general. So now that Team Huskenveld car, they lost on the order of about 12 seconds as a result of the incident. Lost 12 seconds, lost the race lead as well. And they're very, very squirrely, in fact, coming out of Club Corner. But we've seen that as a general theme for both your prototypes and your GT cars. The track conditions, a little bit challenging with how slippery it is with the slick rubber that has been laid down. There comes a point where you have a clean starting track state. You get that track rubbered in through the racing line. It gets faster and faster. But there does come a point where it actually starts getting slower with the heat build-up into the rubber. It just makes it a little bit slippery.
It just makes it a little bit slippery, and of course Club is a very difficult corner anyway, because you're turning and accelerating and shifting up the gears at the same time. It's sometimes very difficult to keep the rear end under control when you're doing all of that, especially if you have a very loose setup. If you decide to put a minimal amount of downforce on the rear end, sometimes that can be very, very interesting, to say the least. But the 142 Reverend Racing car is what that blue flag issue was against, and they've been given a warning for ignoring the blue flags, the 142.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fair for a first-time thing. That might not have been all that significant. Just a little bit of a reminder, a little bit of a poke to say, hey, just pay attention to those blue flags. We're going to be watching you now for the rest of this race to make sure you abide by them. So any further infringements might actually get them stuck with a penalty or something of that ilk there. As VRT Racing Cobalt, a race leader, having a bit of a moment there coming through Club Corner on the marbles, which now have actually started to develop on the outside of Sam Lee's corners. We saw it kind of at the start of this race. They did have a sort of 2-hour, 20-minute practice session followed by a 40-minute qualifying session to lay rubber down, but only now are we starting to see those marbles start to build.
Yep, those marbles are starting to build and build and build, and they'll just get worse as the race goes on.
Yeah, they will, and as a result of all those discarded bits of rubber being on the outside of the racetrack, it does mean that passes around the outside and other parts offline do get a little bit more tricky as you get a little bit of reduced grip running over those marbles. And it's not just for that corner; they do stick to your tires, so you'll have reduced grip for the next couple of corners, as long as you do have the opportunity to perhaps clean them off if there's a straight just weaving back and forth a little bit. But it's just another issue that these drivers have to consider now, especially coming through these very, very demanding corners in terms of the tires, the likes of Maggots and Beckett's, where you can see a lot of marbles getting thrown up onto the outside of the racetrack. You also see that coming through Stowe as well. So outside line through any of those corners is going to be super, super treacherous later on.
Yeah, it just gets worse and worse and worse, because you just pick up that rubber and you just start to lose grip after that. You could either just go sailing off into the horizon, or you could start to spin around and get that oversteer. But yes, getting into the marbles is certainly not what you want to do, especially as we get towards the latter stages of this race. It's going to get worse and worse and worse, and it could actually reduce the racing line, as there's a GT car there in the background trying to have a go at another car. And just having a look, and I think it may have gone terribly wrong, but I didn't quite catch who it was.
Yeah, I'm just looking for that one as well. It's almost passing the grass there for the number 22, I believe it was, that decided to take an off-track excursion. It was actually 3 wide coming down in towards Vale, and that pretty much ended exactly as you expect it to there, as Volkswagen Kinetic tried to get the 2-for-1 deal down the inside, but ended up shutting both cars towards the outside of the racing circuit.
Yep, shoving both cars outside towards the racing circuit, but again, it's just patience. You need patience. It's one of the most important things in endurance racing. I'm not sure if many people have it here today. Because I say that because I think Reverend Racing, that number 14 car, all the way down to, I think, the Nomad Sim Racing team car, sorry, the Team Huskenveld 35 car now. In fact, no, make it the Gdazik Racing black car. I make that 8 cars almost in a line for position in the GT class, from the 14 all the way down to the 55.
Meanwhile, we have had more visitors on towards the lane. The VLT E-Racing Cobalt car, the all-race leader in prototypes, has decided to take their pit service. So the second stops will be getting underway now for your prototype field. But meanwhile, the GTE cars are having their own fun out there on the racing circuit. The 91 and the 252, they're battling coming through Stowe Corner. Speedworks have to go around the long way around the outside out into the marbles. That's going to reduce their grip a little bit, as they have to deal with also that AOR prototype trying to head their way through, trying to squeak their way through on the outside of Vale there. And it's all concertinaed up behind them between the Unique Sim Racing GTE car, the Speedworks car, the Mozart car, all just concertinaing up. You've also got the Heusingfeld car, the number 35, as well involved in this one. A huge train for position in this contact ahead. Yes, exactly. As you pointed out with the prototype as well there, battling behind as well as a result of the concertina effect once again. I think Speedworks has managed to get past Unique Sim Racing. Unique Sim Racing loses position. Now a huge crash. They're coming up in towards Priory. He is off the racing circuit, will manage to get going again. I don't think we'll see a safety car, but wow, that could have gone even more horribly wrong than it already did.
That could have gone even more horribly wrong than it already did. As you say, which... there we go. It was that car. I do believe it was the... yes, the Motaf Racing podcast car. Just having a look at who he had contact with. I believe, that was a big cluster there. Actually, I think he got rear-ended there by the Radical Online 6 Sideways car.
Yeah, exactly.
And it just turned him across the nose of the. It just turned him across the nose of the a Unique Sim Racing car, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think the Radicals Online car expected the car ahead to go for the inside line over the car ahead of them. And as a result, has just taken them completely by surprise, and they've run into the back of them. So that, yet again, is another very, very interesting instance that another rear ending as well. We've seen a couple of lows so far this race, but meanwhile on the live pictures, Radical's online trying to challenge Unique Sim Racing now down the inside. Here comes Geodesic Black as well, also involved in this battle. The race has come alive in GTE, at least in terms of your mid-pack, heading through Club Corner now, all stacked up, and now the drivers will be eyeing up the braking zone for the Abbey chicane right now. Unique Sim Racing make their intentions clear, gesturing towards the inside, allows Geodesic to take the outside line then, coming up through Abbey, inside line for the second apex. The track space is given there for Unique Sim Racing. Good racecraft.
A very, very good racecraft there from Unique Sim Racing. They've held that position.
Geodesic off. They hit the barrier and they're back on the racing circuit, but the car just went completely light on the brakes, on the brakes into Priory, and they've just tracked out into the barrier.
Yeah, it went very light on the brakes, and as you say, just put it onto the barrier on the right-hand side there, and the braking for Priory. You say that though, it was very, it wasn't actually that hard a hit at all, was it?
No, it wasn't, but it might. It's definitely done a little bit of bodywork damage to the wheel arch on that front right. We'll have to see how the suspension and how the wheel itself holds up. So we'll have to keep an eye on their pace over the next couple of laps as this GTE battle is still going on. Team Heusingfeld 35 trying to find a line through the Maggins and Beckett section over Vortica Kinetic, and they will actually get very, very close for Chapel. There goes the Simitok Esports prototype there down driver's right-hand side. Team Heusingfeld might actually follow them here to try and get the inside line for Stowe Corner. They're going to commit to this now. Battle of the late breakers down into here, and Kiermia for that Team Heusingfeld car very late on the brakes actually gets the position done relatively easily there.
Yes, and having a look from the stewarding room, the 4X Racing prototype car's been given a stop goal for that dive bomb with the 91, sorry.
Oh, Vortica Kinetic and Overdrive Performance, they've gotten themselves involved in an incident and they're going to stack up the traffic behind as well. And that is a complete mess of a rejoin there from the number 83. They'll be slow off the racing circuit, thankfully for everyone behind, but they might get nicked with an unsafe rejoin trying to spin the car back around in the middle of the circuit with traffic coming. But we will stay green flag racing.
Yes, we are just staying green flag racing for now, but yes, a very, very hectic last 10 minutes. The stewards are certainly going to have their work cut out, aren't they?
Oh yeah, definitely. We'll be seeing multiple incidents under investigation. There's another car off and more incidents going on in Priory as well. The car off that I spotted was Puffin Racing, the number 4 on the exit of Bridge there, just trapped in the gravel trap, and that was contact with the World of Sim Racing team through Bridge Corner. They just cut across the nose, spun themselves out towards the gravel trap, and then that caused a little bit of a cluster behind as, oh, that was so close. I wonder if we can actually get this on the replay. The World of Sim Racing team, as they rejoined, was super, super close to the back of one of the prototypes, the Barbanera blue car, that it couldn't be more than a millimeter away.
Yeah, incredibly close there. But yes, it seems to have all just kicked off in the last 10 minutes, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. And, well, we're coming towards the end of the stints, at least for your prototypes right now. Yeah, we see a lot of prototypes down on towards the lane. The Simitop Esports, we've got Barbanera Racing Green, Overdrive Performance as well on the lane. Your race leader has already come in. That VRT E-Racing callback car has decided to head their way in. We'll see a battle once again. Actually, no, that's not a battle. That's just a couple of cars lapping each other in GTE. But who knows these days? It's just absolutely craziness all over the track in terms of GTE, as we have caught a little bit of a break right now. So that does give us a chance to speak to what is going to be Daniel Benefield. So this is going to be the representative for what is going to be that car, that VRT E-Racing Cobalt car, I believe, that was leading before this pit stop cycle. So just take it away, Neil, if you have interview questions.
Yeah, so just tell us about your car, what trials and tribulations has gone through in the first 2 hours of this race. Tell us about how the general race has gone for you.
The first run through GTE traffic was interesting. I had a front row seat to about 5 impending accidents with the 2 leaders. I think it was the 1050 Banabaric racing car and Team Heisenfeld car were way too aggressive with GTEs and each other in the first run of traffic, as so many incidents waiting to happen, and then eventually it did happen.
So how did you find racing on the circuit? How did you find being able to pass so many GT cars on this very fast yet sometimes hard to pass circuit? How did you find just finding places to pass this GT traffic?
I have bad news, by the way. VRTE Racing, Daniel Benefield's team, has just gotten themselves into a little bit of contact, shall we say, coming through the Maggots and Beckett section, just tagged around the Talk Freak Racing Sunset car, and we're going to get an immediate reaction from Daniel Benefield with as few curse words as possible. How would you describe that?
This is why I don't talk to people. To be honest, though, not a place to really pass a car, but the Talk Freak car did have blue flags, I believe. I don't know, I'm not in the sim, I'm just watching the stream. Yeah. I think the Talk Freak car is a lap down, I think. I don't know.
Yes, yes, I believe so, if I'm looking at my timing seems correctly at that point in time. But Neil, continue on with the questions as I rudely interrupted you with that.
But how did you find passing the GT traffic? There's 33 GT cars, a lot of them around the circuit. How do you find passing them?
Yeah, it's not too hard, to be honest. You just need to know where you can and can't pass them. Multi-class racing isn't as hard as people make it out to be. Like as a prototype, as long as the GTE cars hold their line, we can easily drive around them. It's not difficult at all. But some people don't get the message, and some GTs decide to change their lines and be unpredictable, and some prototypes are just way too aggressive and just don't know where to pass GTEs.
What is the rough plan for the rest of the race for your car?
I'm gonna go and get some sleep because it's 2 a.m. And then I'll be jumping back in the car later on in the race. We've also got Joseph Ringrose jumping in the car after Mark. Then Mark might be jumping back in, or I'll jump back in. We'll see where we are and see if I'm actually awake or not at that time.
Right, and have you got anything else to ask, Connery?
No, I don't. Other than good luck for you and the rest of your team. Have a good night as well.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, the trials and tribulations of living in Australia with some of these races, but that was Daniel Benefield there joining us for an interview for VRTE Racing Cobalt. There has been an incident out there on circuit, though, for the Barbanera Racing blue car. The number 50 has had an issue getting themselves into, I believe that was Priory Corner. And again, this is an issue on the brakes with the slow car ahead. Radicals on line 6 sideways there. Just no contact between them. It's just that Lucas Laville just got, his braking point confused involving the GT traffic. Just spun himself into that red tyre barrier on the outside there.
He just spun himself into that tyre barrier, as you said. But having a look at the stewarding room, it's very busy at the moment, let's put it that way. The 4X car got a stop and go for the incident on the number 57 Radicals on line 6 sideways car a little bit ago. Then the number 83 Workiva Kinetic Racing cars got a stop hold 30 seconds for a dive bomb on the number 91 Unique Sim Racing car. A warning for the number 95 Bad Cactus Racing Chola car for ignoring blue flags. The 57 Radicals on line 6 sideways car has got a 30-second stop hold for causing a collision. And then there's many other things. There's many things being investigated at the moment by them.
And there are many collisions going on right there on the racing circuit. The number 50 involved in this one, after their incident in Priory, has gotten themselves involved in a perhaps unnecessary incident with the braking in towards, I believe that is in towards Vale there, with the Berlin Simsport car ahead. That's just unnecessary. They just took way too much on the brakes, just rammed themselves right into the back of another prototype.
Again, they are currently 2 laps down. That number 50 car, 1050 Barbanera Racing blue car, currently 2 laps down, 11th place in class. They may be trying to catch the AOR car ahead, but it's almost like they're pushing too hard.
Yeah, 2 laps down. Granted, at Berlin Simsports, I believe at the time were actually, they were 1 lap down, but still on laps ahead. With Berlin Simsport, so that has put a huge damper on the race. It looks like there may be a little bit of tracking issues with that car. I'm just going to pop myself into the driver's seat. I wish I could do that in the real world, but there we go. I'm just having a look. The tracking seems to be fine, although the bodywork of that prototype does seem to be a little bit misshapen, especially on the left-hand sort of air intake there, just in front of the left front wheel. That seems to be damaged.
It's that right front wheel having a little bit of damage. That's going to take quite a bit of time to fix it, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yeah, just a little bit. They can buff that one out a little bit, and I don't think it'll be affecting his speed too much. Of course, there'll be some grip lost aerodynamically as a result of that damage, but as long as the floor is intact, it should be okay in terms of absolute grip through the corners. But we'll have to see what they do about that one when they come down on towards the lane for their next stop. And that's the kind of an awkward time to get damage right now, because we're still at the start of a stint for your LMP cars. So they're going to have to wait a good while before they can even try to get that damage fixed. As we see another car off, that was the 222 car of Nomad Sim Racing Team. What is happening in the last 10 minutes?
It's all kicking off speaking of kicking off, at the moment we have the Berlin Simsport number 94 car. Yuri Yarg at the wheel of that at the moment, trying to hold off Marcel Eckers in the number 69 German Sim Racing Purple.
Yeah, exactly. And Berlin Simsport head their way by the lap traffic of Motaf Podcast, Racing Podcast Blue there, coming up towards Stoke. They both managed to get themselves through relatively okay. Battles in your prototype, though, there's only one that is even relatively close right now. That's the 111 versus the 82 for P number 11 in class. But I think your main battles have been happening in your GTE field. They've just been absolutely frantic. They've been going for gaps, going for spaces which some might argue that they definitely should not be going for at this stage. But they're going for them anyway, producing some fantastic racing, although it has been a little bit messy, but otherwise it's brought a little bit of a spark to what was a race kind of in limbo.
Yes, fantastic racing is my personal favourite type of racing. as the number 84 Workiva Kinetic Racing car has been given a stop-go for avoidable contact as well. And it looks like the number 145 might be receiving a penalty, and indeed it is, for causing a collision. It gets a stop-go for that contact with the 82 Torque Freak car.
So many penalties being handed out, and we've only got around about 2 hours done in this race of a potential 10, but we haven't had any safety cars so far, so it's going to be more around about, I think they said it was like 8.25 hours, 8.5 hours if we go green flag all the way. But we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 penalties in 2 hours.
Indeed, and most of them have been in the last 20 minutes or so, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. It's just been an absolutely frantic past 10 minutes, and usually in this situation, in an endurance race where they all go off, they all have their instance, usually that's called, on the real life side of things, it's usually called silly hour, and it usually happens some point during the night, but right now it's happening coming into hour 2 of the race, which is a little bit early for that sort of thing.
A little bit early for that sort of thing, but as you said, as we've been saying before, it's almost like the first stint or so the first 50 minutes, hour, they're really just getting to a groove, just biding their time a little bit, but in the second hour, it's all going a little bit haywire.
Just a little bit, as the field has kind of started to get themselves sorted out right now. There's still the battle going on between the 82 and the 111. And the 82 has actually managed to get themselves past here. And the Motaf Racing Podcast car, this is a car that's actually on the leading lap, so these cars will have to get hurriedly out of the way of this particular car, so they don't incur the wrath of the stewards in terms of the penalties for not ignoring the blue flags. But it has sort of split up this battle in prototypes right now as Motaf go for the inside on the lap traffic, but Torque Freak saying, not just yet, you're going to have to hold behind just for now. They can't delay this too much, of course, due to the rules. And again, they're still behind through Luffield, so Muntaf going to get a little bit frustrated staying behind this Talk Freak Racing Sunset car that's currently 2 laps down on them. And they're still going to be ahead on the run down towards Cops. And if they're still ahead by Maggots and Beckett, I think we might be seeing a warning or a penalty.
Yeah, you have to abide by these blue flags, because of course you've got to remember that these leaders, or indeed lead running cars coming up behind you, they've got their race to run as well. So you've really got to abide by them, because they are perhaps arguably one of the more important cars on the track. But having a look at the moment in terms of finishing, if they continue going at this pace, at least if the leader continues going at this pace, they'll be done after about 8 hours and 8 hours and 40 minutes or so.
Okay, so
that's the rough finish time at the moment.
Yeah, that's the time that we're looking for if we're going to go green flag all the way from the original green flag to checkered flag. But there's still that small issue of a potential full course caution, full course yellow that may come out at some point as a result of an incident. But despite all the incidents that we have already had, none of them have been safety car worthy. And well, the conditions for a safety car to be called, of course, they can't be automatically called on the road courses here on iRacing. Can be on the ovals, of course, but on the road courses, it actually has to be called manually by an administrator, and they usually call it when someone has to take a tow in a pretty dangerous place on the racing circuit. So that is when the safety car will come out, and well, we haven't seen one in 2 hours of racing so far. So
as the leader comes in.
Yeah, leader in. That is that scheduled? I believe. No, that is not scheduled. That is 11
laps on the stop go. Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's going to be for, yeah, you're completely right. That is going to be for the stop-go penalty for VRT E-Racing and Cobalt, and they'll get themselves stopped just for a brief second, and then they'll be off and away through the green cone. So that is going to surrender back now the race lead to Team Huisingveld number 78, and they have got around about let's just see, a 5 seconds advantage. So this lead have just been swinging like a pendulum. First it was Team Huisingveld leading by about 6 seconds, then they had their incident, and then VRT E-Racing were leading by about the same margin, and now that has swapped once again.
Just going to and fro between the two teams here. This Huisingveld 78 and the 145 VRT E-Racing Cobalt. Just going to and fro between the two of them. But I'm just having a look, just making sure.
They're back in fourth.
Sorry, yes, they've also lost second position actually to the Motive Racing Podcast car.
Yeah, that's well, the gap from P1 to P2 is the one I'm talking about, but as a result of that penalty, that drops VRT actually 16 seconds, not 6 seconds behind the race leader. So a lot of work needing to be done now for Mark Fletcher and team to try and get themselves back into the race. It was only a stop-and-go penalty, not a stop-and-hold for 30 seconds, as we've seen for a couple of other teams so far this event. So the penalty is pretty light, all things considered, so they can find their way back into this one. It's just going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for the next few hours.
Yes, it is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for them, as the 83 Workava Kinetic Racing car has been given a stop-go for an unsafe rejoin as well. So the penalty's starting to rack up here now.
Yeah, I think that was the one where they tried to spin themselves around in the middle of the circuit and stacked up the cars behind them in Vale, I think that was. Yeah, that is a good decision there from the stewards. That was a very, very, very unsafe rejoin, and quite rightfully have gotten the penalty for that one. But looking back at the VRT E-Racing Cobalt car, though, they have managed to catch themselves up to the back of the Simotok Esports car, the 707. Quite a accomplished team, at least in this DGFX Racing Series. I think they've been racing in the series since the start, so they're going to be looking to get themselves towards the next season with a little bit of momentum. They're always at the top of this prototype class. There's a car crash ahead. Yeah, contact ahead involving V-Apex and Overdrive Performance 111, but they managed to get themselves going yet again, and it's yet another bit of contact between traffic.
Yeah, it looks like the prototype, the 111 there, was a little bit optimistic, I think. Coming into the Vale chicane, something that we've seen so many times already.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the main pitfalls that drivers have fallen victim to, was getting a little bit too greedy going down the inside of that particular section, and that has resulted in that particular instant as well. So back towards the live pictures, though, at least for me, we have a couple of visitors on the lane. That was the War Dogs car that came in down early for their first stint. It looks like they're down early again for what is going to be coming out for their second stint now, I believe, or at least their second pit stop, as they finally get themselves off and away between the green cones, managing to get back up to racing pace. So now that is the signal for GTE cars. Okay, they pitted early this last time, so he's pitted early again, or at least gone full stint again. So we're going to see your GTE cars come down in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, GTE cars coming down in the next couple of laps, but again, I think it's because Vale is such a very inviting place in order to make a pass, or indeed for the prototypes to make a pass on these GTE cars, because it's such a big braking zone. And, you know, it's a pretty wide track, Silverstone, but the thing is, coming to Vale, it narrows up so much.
Yeah, it really does. It just greets you with wide open arms, and then tugs you into a tight hug, which you perhaps do not want. But that is just the issue with that particular complex, and drivers do struggle with trying to make passes work without contact going down in through there. But looking at the race as it stands, though, VRT Racing still trying to lock onto the back of Simitok Esports, but they're dealing with a little bit of traffic right now through Priory, coming up towards Brooklands as well. Finally, down the inside goes Simitok Esports. Careful not to track out in the middle of the corner there. Just aware of that GTE car on the outside of the corner. A little bit close there between themselves and VRT Racing was the PCDC Motorsports Red. In fact, they decided to head their way down on towards the lane. So this is the start of the GTE pit window now.
The start of the second GTE pit window now. And speaking about contact, the number 50 1050 Barbonera car, not the one that was in the lead beforehand, this is its sister car in the prototype class, the number 50 car, has been given a stop-go for avoidable contact on the 127 Berlin Simsport car, and then the 82 Torque Freak Racing prototype has been given a stop-go for ignoring blue flags as well.
The 86 slow on the outside of Stowe. Let's see if that is a safe place. There is an escape road there, so if they take a tow, they might not actually cause a safety car, but they have managed to get themselves back running, albeit very, very slowly. They might try to nurse that one back to the pits once all the cars have gone through. In fact, they're actually back up to racing speed now. I'm just going to have a look to see what might have caused this incident, because it doesn't seem like there's too much damage on that car. So that's the number 66 of Team Curling Racer. Stopped for quite a while on the exit of on the middle of Stowe corner. They were slow coming down into Stowe as well, interestingly enough. So I wonder if it's just the sort of an issue with the equipment there.
Yeah, an equipment issue. I think it could well have been a equipment issue by the look of that. Just a mechanical malfunction like we had with it was the Reverend Racer car earlier in the race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. So, but the thing is, it looks like they managed to get that one sorted. They are back out there on the circuit, and the telling sign will be if they come down towards the lane this time. They're coming through Luffield now, so if they decide to pit and go for a driver change, which they do, at least for one of those things, it might be those technical issues that we have described. So it brings it slow, even before where the pit lane speed limiter starts, or the pit lane speed limit starts, shall we say. And I think we can see a driver change here for Team Curling Racer if that is a mechanical issue. Or rather, an issue with the equipment, shall we say.
Yes, an issue with the equipment there. You probably will see a driver change. Having a look at this battle for the final podium position overall between Simitok Esports, David Saranzo currently at the wheel of that, and Mark Fletcher in the VRT Racing Cobalt car. That number 145 car getting closer and closer and closer to the 707 as they come through Club now on their 80th circuit of Silverstone.
Yeah, and Simitok getting a little bit of an issue coming through the middle of Club Corner there. Just losing a little bit of momentum in the middle of the apex, but not enough momentum lost for VRT Racing to be able to challenge. A little bit of a slide, just a small one coming off the exit of the Abbey chicane there. So now very close up into onto the brakes into Priory now. And again, the opportunity still isn't quite there for VRT Racing as they still try to struggle to wheel these cars around the circuit. They're just sliding through pretty much every single apex, so those tires are actually perhaps not holding up as well as we perhaps might have originally thought, even though these prototype cars are only halfway through their stint. And VRT Racing only 5 laps, but they've obviously had their penalties, so they're pretty much on the same stint as everyone else.
Yeah, pretty much in the same percent. You saw the VRT car getting very close to the rear wing of the Simitok car there as they came through Luffield. But he just fell a little bit back through Copse, didn't he? Just that gap extending up to about 3 or 4 car lengths.
Yeah, it could be due to the maybe the dirty air effect, which is a thing in these prototypes. Of course, it affects the GT cars much less, and obviously it doesn't affect the prototypes as much as they would high-speed open-wheel cars, but it's still an effect that you do have to consider coming through the high-speed sections. Or alternatively, it could be that the Simitok eSport car has a little bit of a higher downforce setup on that HPD as they tried to battle with the lap traffic. This may open the door for Mark Fletcher and VRT Racing now. Side by side through Club Corner they'll go. They'll go 3 wide with the GT car as well. Simitok Esports has to try to defend this one. No, they'll have to back out since VRT Racing did manage to get themselves fully past there. As they're going to get squirrely out of Abbey there. So that was an opportunistic move there from VRT Racing that has put them back onto the steps of the podium.
Yeah, but an opportunistic move, as you said. That really all started with the Simitok car trying to go up the inside of the GT car coming to the Vale chicane and not being able to clear it. That's where that entire sequence of events started. And Mark Fletcher and that VRT Racing car did an excellent job to capitalise on those events and put that car back up into 3rd place.
In fact, both of them will get back onto the podium now since Motaf Racing Podcast have decided to head their way in. I think that was the same car that decided to go for the 1 extra lap that last time. So they've done 32 laps in the stint this time, which is around about, I think that was, didn't they do 32 laps last time? I can't actually quite remember that one. We'll actually work this one out, but I don't think they did. I think they might have went one more in that last stint.
Yeah, no, 32 laps does sound about correct for what they did last time round. I do agree with you. But it seems like the VRT car has pulled a little bit of a gap and indeed is pulling away from that 707 Simitok car.
Yep, they are. They're just, turning on the afterburners now. They know they have to still chase this race from behind as we have been keeping an eye on the gaps in your GTE field, and that leading gap is closing a little bit. It's going to be down to, if I check the times...
Well, there's been a swap that previous lap.
Did they? Oh, there they did swap.
Yep.
Geodesic Racing Gold back in the lead. Only 0.2 of a second now between these two cars. 0.3 of a second on the brakes into Abbey now. And I don't think this battle is by any means done at all. There's God Van Toxic there. Go Van Keeney behind the wheel. This one, will he go for the move down in towards Priory? Goes for the inside line. Almost contact between the two cars, but somehow they managed to get away with it. Go Van Keeney wants that position back and desperately.
Wants that lead back very desperately from the Geodesic Racing Gold number 56 coming through Luffield. Do either of them come in? The answer is no. Govan Kine and that number 13 car will have one more lap at least to try and catch down that Geodesic car as they come up towards Copse. They have got traffic ahead of them and make that the Speedworks Racing Team West car.
Yep, they are. So this battle for GTE does continue. That Govan Toxic car is, Govan Kini himself has been, how can I put this nicely, had a couple of issues with stewards in some other series before. Notably getting some race bans in another series, so let's hope he's on good behaviour right now in terms of this battle for the race lead in GTE. He can't afford to be going for those rather ambitious moves if it's going to get them yet more penalties, but around the outside attempted at Stowe Corner will still bring him very close to the back bumper, that rear diffuser of Geodesic. Outside time now for Vale will give him the inside for Club Corner, but that is stolen away there very well by Miguel Vigo. He'll stay ahead.
It will stay ahead for now as they come out of club down towards the Abbey chicane. Gavankini looking at either side, no room there though, but I say the geodesic car takes a very defensive line coming into the Abbey chicane. That allows the 13 car to have a nice launch through the centre, but has to lift off in order to not run into the back of the geodesic car, and that's allowed Miguel Vigo in that number 56 to keep a hold of the lead.
He does, but for how much longer? Because that Goffman Toxic car has been very, very, very quick over the last couple of laps. Of course, did lose the race lead just 1 or 2 laps ago, but they seemingly do have the pace to try and steal that one back from Geodesic Racing Gold, who were the pole position sitters in GTE, so they have a ton of pace in their machine as well. Let's see how the race paces of both cars match up.
Yep, seeing how the race pace of both the 13 and the 56 match up as they come through Maggots now to the S's. Beckett's been the next one. I think the 56 car took a fairly wide line through the centre of the S's there, actually, coming from Chapel and onto the hangar straight now as they have a prototype car coming up to lap the both of them. It's the Overdrive Performance Treble 1 car going out round the outside of both of them, coming into Stowe. That does mean the 56 car has to take a defensive line, let's put it that way, coming into Stowe, but manages to hold off Gavankini for now. Defensive line weaving all over the back as the 13 car.
I think if this was an FIA sanctioned series, he would be caught for making 2 moves in the braking zone there with Gavankini, but we are not sanctioned by the FIA, we're sanctioned by DGFX themselves, so they might have a slightly different ruling on those sorts of things, but it is still Geodesic Racing Gold ahead from the Lacherens und Gonfin Toxic there. There's a little bit of German, I believe, at the start of that name, which is rather difficult for us British people to pronounce, but there we go. Gavankini still on the attack, still trying to find a line through these corners that works. It looks like he does have the absolute pace over Miguel Vigo right now as there's a crash ahead of them. They'll have to avoid it. Gavankini straight into it, of the 2 cars stranded through Luffield, and if he can get this car going, we might actually scuff a safety car. No, he'll get this car going. There's a huge amount of damage to the front end of that car, though, at least in terms of the suspension. The bodywork seems to be okay on that 13 car, but wow, that was a heart-racing moment and perhaps a new pair of trousers needed for Gavankini.
That incident started with the number 14 Reverend Racing car and the V-Apex Racing Group Purple car, Russell Clayson in the 33. I think the Reverend Racing car was a little bit too adventurous, let's put it that way. Went into the back of the back of the 33 car coming through Luffield. They were stuck right on the racing line, the exit for quite a little bit actually. Yeah. And coming round, and these 2 GT leaders, there was absolutely nothing that Keeney could do actually, because he was completely unsighted by the geodesic car.
Yeah, he basically had that car ahead in the way. As I'm we're looking at the replay now. We're going to go back to the live pictures right now of that Godbang Toxic car that did manage to get themselves involved in that incident, which was not their doing. They just couldn't really see it until the last moment, and not enough time in terms of the driver reaction times to be able to correct and go onto the line to avoid it. So that is an issue now they have to deal with in terms of potential damage to the front suspension. I'm surprised that car is looking in as good shape as it is. But you can see that the hood of the car, the bonnet of the car is popped out a bit. The seams have opened up. There's also damage to the driver's left-hand side wheel arch as well. So that is damage being carried now by that number 13 car. Could get it repaired in the stops if they so choose. And they might bring it down early to get it repaired if it's losing them too much time. But otherwise, if it's not losing them too much time, they can just get as much of it repaired in the next stop as they can and just still be on schedule.
It being on schedule, that is probably the most important thing, especially in an endurance race like this, where it is distance-based. You really need to pit on the laps, that you need to. That is kind of the most important thing. But yes, that number 56 car, the Geodesic Racing Gold car, has quite a nice lead now, I do believe, because Well, the next car behind him is actually still that number 13 car, but that lead has gone from what, 1 car length all the way up to what I think would be the best part of 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, but it is, and just yet another example of how quickly things can change in endurance racing and sim racing as well. Let me tell you what, it's pretty hot out there on the racing circuit. Still track temperature 38 degrees, which can actually fluctuate over the course of the event because the weather is set to dynamic. Of course, the iRacing definition of dynamic will be getting even more dynamic soon with the day-night transitions on their way. But it can, as things are right now, the track temperature can fluctuate up and down a few degrees. I think in one of the longer endurance events that we saw before, it kind of fluctuated up to 6 to 7 degrees in the track temp over the course of that race. I don't think we're going to see anything like that right now since it has been stagnant since the start of this event. But speaking of how hot the track is, how hot the air temperature is in my room right now, which is 36 degrees. I am absolutely roasting, I'm sweating, but probably not as much as some of these drivers that are from the UK running in this race.
That just sounds terrible. It's not as bad here at the moment here in Glasgow. You know, it's been quite cool today, which has been a nice respite from the past week and a half or so. But yes, having a look at penalties that have just been given. The treble one overdrive performance car was given a stop and go for causing a collision with, I believe, 33 V-Apex purple car. And then the number 95 Bad Cactus racing car has begun a stop go for ignoring blue flags, as we have a battle coming up with the treble 2 Nomad Sim Racing team car and the Graphite Racing 92 car battling for 26th and 27th overall.
Yes, they are, which is looking at things right now for the 92. Is actually kind of sort of mid-pack in your GTE field. There will be a prototype that's going to try to split up this battle here coming down in towards Vale. In fact, they will sandwich themselves between the two GTE machines there. So it's going to cause this battle to split up just a little bit. This is actually the battle for P number 13 in glass there. So P number 26 overall in the entire race. We've got coming up to around about 2 hours and 30 minutes done, so we're about halfway through our particular commentary stint here on RacespotTV and on iRacing Live. You'll be joined by a couple of other commentators later on for the second half of the race. And I believe that one is, Randy Cheneth is going to be leading that particular broadcast. As there we go, down the inside goes Graphic Racing over Nomad Sim Racing team. Nomad will battle back on the inside of Luffield though, but they'll have to draw their car alongside to have any chance on the exit of the corner. They'll have to slot in now since they have lost their position, but can tuck in towards the slipstream there of the Ferrari ahead. Of course, they are in the Ferrari as well. Potentially down the inside, a Cop's now committed move by Ryan Walker down the inside, but not able to make it work. Has to again slot in behind on the exit of the corner. I don't think now he's going to have an opportunity through Maggots and Beckett. The next opportunity he has to be eyeing up now is coming up on towards the brakes into Stowe.
Yep, the next big opportunity will be coming on the brakes, coming to Stowe. We say that he's actually fallen quite a bit behind through the S's, hasn't he, Ryan Walker, in that treble 2 Nomad Sim Racing car, and he's certainly too far back to make a move into Stowe.
Way too far back. Just messed up his line coming through Maggots and Beckett's, and that sweeping section is one of those sections where you just have to get that line, that racing line, absolutely perfect. Otherwise, you're just going to lose a ton of time. And to do that lap after lap after lap for 314 laps, that is going to definitely take its toll on the drivers out here today.
Yeah, it's those series of S's are really all interconnected corners. If you get the first one wrong, if you get Maggots wrong, that's really going to impact the right-hander, and then the left-hander, then the right-hander, and then coming out into the hangar straight. They really are all interconnected. So if you get the first one wrong, or even the second one wrong, it's going to be a very bad experience for you.
Yeah, meanwhile, the 121 and the 84. This is Wolfsburger Kinetic Racing trying to overtake War Dogs here in the 121. The early pit stop strategists there in the GTE field. Wade Hayes currently behind the wheel of the Wolfsburger Kinetic car that is chasing, and it's going to be Ricardo D'Ameto there in the 1-2-1 that's currently trying to defend that position. And looking at lap times, they actually went the way of War Dogs that last time by about a 1/10 of a second, but it looks like Wolfsburger Kinetic have really pulled out all the stops in this lap to try and get themselves back into this. So a little bit of alternate lines, shall we say, coming down through what's going to be Brooklands and Luffield there, but does result in these drivers spreading out a little bit, coming down towards the very fast right-hander of Cops. So this battle will just stay a little bit quiet for now, but we're just seeing some evidence of something that might just happen in the next couple of laps if these guys get close again.
Yep, something may happen in the next couple of laps if they get close again as they come. As they're coming through those S's now, coming through Beckett's now, Chapel, and onto the hangers straight. War Dogs still holding on over the Workava Kinetic. Number 84 car, of course, they're one of the teams with two cars in the GT class trying to launch a double attack on winning this race, as we've been given another penalty for it's just one penalty from race control. The number 14 car, Reverend Racing car, has been given stop go for avoidable contact with that incident at Luffield with the 33V Apex purple car.
The same instant that we saw the P number 2 car for GTE get themselves involved in of the Godvan Toxic car. So that is what the stewards think of that one. They thought the number 14 were at fault and given them the stop and go penalty, which is I don't even want to count how many penalties that we've had so far this race anymore. So we'll just leave that one as this battle for P number 30 overall does continue out there on circuit. War Dogs versus Wolfsburger Kinetic Racing 84. They're still close coming up towards Luffield. Maybe they can get themselves sorted for this once again. Closing up through the middle of the corner though is Wade Hayes, but will actually equal the momentum gained off of the corner, but has to get out of the way of the prototype that's trying to make their way through. That's the 17 of Rincon Adrusu Racing led there, and they get themselves to Cops with not too many issues, but a fantastic amount of speed got through Cops there by Wade Hayes. Sets himself up for the move now, coming up towards Maggots and Beckett. Side by side through here is treacherous at best, so he's not going to go for it.
Yeah, the entrance to Maggots there is flat out. You don't really start lifting off until the second corner of that complex, so you really don't get to have a go at the car ahead unless you're at least side by side with the car that you're battling.
Exactly, but down towards Stowe now. Still the opportunity there, ready and waiting for Kinetic Racing, but still not able to find any gap that might appear in War Dog's armor right now. As down towards the inside they look for the Vale turn, but they're going to back out of that one. Door was left open though, so they could have done a little bit of a slight dive bomb, shall we say. I say slight dive bomb because a full-on dive bomb is banned by the regulations, but they could have made themselves more known during that corner, but we've already seen a good couple of instances coming through there by overeager moves.
Yep, overeager moves. We have seen quite a few incidents, as you say, just people outbraking themselves, perhaps misjudging how much room they have to the car in front. But these two, staying a fairly static gap at the moment, at least, as they come through Brooklands and Luffield to finish, I should say, what is going to be their 84th lap of the circuit here. And having a look at the race leaders at the moment, Team Huskenveld currently have a 25-second lead over Simitok as they are on their 92nd lap.
They are. So fantastic lead so far for Team Heusinkveld. Hopefully for their sake at least, they can extend that at least to the at least until the next stops for your prototypes. And they're about halfway through. Actually, not about halfway through. They're about 2/3 of the way through their stint right now, with about 25 laps complete for your race leaders on this stint. So they're going to come down once again, probably around about lap number 31, 32, like we saw before. But before we get onto that, though, Wolfsburger Kinetic Racing still have the opportunity into Stowe, but still a little bit too far back. This must be so frustrating when you can see the door open in front of you, but you know you're just a little bit too far back to go for it. He goes off onto the grass, and that is what we call pushing too much.
It's a very, very wiggly Porsche there coming out of Stowe. just got into the grass on the left-hand side on the exit of the corner a bit too much, lost traction on the left-hand side, and it almost spat him into the barriers on the right-hand side, but a very nice little save there from the number 84 car, the driver of that currently being Wade Hayes.
Wade Hayes there for Kinetic Racing 84, whereas we're going to need a break here because I'm absolutely dying inside. But we'll go RacespotTV TV fan immersion here with that number 84 car as they try to chase down War Dogs. And we did see that pass there from Wolfka Kinetic Racing in the RacespotTV fan immersion over the 121 of War Dogs then. And sometimes, Neil, RacespotTV fan immersion, some teams don't like it. I remember in the Neo Endurance Series once where every time we went on board with a team, they crashed. So it was basically a curse, and teams were asking us not to do onboards with their car.
I'm well aware of the curse. Sometimes the famous commentators curse every time you say someone is doing well. It goes horribly wrong for them almost immediately. I've commentated in a race before where in the final half hour, if a team entered third, they would immediately spin off within the next 3 minutes or so. And that happened for the last half hour of the race, like nobody wanted to finish.
Nobody wanted to get into third. There we go. So, all I imagine in my head now is a battle for third and fourth, where they just like deliberately slowing down to let each other go into third. But yeah, sometimes those weird things can, those weird coincidences can happen in racing. But in terms of this one right now, it has been a fairly interesting race, especially at the front of the LMP field. But the thing is, that one seems to have settled out with Team Hoisingveld 78, currently leading by 26.5 seconds after the likes of Barbanara Racing Green had their issues. We also had the VRTE Racing Cobalt car have their issues as well with penalties and such. So they're the ones, even though they've had issues of their own, they've basically, the reason why they're leading now is because they've had less issues than everyone else.
Yep, indeed. That is often what is endurance racing, is just keeping your car out of incidents. You've got a very good chance of getting a good result at the end of it, as we've got a warning for the 29 Speedworks Racing Team prototype for dive bombing the 911 F4H GT car.
Yep, and well, that's yet another warning given out. We've had many penalties given out over the course of the last 2 hours and 40 minutes, and that warning will finally come through to the drivers on the race control chat in the session, so all drivers can actually see that, not just the cars involved. So that is it could potentially also be like a warning sign that the drivers can take note of as well. Like, oh, this driver has already been given a warning. Maybe they'll be a little bit less aggressive, or they can take it as a warning as they are aggressive.
Yep, they are aggressive. As always, in all forms of motorsports and in esports, you just want to push the boundaries more and more. Just see what you can get away with, and you know, this is kind of almost what they're trying at the moment.
Almost, as I tried to get my live timing back up and working, it's sort of failing me at this moment in time. But we also have live timing for you guys that is actually still working. There's a RacespotTV /timing where you can see the live timing for this particular event. And you can keep track of your favorite drivers and teams through that particular page on our website. So RacespotTV /timing. We are sure that is working, unlike my live timing right now. But less talking about that, more talking about the race then. So in terms of battles in your prototype field, there isn't really much or all that much to talk about right now. They have kind of spread out. The same is sort of the case right now for your GT field. So we've gotten to the point in the race where all these battles have spread out. They've kind of gotten into a lull. There is kind of a very close group of cars, shall we say, for speed number 28 overall. That's Motaf Racing, Podcast Blue, and Nomad Sim Racing. But apart from that, I think that is the closest battle out there on the racing circuit right now. But it's the point in the race now, Neil, where it's not so much managing your own race. It's just the way that naturally these endurance races go sometimes, that we'll have a little bit of a break.
Yep, and no doubt they will. The cars will start to come back together again. A couple of seconds separate fifth place in the LMP2 class between the 127 Berlin Simsport car and the 117 F4H car. But something to look at is the gap between I'm at 13th and 14th in the G. Also, sorry, no, that's different classes. That's a P2 and the GT battling each other. The P2 making its way back up through the ranks after incidents earlier on.
Yeah, they'll have to follow their way through as the Speedworks Racing Team West, actually, the Speedworks
and the Graphite
GTE
one.
Car. Yeah, the one of the GTE cars are currently invited, in the battle there with Graphite Racing GTE coming down in towards Stowe. There is A little bit of damage to the rear wing there, or the rear spoiler of that Speedworks Racing Team West car, as I'm pretty much committing some form of blasphemy by calling a GT spoiler a rear wing, but I say to those, just deal with it.
Yes, it can cause a little bit of aero. You can do some interesting things with the car once you get a little bit of damage like that. Let's put it that way. The aero balance might just be a little bit off. You have to change your driving style a bit, perhaps, to try and drive around that aero brokenness, if you like. But yes, the Speedworks Racing Team West 252 trying to hold off that 92 Graphite racing car.
Graphite Racing might actually use the teammate's prototype as actually a pick to try and get past the GTE car here. Around the outside, it has to be at Luffield. They'll likely try to get the momentum off the corner here. Careful not to run too wide into the grass. Stalemate off the corner in terms of the speed right now. Over 200 kilometers an hour as they race their way across the line. Getting close to around about 240 now on the entry towards the Cops corner. Speedworks on the inside, struggling for grip there. Cutback move though for Graphite Racing, bring it side by side up towards Maggis and Beckett. Patience from the prototype driver from behind, letting these guys battling. But yeah, that's Graphite Racing now that has managed to make their way through.
The treble one, I could see that prototype trying to shoot the gap between the two GTE cars, and I was thinking, he's not going to try that, is he? But no, the patience is a virtue, and indeed the treble one showed that there by not trying to shoot that gap between the two of them. I say that as he cuts across quite aggressively across the front of the 92 car there. But yes, Graphite Racing taking away that place from the 252.
Yeah, and well, a little bit of an over-aggressive, you quite rightfully mentioned it, aggressive cutting across the nose there from the prototype. They really wanted that typical sort of line into the corner on the entry, trying to maximize the apex speed. But you can't really do that if there's a car there. So they managed to get away with it, though. It was very, very close to making contact, though, as Graphite Racing and Speedworks do try to file their way through. There's a leading lap a GT car behind here. That's Talk Freak Racing there, trying to get themselves through. So the blue flags will be waving around the Silverstone circuit for that particular situation. As again, that is pretty much the one of the only battles out there on circuit. Just looking at the prototype battles, though, actually they're starting to come down on towards the lane. That's kind of to be expected right now. We're getting towards the end of the stints for your prototypes. FH Motorsports and Berlin Sinsport, they've just headed their way off of the lane right about now. Team Hoisingveld is already pitted from the race lead, so they've already got 1 lap and a half on their stint. We're still waiting for Simitok Esports and Barbanera Green. Of course, Barbanera Green, they're still recovering from their issues early on in this event, especially that incident coming into Maggis and Beckett, and then the penalty they sustained for an instant after that one has put them behind. But they're making their way back through relatively admirably here in this race. Still a long while to go. We're on lap number, what is going to be, if I can change to a prototype, we're coming on to lap number 101 of 314. So we're coming up to about a third of the way through.
Yep, about of the third of the way through. The Simitok Esports car in the lead just started lap 101, so that is 100 laps complete here at Silverstone. About 513 kilometres or so of the race, just 4 more until we reach the 1/3 distance.
Yep, so close to that. But one thing we do have to be concerned about right now is the pit stop cycle for your prototypes. Barbanera Racing Green deciding to head their way in, lap number 33 of their stint. So that's pretty good going for them for the 105. There's another car that stayed out, though. That was the Simitok Esports car. They're going to go for 54 laps on the stint, which is very good indeed. I could expect them to come down towards the lane this time by. I don't think they can do much more than that, but it's still a great stint.
It's still a great stint by them there, as you said. Managed to be able to make that amount on a tank of fuel. Fairly impressive.
It is, and it could mean all the difference when it comes towards those final stops. for the last couple of moments of the race, it could mean the difference between taking a couple of liters less fuel in the stops and getting the jump, or having to, because you use so much fuel later on that you lose the position as a result of staying a couple more seconds down on towards the lane. These are the margins that we sometimes talk about in endurance racing when it comes towards the end of the event. But Silverstone Esports do decide to head their way down in from what was the relative race lead, so that's going to hand the race lead back now to the team Heusingfeld, number 78 car. In terms of the drivers that haven't pitted yet, and your prototypes, we're still waiting for the number 1 car, but they're known to do their decently long stints anyway. We're waiting for the 4X team. We were waiting for the Overdrive Performance 111 as well to decide to head their way in. Barbanera Blue as well, waiting on them, but they'll be quite a while. They're only 21 laps on their stints. So the pit stop strategies are already starting to show here, especially with all the penalties that have happened. Some deciding to go off cycle, shall we say, which may or may not benefit them in the long run. We'll just have to wait and see the way this all turns out.
You're just going to have to wait and see how this all turns out, but it's not turning out well for the 121 War Dogs car. They've got a stop-go for a blue flag infraction, but having a look at the racing itself, the battle for 16th and 17th in the GTE class, the 131 World of Sim Racing team and the 84 Workiva Kinetic Racing team pretty close together, as they are just coming through Priory at the moment.
Yes, they are up through Brooklands now, and still pretty close together. But let's just have a look at the sort of context that this is in right now. They have the Beast Racing car prototype behind that'll try to get themselves through, and Wade Hayes will be quite quickly out of the way of that prototype. In fact, perhaps relying on Beast Racing trying to dive down the inside of Cops, but they're going to be a little bit too far back, and they'll get them on the exit of Cops Quarter. So well managed with the traffic there from Beast Racing, and this is actually played into Volkswagen Kinetic's hands very, very well. They have the run in towards the maggots, but the thing is, you can't really go side by side through there unless you're very, very brave. So this is going to have to mean that Wade Hayes has to stay behind just a couple more moments potentially before he can then get back on the throttle, try to get in the slipstream. Actually decides to dive out of the way of the 4X Racing HBD first before he tries any move, but I think he's going to be a little bit too far back at this stage coming down into Stowe to be able to do anything for P number 30 overall, as there's yet another prototype behind the Adrusa Racing led car that has to try and get their way through. This may be a big issue actually, as they try to get themselves involved in the GT. Pal goes down towards the inside as Volkswagen Kinetic Racing side by side through Club now. Will the Sim Racing on the inside, struggling for grip, and fantastic grip on the outside line by Volkswagen Kinetic. They just completely made mincemeat out of the corner and got themselves ahead.
I have no idea how they got that slingshot coming out of Club over the World of Sim Racing Club. That was very, very impressive driving there from Wade Hayes in that 84 car, and just using that 17 car as a little bit of a help coming down into the Vale chicane. But an absolutely incredible pass there.
Absolutely. I think I'm just listening to the engine notes of the World of Sim Racing team on that inside line, and I don't think much is wrong. There is a dodgy shift there, though. You quite rightfully pointed out. That's what lost them all the momentum on that inside. I thought they were just struggling to get the traction down, but no, they were just in the complete wrong gear, and they gifted that position to Kinetic Racing.
Yeah, dodgy shift can really hurt you sometimes. Sometimes you accidentally double up shift, and that kills your momentum off of a corner, like the Vale chicane.
It does, but can they fight back at this stage? These drivers were pretty similar on pace up until then, so I wouldn't be surprised if World of Sim Racing bring themselves back into this one. It's just a matter of shaking off that mistake now for Ruben Skriba with that double shift that ruined his momentum coming out of Club. Hopefully he can get back into things now. It's one thing now. It's a thing you have to do where you make a mistake. Okay, you've made that mistake now. You've lost the position. You can't focus on that right now. You have to just go, okay, I made the mistake. We got to focus on the race now. Just don't worry about it.
Yep, you just need to focus on the race now. Try and gain back that position that you have just lost. And speaking of positions just lost, The number 147 Berlin Sim Sport car for 37th overall just lost a position to the Ford, one of the only Fords in the field. I think it's the only Ford in the field actually, the 142 Reverend Racing.
Yeah, the Ford is actually pretty similar on pace, overall to the both the Porsche and the Ferrari. It's just a pretty tricky car to drive. In fact, it kind of handles more like a slow prototype than it does a fast GT car, with the amount of downforce that is on that car. And you would have thought it would have been pretty damn strong in an event like this. So many drivers might have picked it, but the drivers instead and teams going for the safer option of the Porsche and the Ferrari, so they're thinking more about the long game rather than the outright pace.
Yep, thinking about that long game, thinking about what are you going to do in there, just staying on your plan. As we're just coming up to the 3-hour mark gone, we're probably going to see these cars come in within the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, just looking at the laps, they're on about, there's a kind of a spread of strategies as the pit stops will naturally diverge the more stops you have. You have cars on 24 lap stints, you have cars on 21 lap on the stint right now, 26 laps I'm spotting as well. So those are going to further diverge the further we get into this race as the strategies start to take place, which makes the final hour of this race fantastic. Unfortunately, we won't be there for that. You'll have a different set of commentators by that time, but we'll just enjoy what we have right now as we're going to enter hour 3 of this event right now with about what is going to be 105 laps complete at the end of this lap for Team Huisingveld number 78, still leading in that prototype field by 36.4 seconds. That is a brilliant margin for Justin Hope and team. I have to wonder who else is going to get behind the wheel of that Team Huisingveld car. We've already had Ronnie Fattini there behind the wheel for 32 laps. We've had Justin Hope for 72 laps. We've also got Michael Schottler and Marcel Thier as well, potentially going to be making an appearance. As I'm talking about these, I'm trying not to give them the commentator's kiss, but my heart rate is going up a bit because I'm seeing them slide through all of these corners.
Yeah, you can definitely tell these cars are getting a little bit more drifty. As we've got a battle for second place overall heating up as well between the number 1 Motef and the number 707 Simitok car as they come into the Abbey chicane for what is their 105th time this race, coming through Bridge and Priory. Now that gap fluctuating between half a second and 1 second.
It is, so very, very close indeed between those two particular drivers, but right now it's kind of at a little bit of a stalemate as we see a couple of the prototype cars try to file themselves through, coming up towards Abbey. There we go, and Bruce Racing led, trying to make their way by. And finally, this battle between Torque Freak and their Torque Freak are off into the grass there. This gives the opportunity to Radicals Online. They could bring the gap back to only a couple of tenths of a second now, up towards Priory. So a critical mistake there for Ryan Dredger of that Torque Freak Racing car. He's now put his car under threat from Radicals Online JRT behind.
Yep, just putting that position under threat. Of course, that being 17th overall, 4th place in the GTE class. It is Porsche versus... sorry, it is Porsche versus Porsche. I thought my eyes deceived me there. But no, coming through Cops now as they begin their 100th lap in this 1,000 miles of Silverstone, coming up towards Maggots now and the S's, and I must say the Radicals Online car not close enough at the moment, but he's certainly gaining through the central part there, coming through Beckett's and now Chapel. A setup into Stowe might be in store here.
Has to tuck within the slipstream though, which actually, admittedly, there isn't a lot of in these GTE cars. They don't really punch that much of a hole, at least on the iRacing side of things here, so it's going to be tough to try and get those slipstream moves done. But right now, Radicals Online just happy to stay behind just for the moment. They know the opportunity will arise, in the not too distant future. They are a very, very experienced team of Radicals Online. Of course, compete in the VRS GT World Championship here on iRacing. Of course, they also have drivers in the World Championship Grand Prix series as well. So they know all about these sorts of strategies. They know how to manage a race. It's just putting it into practice now with Torque Freak.
And that, of course, is far, far easier said than done. As always in racing, it is just putting that plan into action. Coming through Priory now, and it appears that the Radicals car took a little bit of a tighter line through Priory there, actually, to perhaps set it up better through Brooklands, now through Luffield to finish their 100th lap. They'll be completing 513 kilometres this time by as they cross the line. But yes, the Radicals car, you can definitely see it's slightly stronger, I'd say, in the more technical stuff, such as the S's, and I think towards the end of the lap there through Bridge, Priory, Brooklands and Luffield, it just loses a little bit of time through Copse and the straights, I think.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more downforce on that car through the high-speed sections. Of course, the drivers can play with the rear spoiler angle, the rear wing angle, to try and tweak the balance. They've also got the fact that they can change the rake as well to try and present more of the car to the air to try and get that car pressed down into the ground. They've also got that huge rear diffuser on these GTE cars as well, which contributes a lot to the grip through the corners. But right now, the thing is, I don't think Radicals are fast enough in the places where they need to be fast to be able to pull off an overtaking move. And adding to the issue right now is that prototype car trying to make their way through on them. But that'll get done relatively quickly. They just got to hope that that prototype slows down Torque Freak the amount that they've slowed down them or more.
Yeah, I know the feeling, just fast in all of the wrong places on the circuit, just fast in the places where you just can't make a pass and you just lose time into the crucial zones. I know that feeling, and it is heartbreaking most of the time. But the Radicals Online JRT car coming through Priory now. Got to see where this prototype, being the 1050 Barbonera Racing blue car, where will it pass the Torque Freak cars? They come through Luffield now, still not making a move. He'll make the move through Woodcote and up towards Copse.
Up towards Copse we will go. That prototype will make its way by, and I think Radicals Online have lost out quite a bit due to the prototype coming through there. There's Graphite Racing behind, although they are a lap down. Ooh, Torque Freak run wide there, coming through Copse. That's going to lose them a little bit of time, and they'll get the instant point for their issues as well. So they got to be a little bit careful with the track limits here. We haven't seen really any warnings or penalties for violating the track limits here, but we might start to see that if drivers and teams start to take a few too many liberties.
Yep, starting to take a couple of liberties, of course, we have here in this special event. There are a couple of rules involving the instant points you can get once you get above 65 points. You start getting extra penalties, if you like, on top of that. So they really have to be careful in this race.
And of course, an addition that I really want iRacing to put in is to allow spectators to see how many instant points the teams have. We can have a best guess from our third-party timing tools, but we don't see exactly how many instants that they have had, so that'll be a good thing to put into a patch at some point. But right now we just have to extrapolate from what we were given by our tools, and right now it is saying that that Torque Freak Racing car, if I find them, around about 30 instant points.
They're currently side by side with the 4X car, I should say. The Torque Freak Racing Sunset car, the 82, is side by side with the 160 4X car coming up towards Stowe at the moment. Torque Freak on the outside coming down towards Vale. That turns into the inside for the chicane, braking hard from about 180 to 80 kilometers an hour. Still side by side as they come through. Club Torque Freak, the 4X car had a very big wiggle there on the exit of the chicane, and that's like the Torque Freak Racing Sunset car to come through and take that position from them.
Yeah, a little bit of contact in the middle, or rather on the start of Club Corner there. The car trying to turn in for 4X, but the thing is finding that a Torque Freak Racing prototype is already occupying that particular space. So Torque Freak has gotten themselves in battles in prototypes. They've gotten themselves into a battle in your GTE class as well. So they're absolutely all over the place in terms of the battles, but this is kind of what we like to see. battles are starting to come back into this event right now. Although just saying that, Tom Hokensveld, your overall race leaders, decide to split up the Talk Freak versus Radicals Online battle in GTE. They'll just hang behind right now through Club. They're not actually in that much of a rush. They have a 36.6 second buffer over Silverstone, so they don't need to rush this lap traffic. They can afford to stay behind for just a couple of seconds more.
Yeah, just a couple of seconds more. Like you said, they have quite a big gap to the car behind, about 26.5 seconds to the car behind, make that 27.5. So, you know, the Radicals car can afford to lose a little bit of time in trying to overtake this Torque Freak car, but obviously they can't lose too much, otherwise their positions could be imperiled should strategy come into play later on in this race.
And that's one thing for certain, the strategy. As long as we don't see a safety car, if this goes green flag all the way, the teams that have managed and have planned for things going green flag all the way will be the big winners in this event. But right now we are 3 hours into this event, so we are getting up towards what is going to be potentially in an hour's time, halfway mark if it goes green all of the way. This battle's still going on though for Talk Freak Racing and Radicals Online GRT. And Radicals Online do have a good amount of pace behind the wheel of that Porsche. They do have a little tiny slightest bit of front end damage. I don't think that'll be affecting them all that much, but down in towards Stowe now for the 104th time for these GTE fields. Still no opportunity for them to get past the Talk Freak Racing car. So this will just give us a little bit of time now to go and see what is happening in the rest of the field. Talk Freak Racing Sunset, the prototype effort for Talk Freak, has decided to head their way in with 28 laps on their stints, so a little bit early in terms of going for the full stints, but still pretty much on schedule there for the 82 team. And we've also got a battle involving FOH Motorsports Pico de Pato versus Berlin Sim Sports for P number 6 overall as well. So these are the two cars that are just at the well, they're the first cars 1 lap down.
Yep, they are the first cars 1 lap down, and they are certainly in contention to have a nice little fight here for 6th place in class, and indeed 6th place overall. That 117 F4H car ahead of the Berlin Sim Sport 127. Yeah,
the lap times though all going the way of Berlin Sim Sport. 2 seconds were taking out that last time by. And it seems like more time has been taken out on this lap as well. So Dominic Farber behind the wheel of that 127 car, trying to chase down Romeo Granelli for the FOH Motorsports Pico de Pato team there. And well, Dominic Farber, the driver behind, we saw him on RacespotTV Friday primetime just yesterday in the iRacing Le Mans series, the official iRacing Le Mans series, putting in a very good effort in the LMP1 prototypes. But these LMP2s, well, there's pretty much a night and day difference between them.
Oh yes, the LMP1s have the hybrid regen system that you have to you have to manage and deploy. And to be honest, to me, it seems a bit too complicated for me to personally drive. I prefer a very simple car. These LMP2 cars are my sort of thing.
Yes, they are. A little bit slower, well, quite a bit slower than the LMP1 cars, but simpler and more of a driver's car than the technical nature of the LMP1 cars. You can say the same about the modern Formula 1 cars as well. Very similar ERS systems in both those types of machines, but in these HPDs, it's all internal combustion engine for these HPDs, and right now they are giving it a good race so far. FOH Motorsports still though falling back into the clutches of the Berlin Sim Sport number 127 car though through Bridge Corner. This is basically a setup corner for into Priory, and FOH Motorsports have just messed that up completely, coming through Priory up through Brooklands now. Still ahead, though, is FOH Motorsports into Luffield. Berlin Sim Sport trying to find the fastest line through the corner, wide entry, and try to get the wide exit as well. And then following the slipstream coming up towards Cops Corner. Not going to be close enough to make a move down the inside, though, I don't think. So they'll have to play it patient a little bit, wait until Maggots and Beckett's are over and the lap traffic issues are dealt with, and then go for it. But the thing is, that lap traffic is closing in at a rate of knots. This might be a little bit of a sticky situation coming down through the S's now, or pretty much only one line through here. The prototypes will get stacked up behind the GT car. The GT car gets well out of the way. That was the Volkswagen Kinetic Racing number 83 car now. This potentially might have set up move for Berlin Simsport though, but they get a horrible run out of Chapel. That was just sort of stunted that opportunity.
They did stunt that opportunity as they come up into Stowe now. Dominic Farber in that 127 car, trying to get past Romeo Granelli in that F4H Motorsport Pico Tobacco car, coming through the Vale chicane now. Through Club, the long right-hander, that just keeps on going and going and going and going, and eventually it spits you out the other side. Now the next big breaking point is the Abbey chicane. Braking hard are both these cars, not able to make a pass though that time. Farber in that 127 car. Coming into the more technical section of this track, Bridge, the fast right-hander, about 225 kilometers an hour these LMP2 cars are taking it. The F4H car goes very, very wide through Priory, opens up the inside to the 127 car. That turns into the outside for Luffield. Is he going to hang on? Buffalo Gals around the outside. Indeed, I think he is actually. He's got a very nice launch there, but not able to capitalise on it.
He's going to have a look at Cops. I think so. Defensive inside line for Cops corner instantly for F4H. Around the outside has to go Farber. Actually decides to try to attempt the cutback move coming through the fast right-hander, but is not able to do so. So a little bit of flurry of action in the latter end of the lap there. Maybe this one will continue all the way down to Stowe now. There's still a little bit more traffic ahead that these drivers have to be thinking about. There's Graphite Racing there. There's own class traffic as well. Overdrive, Radicals Online, Talk Freak Racing could potentially all get involved and mess up this race for one of these two drivers. Down towards the inside now for Stowe Corner. Graphite Racing going to get out of the way. Potentially, yeah, they take the outside line. That was potentially going to be close there with the Berlin Simsport car, but they managed to get themselves through relatively unscathed. But now, this is the issue. The Berlin Simsport now need to use one of these GT cars as or at least as well as the lap-down prototype as a pick to try and get past. He knows that F4H have messed up Priory on the 2 laps prior. Maybe he takes that in mind now and goes for an aggressive move.
He perhaps goes for the aggressive move. You say that, there's G traffic ahead. That's the Radicals Online GRT car, Ryan Littlemore at the wheel. And that's really stacked these two up. They both have to go the inside coming through Brooklands. And I say that, no, the F4H car does not make the move through Brooklands, through Luffield now. And that's opened up the door for Berlin Simsport, but he's going to get stuck behind the GT car. He's actually not. The GT car tried to get out of the way and he did so well. The F4H car still holding on to this position just.
A little bit of contact between the two teams as well. Fantastic speed carried through Cops from Farber, though, in the Berlin Simsport car. They'll have to negotiate the GT traffic as well at the worst time. Oh, that's so close coming in towards the Maggots and Beckett section. Now they have the small issue of the same class traffic as well in the Overdrive Performance 111 car. So this is an absolute mess right now. Opportunity giveth, opportunity taken away there for Berlin Simsport. As they had the run out of Cops, they could have potentially gone for the move, but the lap traffic was just in the wrong places at the wrong time for them, in the right places at the right times for the car ahead though.
The treble one car getting out of the way nicely, coming through Stowe, coming down the dive towards the chicane now. And Berlin Simsport has almost closed that gap right back up again.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious where the speed lies in this battle right now, but it is still F4H Motorsports holding on to that position. P number 6 overall for Romeo Granell over Dominic Farber, but I think this may just be a matter of time before Berlin Simsport gets past, or it could be a situation where Farber gets a little bit frustrated behind the wheel that he can't get past, even though he's obviously faster, and then goes for a move that he perhaps in hindsight afterwards might regret going for. But close to left field again, a little bit of oversteer off the corners for both of these drivers. And now, once again, another slide there from Romeo Grinnell off the corner. Loses the momentum out of left field, gives a run yet again to Berlin Sim Sports. A slight weaving coming down the pit straight there from the 117. But here comes the run now for Berlin Sim Sport. Do they commit to Maggots? Beckett's now down towards the outside for the first apex. No, this must be so frustrating.
It's very frustrating. Fast in all the wrong places, fast out of Cops towards Maggots Beckett's. You can't really pass there unless you're alongside. Again, fast out of Luffield towards Cops. You can't really pass there unless you're side by side either. It's going to be so frustrating for the 127 car because they are fast. They know they're faster than the F4H car. It's just that they are fast in all the wrong places.
Yeah, that's exactly the case. Maybe they need a little bit of help from the lap traffic, but the thing is they haven't really been helping them either if we look at the past couple of laps. So this, it requires a driver now to really keep their cool behind the wheel. You can't afford really to get a bit hot-headed about this, because you might do something that you might regret. And that might have been one of them there, potentially, as he gets held up by the GT car. Silverstone Esports will fire their way through, but they're on the lap ahead anyway, so that doesn't really matter all that much. But again, this is exactly what I'm talking about. He's trying to push. He's trying to play, trying to get the past the lap traffic as quick as possible. A little bit of miscommunication there, perhaps, because I think Faber was expecting the GT car to track out normally, but the thing is they just cut towards the inside, whereas Faber wanted that line anyway, so they just tripped over each other.
They tripped over each other, and that absolutely destroyed the 127 car. They've fallen way back now. That gap between them is now 2 seconds. It looks far worse than it is. He has to make up all of that time again. I say that the F4H car got stuck behind the GT car coming through the S's, and that's just given him all of the time back.
The vast majority of the time back, but the lap traffic still separates them out just for now. Faber needing to get past his GT car relatively quickly as the Vapex Racing Group car, that GT car ahead, just had a little bit of a slide through the middle of the corner. That's been a theme throughout the entirety of this race for pretty much all the teams, where the track has just been a little bit slippery with the conditions out there. And again, coming onto the entry to Club Corner, F4H just struggling to get the rear traction down coming into the corner, let alone coming out of the corner as they come up in towards the Abbey chicane. Now the Silverstone Esports car is not going to play a factor anymore, since they are faster and on laps ahead, so they can just try to pull away, and Faber can work on reeling this gap back in.
Yeah, trying to reel this gap back in. And you say, at the moment, it looks like pretty much what it was like the previous lap before the shenanigans happened over the past 3 minutes or so. It looks like it's pretty much back to where it was before. You can see all of those marbles on the exit of Luffield as well. It's quite extraordinary to see all of those marbles, but yes, coming up towards Cops. Berlin Simsport and that Dominic Faber currently driven machine trying to close in on Romeo Grinali, and indeed he has closed in on Grinali to the tune of 1.4 seconds that previous lap.
1.4 seconds is the difference in pace. But the thing is, it is still that F4H Motorsports car ahead, and this is just being we haven't really seen that many defensive moves from F4H, because the issue has been that Berlin Sport, as we mentioned before, has been fast in sections where you can't really pass. So the other sections where you can pass, they haven't been close enough to be able to go for the opportunity. So that might change over the next couple of laps, depending if Berlin Sport change their particular strategy for attacking the circuit, as again F4H Motorsport struggle through Club Corner, and again Berlin Sport not close enough on the brakes in towards the Abbey chicane now. So I think we're just going to be seeing this over the next couple of laps, unless Faber decides to just play it a little bit strategic here in terms of setting himself up for the move, rather than just going for an opportunistic one.
Yeah, trying to set, of course, opportunistic is always available, especially when you have this many GT cars around the track, such as Silverstone. There's always opportunity for an opportunistic move. But yes, just trying to size up where he's faster, where he's slower. Well, we've seen over the previous laps where he's faster. It's the wrong places, isn't it? But just try biding his time a little bit to try and force a mistake in the F4H car.
Traffic ahead, quite a few bits of traffic ahead that could cause an issue, and Berlin Simsport are going to get caught here by the Mutaf Racing Podcast blue car. They're going to have to stay behind, but the thing is, F4H have to stay a little bit behind the Godfan Toxic car, the P number 2 car in your GTE class as well. So this is going to spread out this battle yet again. I just want to see these guys side by side. Is that too much to ask?
At the moment, the answer might be yes. We just have to wait and see. But yes, a lot of time lost there by Dominic Farber in that 127 car. Again, through no fault of his own, but he has to try and make all that time back up again.
Yeah, once again, he's certainly capable of it, especially in clear air. But once he just gets behind the F4H Motorsports car, it's just not going to happen. As they still have a little bit more traffic to deal with ahead. That's the Berlin Simsport 147 car. Now this could be interesting because that Berlin Simsport 147 car could help out their prototype teammate here within the rules, shall we say?
Within the rules, yes. Of course, within the rules. Everything's always got to be within the rules until it's not. But yes, that Berlin Simsport car has done exactly what you said. Oh, he's taking the inside line for Luffield as well. And that's allowed the 127 car to get right back onto the rear wing of the F4H car. The F4H car with a big wiggle coming out of Luffield, coming through Woodcote now. They'll both take the inside line over the GT car. Coming up into Cops now, but yes, that gap right back down again. Swings and roundabouts in this battle for 6th place.
Swings and roundabouts indeed, and that 127 prototype is probably going to say over the comms, thank you very much 147 there for holding up the F4H Motorsports car a little bit there. Through Maggots and Beck, it's now a little bit of a messed up line there for Berlin Simsport, but they'll get themselves sorted out. Up through Trappel, don't think it's going to be close enough for Stowe, but there's still more opportunities potentially further down the road, and we do have a driver that is waiting for an interview. We're waiting for what is going to be Ryan Littlemore from the Radicals Online JRT car, currently P3 in class for your GTE field. So Ryan, while we watch this prototype battle going on for P number 6, how's your team been doing down just on the final step of the podium in GT? Or not, as we'll wait for... Sorry. There we go.
My mic was muted, sorry. To your question, yes, it's been okay. Just keeping it easy. We saw our sister car having issues, and we just wanted to take it a bit more cautious, especially one of our drivers who's driving at the minute now. Carno, it's his first race, like proper race for the team, like an endurance race, so gonna give him some time now, just to get to grips with the car, and he's doing well so far, so just gotta take it easy, mate.
Yeah, just got to take it easy, especially in this sort of situation where you're sort of in the middle of the race now, and you don't have too many cars around you to be worrying too much about. As the car ahead of you, in fact, goes off into the pit lane, Godfan Toxic car, so they'll be brought back, towards you after you've taken that stop. So. How's Connor feeling behind the wheel right now? Is he feeling confident? You said it was his first race in an endurance race. How's he doing?
Yeah, he is. He was kind of breaking it when I was coming to the pits. He was a bit worried, but I just told him just to get yourself planted for the first 5-10 laps, and then just do what he's doing. He does well in other series like Formula Renault, so it's going to be like that. Just have some fun, get some experience in him, and see how he goes, and see if we can catch up to Talk Free Racing, as we're matching them on pace at the minute, and that's probably our main rival for this race, unless there are issues up ahead for top 3 spot. But I think 4th's our optimal position at the minute, but still got 6.5 hours still to go, so lots of things can change in this race, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you did drop down to P number 6 after that stop, as this prototype battle is starting to get a little bit spicy, but they're not side by side quite yet, so we can continue on with this. As you sort of described your aims for the rest of this race right now, and with the competition ahead, is there still a slight chance to potentially win this one, or are you just focusing on perhaps maybe a top 5, top 3 finish at this point?
I think, honestly, we weren't going into this thinking we would win, because I haven't really driven the Porsche as much, and Connor, as I mentioned, is his first proper race in this car, and Adam Tierney, so he drives the F1 car, and he's been our quickest driver in the minute. So I think our aim was a top 5 in this race, and we haven't got really anything against like Govan, Toxic Team, and Geo, well, I don't know how to say their name, and TBR. They seem to be the quickest teams at the minute, but we'll still keep going, and we'll try and hunt down Talk Free and try and get that 4th place, because they're our overall 4th place, but we'll see.
Yeah, we will see indeed. And, well, since this is pretty much a one-off event, you see a little bit of contact with the 127 car and the GT car there as they try to make their way through Stowe. Hopefully they don't have too much damage as a result of that one, but back to Radicals Online. They, well, how are you guys looking for the next season now? Of course, this is a sort of middle of the summer event. The season had finished. We're still waiting for the start of the next season. How are you guys looking?
I'm not really the best person to ask this. Probably Rob's your best bet, but I think we're going to be obviously looking forwards to Neo. Obviously, we've got one car already in there in the prototype field in the HPD class, and we've got a spot for next year. But we may have a couple more teams maybe coming in for the next season, and possibly maybe one in this for the new season. I'm not really too sure, and we'll probably have to speak to Rob, and obviously I can let you guys know firsthand and see what Radicals are doing. But I think we'd want to try and do more events like this, and just get our team out there a little bit more in these endurance races. And I mean, they're good fun. So you get to obviously work together as a team with people that you don't normally race with in your little squad. Obviously, I haven't raced with Connor before, and he's a nice little guy, good guy, and obviously I know Van from other events that I've done with him. So this is what I like endurance racing. You get to spend 10 hours with your good friends, and obviously focus on the race, but have a laugh as well and have a chat and banter. But obviously we want to most priority in this race is to obviously get the car home and get a good finish on us. So I think that's what we're going for mainly.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us there, Ryan, from Radicals Online JRT, currently running P number 6 in class. But here we go. Here comes the side-by-side fight for the prototypes for P number 6. Berlins will down towards the inside at Vale. Becomes the outside line for Club Corner now, as he has to fight on the marbles to try and get that car in a straight line. Has to take it to the runoff there to try to complete the move. So Faber finally ahead of FRH Motorsports, but FRH is going to go back on the brakes towards Abbey there with a hopeful move. But finally they battle, and finally Berlin will get through.
Yeah, just got through. We knew it was going to be coming. We knew it was going to happen eventually. Over the last 10 laps or so, Dominic Farbar in that Berlin Sim Sport number 127 has set up that move brilliantly, and he's now up into P6 in class, and indeed P6 overall. The question is, can he try and chase down the car ahead of him? That is, of course, the Motive Racing podcast car, and there's only sorry, I say that as the cars ahead of him are just coming to the pits, so the timing is getting a little bit confused at the moment. Indeed, sorry, it's got 6 seconds to the number 1 car ahead. The question is, can he chase down that Motive car?
Yeah, the Motive car is a little bit off strategy, so that'll be one to keep an eye on. As FRH Motorsports, they're trying to keep to the back of the Berlin Sim Sport car, and we'll see how well that goes for them, but I don't think they have the overall pace to try and get back past them, at least on their own merits. So we'll look to see if they drop back behind. But the thing is, this GT traffic has just been a complete nightmare for some of these prototype cars. So there is a chance that FRH can get back past here if Berlin Sissel gets held up by the traffic.
Yes, just a chance, like you say, as always, there is a chance in endurance racing. You say that he's caught up behind that car. He's caught up behind the War Dogs car coming through the Abbey chicane. And again, that F4H car very, very squirrely on the power.
Yeah, those rear tyres are starting to perhaps go away as we're, sort of about 2/3 of the way through the stint now.
Yeah.
24 laps. So, and especially in the pretty hot conditions, even though the air temp is only, quote marks, 20 degrees, the track temp is quite high because there are no clouds in the sky. So all of that heat from the sun is going straight onto the track, straight onto the rubber that has been laid down and making things a little bit slippery on line there as well. So there we go. F4H Motorsports, they're going to have to deal with that traffic now and into Maggots and Beckett's, and there we go. They'll go through. But there's a bit of a train of cars ahead, though. Which is going to be the likes of TBR powered by Red Dot. There's also PCDC there. There's Berlin Simsport 147 yet again there. So that could potentially be interesting. Maybe the Berlin Simsport car can help their teammates out yet again, but this time, trying to prevent F4H from overtaking them back.
Yes, perhaps the opportunity to launch a counter attack at some point. But as you say, they do have this gaggle of GT cars ahead. They've got Simeon Lynch in the TBR car, it's Sebastian Gauda in the 147 Berlin Simsport car, and also Adrian Resness in the PCDC Motorsports red car. So yes, that gaggle, I say that as he just passes the sister car, does Dominic Farber.
He does. And now F4H are going to get a little bit stuck behind them, as it turns out. There's no,
no,
go down
what
the
a shame.
Oh my god, there we go, down the inside at Brooklyn's corner. But the thing is, Berlin Simsport dealing with their own issues with the traffic. That is the TBR powered by Greg Dock car that's kind of holding them up through Luffield, but they will manage to get themselves out of the way for the exit of Luffield. Coming up towards Copse now. And the run not really with any particular driver. Compromised inside lines have to be taken into the Copse corner though, and F4H still no opportunity for them to get back past.
There's still no opportunity for them to get past. But as you're watching that battle, another one to be looking at is for 8th, I believe, in the GT class. Yep, it is for 8th and it's for 7th and 8th in the GT class, and 94 Berlin Simsport and the Team Huskenveld number 35, as they are just coming through the Vale chicane out of club down towards Abbey. They're side by side almost. No, I say they're side by side, but Team Huskenveld car will try and go around the outside of the Abbey chicane. That's not really a prime passing opportunity here at Silverstone, let's put it that way, as they come through Bridge and Priory, the two of these nose to tail.
Yeah, and Berlin Simsport, yet again, involved in the battle, this time in the GT class. So they're getting themselves stuck in, just like Talk Freak Racing were doing just a little bit earlier, as tracking out a little bit in the middle of the corner was Derry Renson there for the 94. But he manages to get himself off and away off the corner pretty okay. There goes Talk Freak Racing Sunset there in the prototype class. But these two GT cars pretty similar on pace, I have to say. 146 flat for both of them that last time by. Team Hoistingveld did have the run out of Copse though, but we've seen this story before. Even though you do have the run out of Copse, it requires a 110% commitment down the inside, down one of the lanes of Maggots to try and potentially make it side by side. But out of Chapel now, and Hoistingveld have really got the run on, so they'll tuck into the slipstream. They will bring themselves up to the back, and they will go for the inside line. The inside line not even defended there for Berlin Simsport. So Peter Kiermaier down towards the inside, and I think Berlin Simsport has just given them that.
You perhaps say the idea there for the Berlin Simsport car was hope to give do exactly that actually, as the Huskenveld car's gone round and just clipped the Berlin Simsport car on its way round. Well, I was going to say something exactly like that, just make a mistake in the near future. That's exactly what happened to Peter Kiermaier and that number 35 Team Huskenveld.
Yeah, just got his braking point all wrong for the braking zone into Vale. Just locked up the brakes slightly. I think that was a rear lock there, I believe, coming down in towards the Vale chicane. So that's just going to swap the ends of the car all day long. Usually, if you lock up the front brakes, you're going straight on. If you lock up the rears, you're going straight around.
Yes, it's a very, very delicate balance between the braking, because if you, as you say, if you just got a little bit too far rearward, you go around a little bit too far forwards, you go sailing straight on into the corner. It's a very delicate operation getting your brake balance and indeed brake pressure right for these big braking zones such as Vale.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, the equipment does factor a little bit into that as well. Some drivers going with these very, very premium pedals, which give them a very, very good amount of feeling for their brakes in these cars, and can be on the 100% margin in terms of the brakes for a little bit. Well, they can basically tell where the limit is for braking a lot easier than some of the other drivers with a little bit inferior equipment. But the thing is, the difference in lap times arguably is not all that much, just a couple of tenths of a second. But the thing is, the couple of tenths of a second do matter in the end.
Yeah, it is all just about those little tenths of a second, as you say. If you can also, it's just those little tenths of a second really do make a difference. That Team Huskenveld car going to try and track down Terry Renson in that Berlin Simsport number 94 again.
Yeah, once again, trying to find their way through as, there we go, there's that battle once again in the prototypes. Berlin Simsport versus F4H. They haven't separated out at all, even though I thought that Berlin Simsport might just run away with it. F4H have done well to keep themselves on the back of their competitors as they file their way through the GT traffic once again, coming up towards the final couple of corners. Very close for F4H. They could dive it down towards the inside there, but there's the GT car that is hogging that inside line. A little bit of a compromised line. Car. Yeah, a little bit of a compromise. Surprise, surprise. But there we go. It's just that sometimes it's interesting to see that sort of team strategy play out, and sometimes it may or may not be within the rules, shall we say.
Yes, it just appears like every time the Berlin Simsport P2 car needs a little bit of help. Oh look, there's one of the GT cars. It has appeared a little bit like that, but no, as you say, that number 127 car has done a good job to stay ahead under that pressure from the number 117 F4H car as they come round Cops now for what is their Stowe for what is their 128th time this race. Doing a fantastic job is Dominic Farber in that 127.
Yep, he is, and while we've been talking all about these particular battles involving Berlin Simsport, there has a race going on, believe it or not, that's separate to all of this. The Team Heusinkveld 78 car, the prototype, still leads the front of the prototype field by about 38.7 seconds, which will reduce because they're dealing with the traffic right now, but that is the margin that they're dealing with right now. Simtalk Esports, P number 2 in glass for LMP. You've got Barbanara Racing Green, P number 3, and Motif Racing Podcast HBD, P number 4. Then Berlin Simsport 127 and F4H Motorsports Pico de Pato. That's the battle has been the main focus for like the last 20 minutes, half an hour right now. But they have managed to separate themselves out finally. I wonder if that closes up again. Ooh, I wonder. But there we go. VRTA Racing Cobalt, they're trying to recover from penalties earlier on in this event. P number 7 and AOR will round out the rest of your top 8 Apex Online Racing. So the league organisers for some other sims and games that we could possibly mention doing pretty well in P number 8 midfield of your LMP class, but in terms of your GT, Geodesic Racing Gold, pole position and still leading in this event for the number 56. There's Lotions und Godvan Toxic there in P number 16 overall, second in place in class. And looking at the chat, they have been complaining a little bit about some of the standards out there on the racing circuit, but that's just something that will have to be dealt with. They've got TBR powered by Craig Dock in the third place position there. Talk Freak Racing P4, Radicals Online P5, F4H Motorsports P6. P7 is German Sim Racing Purple, and Berlin Sim Sport will be P number 8, chased by Team Hoytenveld P number 9. So those are the top 8 or 9 cars in each class, and I've got to say, it's been a pretty decent race.
It has been a very nice race. There's always been a battle. We've had these very long battles, such as the 1 versus the 127 and the 117. We've had nice lead battles as well for both classes so far. So it has been a very, very enjoyable race this first 3 hours and 40 minutes or so. But yes, the Berlin Sim Sport car trying to run away from the 117 car. It seems like they're doing that okay at the moment, but the thing is, they've got their sights set on the car directly in front of them, the number 1 Motef Racing podcast car, as they come through Cops for their 130th time. A GT car there, and Berlin Sim Sport's just going to get balked by them.
Oh no, this is a little bit of deja vu. Caught behind the GT car and Maggots and Beckett's. There's F4H Motorsports. They've got the run through trap. Will have to split it down the middle between the prototype and the GT. Has to lift out of the throttle a little bit, but still in the slipstream. Will be able to close up around the outside of Stowe corner. It has to be. Can F4H get themselves back by? Cutback move required potentially through Stowe, as Berlin Sim Sport going to be slow off the corner. On the brakes now in towards Vale. It has to be for Granelli. It goes down towards the inside. He might have the position. You know he does have the position, and Berlin Sim Sport will have to spin towards the outside of the racing circuit. It changes again.
Indeed, that does change again. Indeed, it changes again. An absolutely incredible series of events here, isn't it? As the Berlin Sim Sport car, that number 94, as you said, coming round the club now, absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, and meanwhile, while this is all going on, the leader in the prototypes has decided to head their way down on towards the lane. But wow, that is wow, that's a little bit of a heart-burning moment. That was just some apart from the little spin at the end, that was some brilliant racing there. But wow, that was, I don't really have any words for that, but there we go. Let's just move on from that. F4H Motorsports managing to get themselves back into the thick of things. I was doubting their pace when they were fighting Berlin Sim Sport originally, but they found the pace to get back. They got some luck with the lap traffic as well, and now look at where they are.
I should have said the 127, of course, the 94 being one of the GT cars. But yes, Berlin Sim Sport in this F4H battle seems to not be ending at the moment, doesn't it? It's just going on and on and on. But yes, that battle being for 5th place now in class. But yes, absolutely extraordinary racing like we've had all day here today. And another battle heating up is with one of the other Berlin Sim Sports car, the 94, and the Team Huskenveld 35. Those two cars starting to get closer and closer again.
They are. Huskenveld 35, about, that's going to be a good 7/10 of a second gained that last time by. So definitely with the pace right now. Berlin Sim Sport 94 this time. Can they pull? Can they defend their position that well, their prototype effort was not able to do right now? Team Huskenveld very, very close onto the brakes in towards Vale, but not able to make any opportunity of it through club this time. A little bit of a wide entry there for Berlin Sim Sport. Actually, middle of the track all the way through the apex as well. That can't be the ideal line unless he's searching for the grip somewhere else. But Team Huskenveld now with the opportunity, perhaps into Abbey. No, you're gonna not even go for it. Gonna just play it patient right now. I'm just having a look at potentially maybe the tyre situation between these two teams. I'm having a look at the 35 and the 94. There we go. So they're going to be 15.8 laps and 8.8 laps on their stint respectively. So Team Huskenveld potentially have the fresher tyres to work with here, and they're using 100% of them to try and to bring themselves up to the back and eventually try to get themselves past.
Trying to bring them up closer and closer as they come through Woodcut now to start what will be their 124th lap. Coming through Cops now. Yeah, Huskenveld just weaving a little bit behind the Berlin Sim Sport car, but perhaps just trying to distract Terry Renson in that 94 and just force him into a little bit of a mistake, but got very, very close through Copse there actually, didn't he? And on the run up to Maggots and Beckett's coming onto the hanger straight now, accelerating out of Beckett's on through the chapel onto the hanger straight, and it appears that perhaps Huisgeveld has the better momentum.
Yeah, meanwhile, that 35 car has actually got themselves a warning for an improper pit exit on lap 115. So they've got to be careful when they exit the pit lane here, careful not to cross that white line in any way. Opportunity into Vale, not going to happen though for Kiermaier. But he's just going to play it very patiently right now. There's no point in rushing things like these. It's still pretty much the middle of this event. We're not even at the halfway stage right now, which is concerning for me, considering I'm basically in the sauna right now. But right now they're going to follow themselves all the way through Abbey Chicane, down through Bridge right now. And well, Kim Esther's going to be a little bit squirrely on the entry to Bridge, but we'll get themselves sorted out. And still waiting for that opportunity to arise.
Yep, still waiting for that opportunity to arise. Of course, this could well be a distance race as well. You've got to remember the Simatok eSport car currently in the lead is on lap 134, so not quite there to the halfway point yet. He needs to do another 23 to get to the halfway point in terms of distance.
Yeah, and that's the important point as well in terms of distance. But the thing is, here we go. Team Huisgeveld side by side in towards Maggots and Beckett's going to commit to the move. A little bit of clipping of the curb there by Berlin Simsport. Side by side through Beckett's as well. Up towards Chapel this time. Fantastic move for Team Huisgeveld as they finally get through. There's the apex of Chapel they're heading through right now. Fantastic move.
Round the outside in the middle of the X, in the middle of the S's, absolutely wonderful move there by Peter Kiermaier in that number 35 car. A wonderful move there. Just got to see if Thierry Renson in that 94 car can respond, coming down to the Vale Chicane. Far too far back to launch a challenge coming through Club. We've got to see if he does any better through technical stuff towards the end of this lap.
Yep, that's the issue. Meanwhile, we were given the information by GoFankini in the YouTube chat that they're actually going to have to take 1 minute of damage repairs here because of their loss in straight line speed. They lost about 6 kilometers an hour in the straight line due to what looks like to be damage on the front left wheel arch of that TBR powered by Craig Dot car. So actually, the Godfan car. Sorry, I got completely confused. Sorry. Yeah, but they have had that front end damage for quite a while, actually, the number 13. So, and they almost have a half spin there out onto the grass. As maybe a little bit of a curse of the commentator, a case of having the cameras on your car, perhaps contributed to that one. But they're still in P number 2, so not all is lost right now for the 13, even though they're lacking in the straight line speed. It's just that when it comes to any battles potentially later on in the race, they won't have anything to defend coming down straights.
Yes, and that could be very, very important as we get into the second half of this race. If they're not able to defend in the straights, they've got to make sure that they're absolutely glorious in the corners. But the question is that number 13 car set up for these corners?
Well, considering they did get themselves P2 in qualifying and P2 in the race right now, it's probably no lack of talent and no lack of technical knowledge in that car either. So I think they'll still be running pretty well at this stage, despite their complaints with the rest of the field. But meanwhile, behind them, Berlin Simsport trying to find their way past Beast Racing, which is the team of Drew Anderson that is an iRacing employee. And Tobias Schultz can't really be too happy with the way Beast Racing was being there. And in fact, it is Drew Adamson behind the wheel of the car. So this is an interesting one to negotiate. Finally, Drew will let him through, and Tobias Schultz will be off and away.
Yep, off and away will be Mr. Schultz in that 127 car, as you said. But But yes, again, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. Always perhaps just catching traffic in the wrong place. It is always a worry, especially when you have so many cars as we have here. And again, still a lot of cars on track, aren't there?
Still a lot of cars. As in terms of the retirees in this event, I'm just going to double check how many of that we have right now. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 retirees, I believe, of this entire 48 car field. So still a pretty good rate of attrition there.
Yep, still a pretty good rate of attrition as we are almost 4 hours into this race now. And Ryan Walker, I believe, is now trying to catch down Adrian Refsness there for position 32 and 33 overall in the GT class. Refsness being in the PCDC Motorsports red car, and Ryan Walker being in the treble 2 Nomad Sim Racing team.
Yeah, Nomad Sim Racing. Oh, they're going to push out onto the grass there. So maybe spooked a little bit by the prototype, tried to work their way through. That was the Speedworks Racing Team South that fought their way through. So that battle is actually going to be split up just a little bit right now for P number 32 overall. But in terms of the rest of the racing out there, it's gone quiet just a little bit as we're coming to, I believe we're coming towards the end of we're in the middle of the stint for GTE. So we're in the middle of the stint for both classes right now, so I feel like it's as good a time as any to go RacespotTV fan immersion. I don't think we've done one with a prototype car so far, I believe, unless you can correct me on that. But why not? Let's just go on board with a prototype trying to make their way through. Why not? Let's go on board with that Berlin Simsport 127 car that has been giving us all the action. That was a couple of laps on board then with Tobias Schultz for Berlin Simsport 127. Currently P number 6 in class in your prototype field, trying to chase down the VRT E-Racing Cobalt car, but they are a good, pretty much a good sector away at this point, so that one won't be closing up anytime soon. The battle that is pretty close, though, is the one between the German sim racing purple car, the number 69, and the Team Heusingfeld 35 here. So Team Heusingfeld really making inroads here for their GT efforts. They're right about where they started in terms of qualifying, so they have fought themselves back into this position. They did have a little bit of a fight with Berlin Simsport number 94 just a couple of laps ago, but the thing is they managed to pull away from them, and now they have another set of Germans to deal with.
Yep, another set of Germans coming up towards Stowe on their 130 first lap. Closing. Heuskenveld's last lap was a 45 knot. Compare that to the German Sim Racing's 45.4. You can see how that gap has been closing over the past few laps. Coming out of the club corner now onto the run towards Abbey, all the way up to 235 kilometers an hour for these cars before a big braking zone, 105 at the apex of Abbey. And it seemed to me there that the German Simsport car just slightly outbraked themselves.
Just a little bit brings Team Heusingfeld back into things here in terms of the final couple of corners of the lap. And, well, it just so happens that Team Heusingfeld is also a German team. So it's the Germans versus the Germans versus the Germans all the time over the course of this race so far. Apart from, of course, FOH Motorsports, which are, I actually not quite know what kind of team they are. They have two British drivers behind the wheel of their prototype effort right now, so perhaps they are a British team. I'm sorry, I don't usually commentate this series, so there's how my preparation went. As this battle between the 69 and the 35 still going on down towards Maggins and Beckett's, but 35 still not able to pass despite the outright pace that they do have. Out of Chapel. Here is the run that could potentially be set up then for Team Heusingfeld, but the thing is they weren't able to get the momentum off the corner, and that's just one of the most important things at this racetrack is just the run off the slow speed corners, but they bring themselves right up to the back bumper though. The rear diffuser coming through Stowe though, and they may still have the opportunity potentially into Vale, but they're gonna have to give that one up just for now. But wow, that mid corner speed for Heusingfeld, that was impressive.
Yeah, mid-corner speed from Heuskenveld, very, very impressive, like you said. And but still, they are just behind, braking hard into that Abbey chicane, the left and the right, the flat outright coming down under the bridge, down the hill towards Bridge that's still diving down a little bit. Priory with a slight uphill, the left-hander that goes on for a little bit. You just got to wait until you can put the throttle back on. Back to where the modern day circuit is, through Brooklands and now Luffield. This long right-hander, Heuskenveld is certainly getting closer and closer.
It is. The opportunity is there and waiting. It just hasn't really shown itself just yet for the Team Heusingfeld car. They'll just follow pretty close through Copse Corner right now, and then coming up to Maggins and Beck, it's still no opportunity. So I think at this point they should just bide their time. They should just just be patient with this one. I think this is exactly what they're doing. Kiermaier he's a relatively intelligent driver. He knows where he can pull off moves. He knows when to be super aggressive and when to be passive. This is one of those times, but maybe this is one of the times to be aggressive now, coming down in towards the Stowe corner. Dive down towards the inside. Oh, he had a little bit of a look. You could see by the body language of the car that he wanted that inside line, but decided to not go for it at the last moment.
It decided to not go for it at the last moment, perhaps. Well, he almost went for that one as well, coming into that chicane. And he's punted them up the back, and the Heuskenveld car lost traction and went across to the left-hand side, and he's lost all of that time.
I think it's just a matter of seeing the driver ahead make a mistake with a slight lockup and then making the same mistake yourself and just following them through on that. Just a little bit of a tunnel vision there for Team Hoisingveld. Just a little bit of rear end contact to the car ahead, and German Sim Racing, well, they'll be the ones getting away from the contact a little bit better than their compatriots there in the Team Hoisingveld car. So it'll be a while before this battle closes right back up, but I'm sure it will close right back up. Speaking of battles that are close, though, the 127 versus the 117. Guess who?
Yeah, the one that's
Guess
been going on for about, what, an hour now?
There's no way. There's no other way to explain this, ladies and gentlemen. They're at it again. They're at it again. Berlin Simsport 127 versus F4H Motorsports. Vico Tapato. Here we go. There we go. Sam Rosamond's behind the wheel of this one, and Tobias Schultz. So, same cars, two different drivers that are battling this time as they head their way down in towards Abbey. There goes the Ford. They make contact, and Rasmus has to go so deep on the brakes there. The Ford spins towards the grass on the outside of the Abbey chicane. We'll have to wait for a whole bunch of traffic to make their way by before they can bring themselves back on the racing circuit. And wow, we were expecting fireworks, but not quite with the GC traffic, though.
How was that not a massive accident? Unbelievable car control there from the 117 car. The Sam Rosamond currently driving that, the F4H car. How was that not a massive accident? My goodness.
Yeah,
the Ford just came and completely swiped the prototype.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was just a lapse of concentration, perhaps not realizing there was another prototype behind the one that already went through, trying to cut back to take the normal line for the corner, and oops, there's the door going into the prototype. And fantastic effort as well for F4H to not run into the back of Berlin Simsport after they had that contact.
Yeah, unbelievable. The F4H car and the 117 127 will no doubt come back together soon.
Yeah, no doubt at all in that one. And well, right now they have another bit of GT traffic between them. That's the Radicals Online JRT car. So Conor Ryan behind the wheel, new to that team in terms of these endurance events, playing in his first couple of stints for that team in endurance events, and doing pretty well when all is said and done. Currently running P at number 5 in class right now, so fantastic effort for them. Let's hope they get that top 5 goal at the end of the race as well. But I'm just chuckling at this now because it's just such a storyline between this 127 and the 117. It's like they've been battling for the past 2 hours basically at this point.
Yeah.
And F4H get the oversteer, but they'll still manage to recover.
Yeah, that big snap of oversteer coming off of Lockfield there. Having a look at these two teams, they both actually came in on the same lap. They've both got 11 laps on this stint, so the tyres are of equal age. But again, we've seen it with multiple drivers now, that 117 car. It just seems to be very, very squirrely on the power. We've seen it with multiple drivers now.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the track temperature is a little bit high, on the high side of normal. Although the air temperature has cooled down a degree since we last mentioned it, down from 20 degrees to 19 degrees. The track temp has I think remained at 38 degrees Celsius. So it's starting to cool down a little bit. That might give the drivers a little bit of leeway in terms of the track. You'll see lap times, if it drops any considerable amount, you'll see the lap times get a bit faster, but I don't think we'll be seeing that considering we have just a couple of, we're still
the
not really.
The air temperature's gone down a degree, but the track temperature hasn't changed.
Yeah, the track is retaining the heat. So, especially with all the cars running on it as well, the heat from the tyres gets put into the track, and of course the reverse happens on all the tyres as well, don't forget. But yeah, that's just the situation that they have to deal with right now. F4H still trying to catch back up to the Berlin Simsport car. Guess what? Berlin Simsport GT car.
Oh, that's right, he's running the GTA cars now. Exactly right. As they come through Luffield through Woods pit start there, 145th lap of the race. But yes, having a look as they come up towards Copse, the 117 has to take the inside, and arguably less preferable line through Copse there.
Ooh, and the prototype, the Berlin Simsport car almost got cut off completely by the Nomad Sim Racing team coming into Agate and Beckett. FOH have to file their way through on the outside, through the marbles they'll have to go. So that's going to reduce their grip for the next couple of corners, but they knew how crucial getting past those 2 bits of lap traffic was in that section, because they couldn't afford to lose too much time.
Yeah, can't afford to lose much time, especially when the cars are as close as this and as evenly matched as these two cars are.
Yeah, they are, and wow, there's actually that's a battle for position for Nomad Sim Racing and the Berlin Simsport 147 car. I didn't realize it at first, but the reason why they were fighting so hard, even with the prototypes around them, was that they were embroiled in their own battle, as the Beast Racing and the Speedworks car will try to file their way through on them, just splitting this battle up just a little bit. There's also the battle with the 201 as well, involving the 201, the PCDC Motorsports versus Volker Kinetic Racing. PCDC managed to get themselves through at some point on the last lap, and around the outside the VRT Esports car has to go, as Volkswagen Kinetic, they've lost a lot of time, and that's because they're going into the pits.
Yep, coming into the pits. Again, this strategy playing out. It's now 4 hours and 10 minutes gone in the race, so that kind of plays off with the pitting every hour roughly that we've seen so far.
Yeah, roughly for these GTE cars, that is the sort of time that you want to come in. Goes up on the jacks. We'll be taking tyres, of course. Why not in these GTE cars unless you're short filling, because they're taking the same time as well as the fuel. But this battle. 127 versus the 117. It's back within a second, guys. It's back within a second.
Back within a second. They've got a GT traffic between the two of them, but of course along the hangar straight. No problem for these LMP2 HPDs coming round Stowe at the top of the circuit. The fast right-hander and minimum speed of about 100 miles an hour for these LMP2 cars coming through the Vale chicane. And again, they're getting closer and closer coming through Club. The next big braking zone is Abbey.
It is. I don't think it's going to be close enough, though, is San Rosemont. There we go, into the braking zone. Another Berlin Simsport GT car ahead, so this might still hold change as they try to file their way through Bridge and Priory and coming up to what is going to be Brooklands as well. The Berlin Simsport car not really helping out their teammate in this sort of situation. They can now, if they hold the inside line of left field. They'll go 3 wide between them in towards left field, and somehow Sam Rosman tries to barge his way through. FRH Motorsports are through despite the 2 Berlin Simsport cars working against him.
He just shot the gap right through the middle, and somehow it worked. Somehow that move worked. An absolutely wonderful move there from Sam Rosamond. Just shooting the gap straight through the middle of those 2 cars. Having a look on the replay, coming in the braking zone for Luffield. It was a closing gap, but he put the car there. An absolutely ballsy move there from the 117 car.
It swaps around yet again. FRH Motorsports back in front of Berlin Simsport 127. There we go, down the middle.
I just saw that. It started because the 127 Berlin Simsports car got a big squirrely moment on the acceleration coming out of Brooklands.
And the 147 car has just gotten themselves a warning for ignoring blue flags. And the 147 car, guess who it is?
The 147 car, I wonder who?
Berlin Simsport 147 by any chance?
Perhaps. There's so many of them, they're just multiplying.
But yeah, as we're still on the replay side of things there, as FRH Motorsports did manage to make their way by finally with that amazing move down the middle of the 2 Berlin Simsport cars, but returning back to the live pictures, in fact. And they still. These guys are so equal on pace that they couldn't break away from each other even if they tried. If one of them has an instant, they bring themselves back. It's just the nature of things right now. It's just absolutely brilliant to see. And while these guys have, actually, they're not too far away from each other. A couple of tenths of a second separate them. So this definitely isn't over But we do have to pay attention to the rest of the race and the other drivers, because that is what broadcasters are supposed to do. But looking at your GTE field, though, right now that is looking pretty stagnant as I'm looking at the timing boards. No drivers within a second, so those positions are pretty set for the moment. Still Geodesic Racing Gold leading the way at the front of the field from Godman Toxic, then TBR powered by Craig Dockman and Talk Freak Racing round out your top 4. In terms, I'm actually trying to search for the biggest mover in terms of class in your field. The Wilder Sim Racing team did catch my attention, plus 15 for the day. And in the prototype field, I don't think we have anyone else that can match that, as I'm hoping that Hugo has the graphics up for that. He does, in fact, have the graphics up for that. So Team Hoisingveld up 1, Simtalk Esports up 3. But once we scroll things down, we'll see that plus 15 for one of the GT cars, which is an absolutely fantastic run. Maybe a little bit of a poor qualifying, but still, for the world of sim racing car, that is pretty good race pace from the back of the field.
A very good race pace from the back of the field, as you say, and there we go, the World of Sim Racing 131, plus 15 from the start in the GT class. You can see the F4H Motorsport 911 and the German Sim Racing 69, both plus 5 as well.
Yep,
and the V-Apex Racing Group Red car as well.
Yeah, so good positions gained in the GT class for those that started nearer the back of the field. But the race pace just certainly been with them. So it was either just bad qualifying, or they just have completely turned something on for this actual race event. We haven't had that many retirees. Although saying that, most of them have been, in fact, all of them have been in the GT class. But that only accounts for about 4 or 5 of the places gained. So there we go.
Yeah, great job by all those teams, like you say. But yes, the Berlin Sim Sport car, the P2 car, the 127, balked a little bit there by a GT traffic coming through Stowe and the run down towards the Vale chicane. And it's caused Tobias Schultz to lose touch a bit to Sam Rosamond in that 117.
Yeah, it has. So again, issues with traffic for the Berlin Simsport car, and that does seem to be a theme for them, at least when they're trying to chase down cars. And getting involved into instances being in the vicinity of instances involving wrapped cars, shall we say, for that particular team. Let's hope they don't see anything like that for the rest of this race. We're coming up to what is going to be almost halfway through this race now. And we haven't seen one safety car at all, which does make a change from the DGFX race that I broadcasted, the one I broadcasted before, which I had to cover for. We had a race at Sebring in the night, and let's just forget about that, because it was caution, safety cars, everything. It was just horrible. But this race, this has been the turnaround.
Absolutely fantastic race so far, like you've said. But a bit of a close battle at the moment in the circuit. It's seen the 147, the one that just got the warning, and the 121 Berlin Simsport versus War Dogs as they come through Luffield at the moment on through Woodcote and now onto the start-finish straight.
Yep, there we go. A lot of traffic to deal with then for Berlin Simsport, and some of these guys are actually battling for position. It's a battle for position in front between the Speedworks and the Berlin Simsport, the Curling Racer team. But Berlin Simsport managed to make themselves known and managed to get themselves through. Speedworks might capitalize on this one, dive down towards the inside of the Curling Racer team. Richard McClure behind the wheel trying to defend, but Sean Macbeth will get himself through. And in fact, Richard McClure may lose actually a position to the lead lap car here as well, because he was so slow coming off of the Abbey chicane that Alexander Lila might as well just head his way through. P number 22 overall is his team's position.
I'm sorry, you go.
There we go. No, you take it.
No, you do.
After you. And you after you. No, after you. But anyway, I might as well take it from this point forward. There we go. And we've gotten to yet another point in the race where there isn't really that much going on. It's just setting up now for the final half of the race, in which we will have a change of commentary team. So that'll be once the hour 5 ticks over, we'll hang up our microphones here and hand them over to a different team that's going to come in. I believe Randy Chanoff's involved in that one. I'm very sorry. I'm going to have to apologize to them later, but I can't remember the name of the other commentator.
David Haynes.
David Haynes, and those two, Randy Chanoff and David Haynes, will be taking you for the second half of this race once that hour 5 mark happens. So that is just what is going to happen here on RacespotTV. You'll go onto a different stream as well, because this is the hour 1 to 5 stream. We'll have the second half stream on a different link, so you'll have to change that one over once we do so. But we'll give you fair warning for when that is about to happen. So. But we've still got around about, it's going to be about 45 minutes left on our commentary stint here. And how's the race been for you so far, Neil? You've enjoyed your first ever iRacing broadcast?
Yes, my first iRacing broadcast here at RacespotTV. It's been an absolutely fantastic race. It's been a great experience, and it certainly helps with the calibre of race that we've had, doesn't it? And
I am going to ask the question because, of course, you're a commentator on the VAC, which is the top endurance series on a certain simulator that we could mention. How does the racing here compare to something like that? Totally unbiased.
It's very interesting difference, because in the VAC I've been commentating with, they've got 3 classes there. They've got LMP1, LMP2 and GTE, or at least they did have last season. Next season they're moving to LMP2, LMP3 and GTA, so it's going to be a slightly different dynamic. Just got to see how that plays out. But it's very interesting to see that there are similarities between the two. The fact that in GTs you almost always have a close battle due to the calibre of driver that you've got there, and indeed the balance of performance that you've got as well. Of course, here in this race you've got Fords. Well, you've got a Ford. Everyone else is Porsches and Ferraris, and then the spec class, if you like, here it's the HPD's LMP2 class. You see that as well. You see battles sort of like coming and going, ebbing and flowing. So even though it is somewhere else and it is on a different platform, the two endurance racings, if you like, the two variations of endurance racing are very, very similar. It's just somewhere with different physics and different cars.
Yeah, of course we have those two classes here in the DTFX series, the LMP2s and the DTEs. From my understanding, the Neo Endurance series, which is the other big endurance series here on iRacing, is going to go to a 3-class system next season, with the LMP1s being introduced. So that'll be LMP1, LMP2 and GTE, as the War Dogs in GTE have just passed the 147 Berlin Sinsport car, so that is a game for position for them. Another battle that's going on out there on circuit, though, at least in terms of prototypes, it's the VRT E-Racing Cobalt versus the FRH Motorsports Beacon to Power. So FRH Motorsports, they have really come alive over the last hour or so, really reeling in these gaps, and actually VRT E-Racing has just completely overcooked the middle of Stowe there. Had to go out onto the marbles, but not off the racing surface, which is good for them, but just allows FRH to close right back in.
FRH closing, and having a look at that battle that we were just looking at. The 147's got to come in for a stop-go for not holding its line. So there we go, he's got to come in for a stop-go anyway. But yes, that F4H car, Sam Rosamond, currently the wheel of that, done a fantastic job over the last hour or so to reel in position after position. And now the next car in his sights is that VRT E-Racing Cobalt.
Yeah, exactly, and running about a second a lap faster, at least that last time by, over the VRT E-Racing Cobalt car. But in terms of drivers behind them, Berlin Sinsport 127, we were joking about wondering when they're going to close up back to FRH Motorsports again, and they're not doing so right now, at least in terms of the lap times. But just going to eat my words there. Lap time by a 1:37.6 from Berlin Sinsport, a 1:38.2 from F4H. So F4H potentially, arguably, getting a little bit held up by VRT E-Racing.
arguably held up by VRT e-racing at the moment. But yes, like you say, that gap ebbing and flowing, and indeed traffic just playing in a little, playing into the equation here.
And we do have Michele Constantini, driver that we usually see on the RaceSpot Friday primetime broadcast, at least when that was the IndyCar for last season. He's just waiting for an interview. He's part of the Barbonero Racing Green team as we get Michele into the commentary booth. Michele, nice to see you again.
Oh, hello.
Hello. How's your race been going? You're part of the Barbonero Racing Green team, currently P number 3 in class. You had a couple of issues early on, so just take us through that with the incidents and the penalty.
Yeah, we had a couple of incidents. One with the radical car in the magazine bucket section, and yeah, we were a little bit too aggressive maybe at the start there. And then the penalty was for a contact with the podcast HPD on the last corner. So yeah, we had to serve that penalty, and wow, we have just been given another penalty for some reason.
Oh no.
Okay, I will try to work on that after this. But yeah, other than that, we were running fine, and let's see now what will happen.
Yeah, another penalty. You're gonna appeal that one, I assume.
Yeah, for sure. I just came back from dinner, so I don't know what happened. So, but I'm going to watch it right now.
Yeah, 151.10.1. So that's Cop's Corner. Just 5 laps to go. Is on the cameras. We're currently watching the 145 and the 117, which is the FRH Motorsports car versus the VRT e-racing car. So in terms of your race, Michele, in terms of your team's race for that Barbonero Racing Green car, how have you managed your race now from when you had those incidents, of course, because you've been put on the back foot since very, very early on. How do you recover from this? How are you recovering?
Just trying to be consistent with lap times and try to lose as little time as possible during the lapping of the GTEs. But yeah, we'll see what happens with this penalty, and let's see. I'm just watching it now, and well, we were kind of on the inside at the turning point, so we'll see. That's gonna be a nice debate in the with race control.
Well, it's actually been served in sim, so you only have really 3 laps to argue your case there. But well, hoping for the best for you, at least in terms of while you're still here. We might say something different once you're at the commentary booth, but there we go. Michele Constantini, Barbonero Racing Green there, and in fact, you are going to come down for your penalty here. So that's a tough one to swallow. It's another penalty for you guys, but is there any way you can bounce back from this one now?
We hope so. I mean, that's like another 20 seconds, so it might even put us a lap down. We'll see. Anything can happen in an endurance race, so we'll try and see. But yeah, this is not helping, that's for sure.
Yeah, so yet another penalty being served there from the Barbonero Racing Green. They'll come out just in front of the Speedworks Racing Team South car, but that car is about 8 laps down, so that's not for position. Meanwhile, the VRT e-racing Cobalt car has decided to head their way in, so since the car is now out there on the racing circuit, we'll probably should let you go now, Michele. Is there anyone you want to thank before we decide to get back to the racing?
Yep, I would like to thank all the team for the effort we put in for this race. Michele, Sam, Lucas, and Nathan for the setup work we did all together. And yeah, that's about it. Other than that, thanks to you guys for the awesome broadcast as always.
Thank you very much for some of the great racing that we've seen out there on circuit as well, which allows us to be good commentators. It's easy being a good commentator if the racing is also fantastic. So it's the point in the race where it's a little bit slow is where all your flaws start to come out. But thank you for joining us there, Michele. That was Michele Constantini from Barbonero Racing Green there, Neil. And things seem to go from bad to worse for that team now with that new penalty.
Yes, it started off fairly promising for that car this afternoon. You know, they were in the lead for a nice little bit. It just started to go from bad to worse, didn't it? after the first hour or so. And yes, they just have to try and bounce back from this. You've got to remember, we are now on lap 158, which means we have completed one half of this race. We have completed 500 miles this afternoon in, just under 4.5 hours. So very good going, actually. But yes, we have now completed half of this race. We still have another 500 miles to bounce back from this.
Yeah, we do, and still there hasn't been any interruptions at all in terms of the green flag racing here. We've been green all the way since the start. No pace car, no safety car has been out there on the racing circuit, so which is actually quite thankful. Otherwise, we'll have to be in like commercial breaks for like 10 minutes at a time while they try to do that. But it's good to see some very, very, very good green flag racing so far. But I will say though, a safety car would spice things up a bit.
Yeah, so we just throw a little bit of spanner in the works, but you've got to remember what the safety car procedure is here during this race. Safety car comes out, and if you're between the safety car and the safety car and your class leader, get to go around and catch the back of the field. Then they open the pits. After the pit stop phase, if you're stuck between the safety car and your class leader, you then get to go around and join the back of the pack. So if you're close to falling off the end of the lead lap of your respective class, or indeed close to losing another lap to your class leader, that could really be the saving grace that you need.
Yeah, but it really requires a huge incident that we have seen over the course of this event, but the thing is they've all been off the racing surface and they've all managed to get themselves back going, rather than the rules about requesting a tow and where you can do that, where you can't do that without causing a safety car. It's all been in places where they can either tow or they can get themselves back going, so that's the reason why we haven't seen any full course yellow so far in this race. But battles going on out there on track. 127 versus the 1 now. The 127 again getting themselves involved in the battle. It just the day doesn't seem to be getting any calmer right now for Berlin Simsport 127. They have to be concerned about pressure from behind now from the number 1 car. James Crawshaw behind the wheel of that one of the Motor Racing Podcast HPD. A little bit of traffic going to get involved in here of the Geodesic Racing Black car. That's the sister car of the current class leader in your GTE field, just making their way around. P number 27 in the class, causing a little bit of an issue with these, not even leading lap prototypes, but still quite highly placed prototypes, as he'll finally get himself out of the way and release those 2 cars.
They release those 2 cars coming through Woodcut across the start-finish line, coming up towards Copse. But yes, as you said, not on the lead lap, but just the 1 lap down. There are a couple of cars that could be beneficiaries if the safety car came out at some point and give them at least most of a lap back.
Yeah, that's what some of these drivers have to be hoping for, at least in terms of the likes of Babanara Racing Green. They would really, really like a safety car with how much they've been falling behind in, over the... I was going to say in recent times, but they've been doing it for pretty much the entirety of the race. So they're going to need some sort of saving grace right now. But I don't think, even if there was a full course yellow, I don't know where it would come from. It would have to be some sort of massive single car incident, because we haven't really got cars that are all that close on the racing circuit. We've got 4X Racing versus Torque Freak, the 160 versus the 82 for P number 10. We've got the battle for P number 5 between the 127 and the 1, and that is pretty much the only battles where something could arise from.
Yep, those are the ones that battles could arise from, but as you say, as you were saying, an incident could come from anywhere because of the just sheer multitude of cars we've still got circulating here on the circuit. But yes, Tobias Schultz trying to hold off James Crawshaw, the 127 versus the 1 as they come off of Luffield, and the number 1 car very, very wide through Luffield that time round. Yeah,
I'm going to lose quite a bit of time as a result of that one, as they'll try to head their way towards Copse. No opportunities yet, but they're still going to be within a second as they head their way across the line, so that's the saving grace for the number 1 at the moment, that they're still within pouncing distance, just in case that Berlin Simsport 127 car does make a mistake or gets into trouble with the lap traffic. Motaf Racing are there just in case any of that happens. Meanwhile, looking back though at the 4X versus the Talk Freak Racing Sunset car, this one has been fluctuating in and out. The pace does seem to be with Talk Freak Racing Sunset though, and this is just going to be exacerbated because of the traffic issues that 4X Racing is running into right now. Going to be held up by the FRH Motorsports GT effort there on coming through Club Corner. Ooh, that's a huge wiggle there for the 4X Racing HPD, and the GT car will slot himself back in between the two prototypes. Philip Roberts can't be too happy about that one with the way that GT car cut across him.
Yeah, probably won't be very happy. He's still stuck behind the GT car as they come through Priory now. That F4H car goes very wide, but yes, lost a lot of time there. There was just the gap there between the two prototypes that the GT could slot in. But to be honest, I don't think Philip Roberts in that Torque Freak Racing Sunset car could have actually passed the GT by the time he got to the Abbey chicane. Yeah,
possibly not, as they will continue on their way without further incident. But Berlin Simsport versus Motaf HPD, that has swapped position. Yeah, that has swapped positions while we were a little bit distracted there with what was going on with the lap traffic. Let's just reel things back to see what may have happened here. Actually, it was a mistake for Berlin Simsport while getting held up by the lap traffic, coming onto the brakes in towards Vale. They get the power down coming through Club Corner, and the car just wasn't having any of it, cut across the curb, and that's going to be a slowdown penalty for Berlin Simsport that let Mutaf racing through.
Yeah, but slow down penalty again, something that you have to be so careful of. You cannot take too much. Of the off tracks. You cannot take too much of the grass or indeed tarmac. Otherwise, the iRacing system will penalise you, like it probably did there to the Berlin Simsport car.
Yeah, I think he took too many liberties with the curb while he was trying to recover from that slide. So the iRacing system will hit him with that slowdown penalty. But right now,
I also haven't seen anyone yet pinged for incident infractions. The total number of incident infractions, because of course in this race, once you reach 65 on the incident count, you get a stop and go. At 80 it's a 30-second stop and go. At 90 it's a 60-second stop and go, and every 5 incidents afterward it's a whole lap stop and hold.
Oh, that is absolutely vicious once you get into that high of an incident points. So the drivers will be trying to avoid that one as well. The number one has had a big moment coming out of left field, dealing with the traffic, I believe, there. And wow, they managed to keep it together. James Croshaw manages to keep things together for that number one team. I'm just haven't looked back to what may have caused this. Actually, they went outside line through left field right onto the marbles, and he's going to find no grip up there as he struggles to get the traction down, struggles to get the car turned, and has to go, even clips the gravel on the exit.
It even clips the gravel on the exit, but the thing is that GT traffic behind has really balked Tobias Schultz on that 127 car, and really I don't think the Motef car has to worry about the 127 car anymore at this moment.
No, I don't think so either. But this Rincon and Druso Racing led car not in this battle for position right now. Even though they're close on track, they are one lap apart. So the aim of the game would be for that 17 to get past and then come back for another try, 5 hours later or something like that. But there we go. The Team Hoysterveld number 78 car is in. So this is your prototype race leader. We'll have a driver change for them as well. So that is going to be Michael Schottler getting behind the wheel for the first time for that Team Hoysterveld 78 team. So they're on their third driver now. So Schottler has to just take things a little bit easy once he gets out of the pits here, just to get accustomed to the way the track is, the way the racing is right now, before starting to get any sort of pace.
Yep, and he's lost that first position to the Simitok car at that 7:07. We will be seeing Simitok in soon. They've done 29 laps this stint. No doubt we'll see them in about 3 laps time or so.
Yeah, Team Heusenfeld were working with a quite considerable buffer anyway, so I don't think they'll be too worried about what's going on with Timbertalk Esports. So Michael Schottler will get himself off and away, make sure he stays within the pit exit there, otherwise he'll be hit with a penalty, and he's off and away through the Maggots and Beckett section already. Meanwhile, oh, that's the 17 going off, coming through Chapel there, has to cut across the grass, across the curb, and might even get a slowdown penalty as a result of that one. So he's probably going to be lifting off the throttle a little bit here. That's what you can do in iRacing. If you get a slowdown penalty, you don't just like slam on the brakes trying to save it. You basically just lift off the throttle. It gives you a bit of time to save it. You still lose the time that it says you're going to lose, but you don't lose any more than that.
Yep, don't lose any more than that, as you said, indeed. But we are currently in that little long racing that you get sometimes. Well, I say that, you've still got a couple of close battles, that 4X versus Torque Freak, and also German Sim Racing versus Berlin Sim Motorsport for 8th place in the GT class. The 69 versus the 94. That looks pretty close at the moment.
Very close indeed on the run down towards Stowe Corner. Lap times actually with the the lap time advantage actually goes to the German sim racing car.
It's our first stop go, I do believe. Chris Borgman, who is currently in, what car is he currently in? Let's have a look if I can see it. Can you see it at the moment?
Sometimes the iRacing interface can be a little bit interesting with
Interesting,
that.
a little bit fun. But Chris Borgman, whoever he is driving for, has got the first stop go for the exceeding the incident limit. So that car is starting to get into a dangerous territory.
Yes, well, the team member that was penalised for that was Patrick Vick, actually.
Oh, it's Patrick Vick, yeah.
Patrick Vick or Vick or whatever nationality that he is, which denotes how you translate or how you pronounce that. But meanwhile, German Sim Racing and Berlin Simsport, they're going at it tooth and nail right now, coming up through Luffield, coming to complete lap 153, and potentially a move on now for Jurian Gronen for Berlin Simsport. Gested to the right-hand side there for Copse Corner, but not usually a place where you can make overtaking moves. Requires balls of steel to make a move down through there, up towards Maggots and Beckett now. Still no opportunity. Has to set up the run through Chapel and down onto the brakes into Stowe now. That has to be the objective for Julian Gronen, to try and get past Julian Ocean. So it's the two Julians here in both of the German teams, Berlin Simsport and German Sim Racing. They're going to try to battle it out, but right now that run out of Chapel that I was mentioning for Berlin Simsport just didn't happen.
Patrick Vike is part of the Treble 1 car, the overdrive car. The overdrive performance car is currently 12th in 13th in the LMP2 class. They're going to have to come in for a stop go for exceeding 65 incident points, and it's going to be a long race for them as the Berlin Simsports car tries to mount an attack around the exit of Abbey, and the prototype has hit the Berlin Simsports car, turned him round.
Oh no, it's absolute calamity once again.
It's the VRT car, Joseph Ringrose in the VRT E-Racing Cobalt, who's done that from 7th place.
Yeah, and quite a distance back as well, so a little bit more patience required there for Joseph Ringrose. He instantly fully locked up the brakes, trying to avoid that instant when he, the thing is, he realized it a little bit too late. Berlin Simsport going for a spin as a result of that one, and wow, that's going to be catching the eye of the stewards. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a penalty.
Yeah, you can see it coming from literally like 2 seconds before it happened, because he started looking up the brakes, and then you could see he was coming in too hot. Then he started looking up the brakes, and you could just see it was going to happen. It's a strange thing to know that you're going to see an incident happen like 3 or 4 seconds away. You just hope you can do something to change it, but you know you can't.
that could result, and probably will result, in another penalty for VRT e-Racing Club. They've already had one so far this race. That was for causing a collision as well on lap number 69 with the Talk Freak Racing Sunset prototype. So could actually be a worse punishment this time, since it is their second infraction. So could be looking at a 30-second stop and hold.
A 30-second stop and hold will certainly not help their march back to front. Of course, they did very well. They qualified third. They're up in second at one point, weren't they, towards the early parts of this race? But again, that's another team where it's just gone from bad to worse.
It has, and well, they're right now in the clutches of the Berlin SimSport 127 car, yet again giving us some good fights in this, well, coming into now the second half of the event, but they put some good fights in at the first half as well. Exit the corner of left field, get some momentum off, but the thing is, has to lift out a little bit because VRT e-Racing, well, were in the lane that they were going to go for, going through Cops. Now dive down towards the inside of the lap traffic there for VRT e-Racing. Just no doubts about that one. Wanted the track position, just scored poor Paul Morris. Sorry, that's the worst name to be able to put Paul before. Just completely scared him out of the corner.
It scared him out of the corner, and yes, just a little bit of intimidation there from the VRT car, the number 145. But coming up again, diving up the inside of the GT car through Stowe. The question is he taking far too many risks in that car? I think he perhaps is.
Yeah, I think so too, especially when you consider he's still yet to serve that penalty. So that is, or well, potential penalty. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself right now, as they're still trying to make the decision in terms of that one. But I think we all know what is going to be the result of that particular protest. As dive down the inside of the lap traffic once again. The World Sim Racing team, the biggest mover in that GTE field, was up 15 positions last time we checked. So still a good run in for them. But this prototype battle still rages on, the only one.
The only one at the moment, but no doubt we will see more in the near future coming through Luffield now. That right-hander that you have to wait an eternity until you get the throttle on, and the Berlin SimSports car taking using all of the available runoff there before he touched the gravel.
Yeah, meanwhile, Simatok Esport has finally headed their way on towards the lane from the relative race lead. That is 34 laps, and this then gives the race lead back to Team Heusingfeld, which pitted a little bit earlier. I'm very interested to see how that's sort of the opposite strategies there are starting to work out. They're starting to diverge so much that they're getting towards 5 or 6 laps difference on the stint right now, as we have about 15 minutes left in our particular commentary stint. How about that? But it would be a great finish to our little jobs here if the Berlin SimSport car and the VRT e-Racing callback car can give us one more fight here.
The woman fight, and they're about to, as they're caught up behind that GT car. The VRT car goes to the left, Berlin SimSport decides to go to the left as well, but now they're able to pass the it's actually Govan Keeney in that number 13 car, and now they're able to pass him before they get to the Vale chicane. Again, Berlin SimSport using all of that runoff. Govan Keeney moving to the right hand side of the track, and that caused VRT to do a reaction remove and almost hurting the the Berlin SimSports car, but then the 145 car getting very, very squiggly coming out of Abbey, and that means the Berlin SimSport number 127 has got past the 145.
Once again, the lap traffic plays a huge factor, and it could still do so. Tobias Schultz still behind the Godvan, the car piloted by Godvan Keeney here. And just so happens to have his name in the title of the team as well. But Tobias Schultz manages to make his way by for Berlin SimSport. So will VRT e-Racing Cobalt, as we're still waiting on potentially that decision from the stewards on that incident that we saw on the brakes. Maybe it's just not been protested
there we
yet.
go, Berlin. The 145. There we go. It's causing a collision. 30-second stop hold for the 145.
There we go. It's just come through. So we did call it. It was most likely going to be a penalty, and because it is their second penalty of the day, it's going to be a little bit harsher than the previous one. Stop and go penalty for the first one. 30 seconds stop and hold for Joseph Ringrose and the VRT Racing Cobalt team. So that'll drop them even further back through the field than they already did from that original penalty. So they did all that work, Neil, trying to fight back up through the field, and once they were finally starting to get somewhere, it happens again.
All it takes is one lapse in concentration, one little mistake, and if you ruin someone else's race, like arguably they did to that Berlin Sim Sports number 94, you've got to pay the price for it.
Yeah, you have, and that's just the risk you run in these series that do have the live stewarding. It can just, any wrong move can just completely ruin not just your own race, but your whole team's race in terms of these endurance events as well. That's one thing you have to consider. It's not just your head that's on the line for these racing positions. As we see the battle between the 69 and the 94, I believe, if I try to flick back to this one, they're side by side coming through Abbey. There we go, Julian Gronen getting past the German sim racing purple GGFX there, GGFX team, and we've also got some GT cars behind that are laps down, but could still potentially play a factor if they're a bit too over eager in getting themselves unlapped. But Julian Gronen gets one over Julian Ogjain. So I'm probably horribly butchering those pronunciations, but I'm British. It's just what we do. But Julian gets one over Julian. There we go. Slightly.
Julian Gronen in that Berlin Sim Sports car managed to pass Julian Ocean in that previous lap. So the number 69 German sim racing car will be trying to get back in front of that number 94. So we've got LMP2 traffic. In fact, a whole gaggle of LMP2 GT, just assorted traffic behind these two.
Yeah, it is, and they're all just, trying to make their way through, or at least the 17 is, as they finally try to get themselves past the German sim racing purple GGFX car, and will be well on their way. But we're coming up to, we're just past 4 hours and 45 minutes elapsed in this race. Still no safety cars, so we'll be finishing quite a bit short, potentially, of that 10-hour time limit. We'll be finishing more about 8 hours and 45 minutes if we go green all the way. And finally, that penalty has come through officially on the circuit there for Joseph Ringrose and the VRT Racing Cobalt team. They'll have to come down for their penalty within the next 3 laps. In fact, they come down now.
Coming down now for that penalty. They do have 3 laps to serve it once they are notified of it, and deciding to come down then to serve it.
Yeah, they do. So this is going to be a long wait on the lane in the stall for VRT Racing Cobalt, as I'll just talk about my own technical issues.
Something that I think needs to be commended of all these teams today, especially the top tier teams here in the HPD class, at least the LMP2 class at least, is that we still got 4 cars on the lead lap after over 500 miles of racing, 4 3/4 hours of racing we are at the moment. Make that 4 hours 50 of racing at the moment. An absolutely fantastic job by these drivers, as we have another battle coming in, the 48 and the 145. The 48 being the AOR car.
Yeah, they're just trying to get themselves through just a little bit of lap traffic there. There's the 082 there, Beast Racing, which is laps down, which is not involved in the battle there. But we've also got VRT Racing Cobalt. They are trying their best right now after that surge penalty to try and catch back up right to the back of the AOR cars. They have lost a lap once they've served that penalty. We see the 13 car also involved in a battle. That's coming up through bridge there. That was down the inside potentially. It was for the Godvan Toxic team. That was a fantastic move from Godvan Keeney. Absolutely brilliant, getting one over Simon Lynch in that TBR powered by Greg Dock car. We'll just try and get a replay of what happened there.
A great move there up the inside of the Abbey chicane, as clean as you like.
Yeah, it was a very, very brave move down the inside of Abbey, and then just holding the inside line, shall we say, coming through a bridge and up into Priory, and Golf Van Key will now just be off and away. He is a very, very rapid driver indeed, but he does have a little bit of a reputation for getting himself involved in some bad behaviour, shall we say, in some other series. But he's been well behaved so far in this race, which is very good to see.
Yes, coming out of Chapel towards the Hanger Straight. It appears that he's dropped the 73 car a little bit there, isn't it?
Yeah, the pace difference is quite a bit here between himself and Simon Lynch. So that is going to be Golf Van Toxie up into P number 2 now, which is absolutely brilliant result for them if they stay there. But the thing is, we've still got a very, very good amount of this race left, so everything can change.
Yeah, everything still can change, and as I was saying when you were sorting out your mic issues, it's pretty impressive to still see 4 cars in the LMP2 class in the lead lap.
Yeah, it is, and it's just a good show in terms of the standard of racing that we have here in the DGFX Racing Series. Sometimes the races can be caution fests a little bit, but this race has been absolutely clean. It's been very good racing. There has, of course, been bits of contact here and there, but you get that in pretty much any race. There's no getting away from that. But having 4 prototypes on the leading lap after getting close to 5 hours. That is very, very good.
There's also still 6 GT in the lead lap of that class as well, so fantastic job by them as well. It just goes to show the quality of driver that you have in this race. Yeah,
and it just reminds me with at least the cars on the lead lap remind me of the last iRacing Daytona 24-hour race, where we had a battle for the lead, battle for the overall lead in the last couple of laps, and we kind of all us in the iRacing community at least all know how that ended in turn 1, but the less said about that the better. I'm pretty sure some feelings are still hurt after that one, even though it was a couple of months ago, but that's sometimes the surprises that endurance racing can throw out.
Yeah, endurance racing is always fun. It always brings trials and tribulations. It always brings joy and sadness. But that's the reason why we're here using our Saturday afternoons to bring you this coverage.
Yeah, so we're coming towards the end of the stand. I don't know if it's completely obvious with the way that I'm absolutely roasting in here, and starting to feel my voice just have a little bit of an issue with this, but also my equipment as well, but let's just not mention that. But just before we hand things over, then we'll just run down your fields, your 2 fields in this DGFX 1,000 miles of Silverstone. We'll see the top 8 of each class on your screen. And in LMP2, it's going to be Team Huizinga leading the way, as they have done so for the vast majority of this race at this point. A couple of battles early on between themselves and Barbarella Racing Green and the likes of the VRT E-Racing Cobalt car. But the thing is, they have come out on top so far with a 34-second margin to Simitok Esports. Then Barbarella Racing Green, P number 3 for their Motaf Racing podcast there. HPD, they are in P number 4. FH Motorsports, Pico Tapato, P number 5 with Berlin Simsport, P number 6. Rincon Racing, Adusto Racing Led, P number 7. And AOR will get themselves P number 8 right now. Then we cycle things back to the GTE field. Geodesic Racing Gold, similar story for them at the top of the GTE field, have pretty much led from the front, pole position, current race leaders in GTE. They are currently having a bit of a, huge gap over the P2 driver at the moment. The P2 team is going to be 26.6 seconds back to the Golf Van Toxic team. Then we've got TBR powered by Craig Dock, P number 3 in class of GTE. Talk Freak Racing, P number 4. Radicals Online, P5 F-Race Motorsports number 911 there in P number 6. Team Huizinga number 35, P number 7. Berlin Simsport number 94 will round out your top 8 in that particular class. And while we get things swapped over here for the 1,000 miles of Silverstone, we'll be going to a new broadcast link in a not too distant future. We'll just go, I believe we'll just go RacespotTV Fan Immersion, or maybe even a full-out commercial break at this point to try and get things swapped over. Then we'll hand things over to our new broadcasting team of what is going to be Randy Chenov and, of course, David Haynes. I'll see you guys in a bit.
We're back here at Autosports International 2017.